Peerless Douluo, who let him join Shrek. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276 Penetrating Jiangxin College. Ying, it should be fine, Yang. Yifen felt that his legs could no longer exert their strength. If Jiang Ming hadn't exerted an upward pull on his shoulder, he might have lost his strength. Can't even stand steady. As long as it's okay, let's go next, Jiang Ming smiled and turned to look at Jiang Douluo, who had arrived late. Jiang Douluo had reacted quickly, but Jiang Ming's action just now was a bit too unexpected. He tortured people into this state without even releasing his martial spirit. It was so terrifying. In the first game, Shrek Academy wins. Jiangxin Academy sends the next player to the field. The people from Jiangxin Academy quickly helped Yang Yifen down. During the exit, Yang Yifen grabbed the captain Yi Wuking's hand and said with a trembling voice, "Team Captain, that person is too scary, too scary." Yi Wuking frowned, and he could feel the deep fear in Yang Yifen's eyes. That kind of deep fear means that this player from Shrek Academy is extremely powerful. "I understand, you go down and rest first," Yi King asked Yang Yifen to take him down to rest, and he himself looked at Jiang Ming on the competition stage with a flash in his eyes, a look of determination. "If you are so strong, then I will challenge you even more." Soon, the second player from Jiangxin Academy came on the stage. "My name is Yu Mengdi, and I hope you can release your martial spirit and fight me openly," Yu Mengdi said to Jiang Ming as soon as he came up. From the beginning until he was defeated, Yang Yifen didn't even force Jiang Ming's martial spirit out. And as one of the three Soul Kings of Jiangxin College, even if she couldn't defeat Jiang Ming, she at least had to let Jiang Ming release his martial soul. "Well, it depends on your strength. In fact, I am quite tolerant of girls. How about I give you 3 moves, Jiang?" Ming chuckled. Yu Mengdi's eyes lit up and he said quickly, "It's agreed, give me 3 moves, I can't regret it." Jiang Ming nodded. When others heard this, they were shocked. The other party is the Soul King. He wants this Soul King to make 3 moves? The Soul King is not weak. "Okay, stop chatting, let's start the game." Jiang Douluo saw that these two people wanted to continue chatting, so he quickly interrupted. Really, he didn't come here to see these two chatting. Jiang Ming and Yu Mengdi retreated to the edge of the competition stage. Jiang Douluo raised his right hand and then dropped it suddenly. The game begins. This time, Jiang Douluo kept his eyes open and was ready to go. When he just rescued Yang Yifen, he saw that Jiang Ming didn't release his martial spirit and thought it was okay. As a result, Yang Yifen almost hit the protective shield. Now, he can't slack off, otherwise this referee will be a bit too hip. The moment the game started, Yu Mengdi released his martial spirit immediately. To Winged Angel. Angel martial spirit. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and remembered something. 10,000 years ago, Angel Wuhan seemed to be the symbol of the Wuhan Palace lineage. Now thinking about it, Jiang Ming became somewhat distracted. And the scene was accurately captured by Yu Mengdi. Yu Mengdi was ecstatic, thinking that his chance had come. The next moment, her first soul ring, third soul ring, and fifth soul ring lit up at the same time. Holy dual swords. After using this soul skill, it is equivalent to any soul skill performed with a double sword being superimposed and released with her first soul skill, Angel's Blessing. It can double the attack power of her next attack, Angel, confer God Slash. The 2 sacred swords merge into one, and the sharp sword becomes light. It is a huge light blade that is more than 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. The light and shadow of a seraph appeared behind Yu Mengdi. As soon as this light and shadow appeared, Yu Mengdi's entire body was rendered golden, and the 2 swords in his hands merged into one. With the superposition of the 3 soul skills and the power of the angel's martial soul, this fierce sword light is even as powerful as the Soul Emperor. "Good guy, I told you to do 3 moves, you come up and open it up." Jiang Ming looked at the powerful aura on Yu Mengdi's body, and the 10-meter-long the scary sword light still had a faint smile on his face, without any feeling of panic. Yu Mengdi's eyes narrowed. Seeing that Jiang Ming had not released his martial spirit, a hint of anger appeared in her eyes. She had used her strongest strength, but this person still didn't release his martial spirit? This is too disrespectful. The golden sword light fell suddenly, slashing towards Jiang Ming with a terrifying aura. As the referee, Douluo frowned. With his power, no matter how strong Jiang Ming is, it is impossible to block this move without releasing his martial spirit. He is ready to take action. However, facing the sword light so close at hand, Jiang Ming just raised his eyes slightly and took a step forward. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Ming's figure disappeared. Boom! The sword light split the competition stage, causing huge damage. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Jiang Ming's figure was not inside. You have 2 more chances, Jiang Ming's voice suddenly sounded from behind Yu Mengdi's right side. What? Yu Mengdi's pupils shrank sharply, and he slashed out a sword light again. Jiang Ming shook his head slightly and said with a smile, "There is 1 more chance." Jiang Ming's words were like the straw that broke the camel's back, directly shattering Yu Mengdi's mentality. As a result, at this last chance, Yu Mengdi just swung an ordinary sword light. 3 chances are over. "Madam, I'm going to take action." A terrifying aura like a demon erupted behind him in an instant. Yu Mengdi didn't even see anyone clearly. He was grabbed by the shoulder and thrown directly outside the competition stage. Actually, for girls, it's easier to grab their hair than their shoulders. However, Jiang Ming gave up the idea and chose to grab the shoulders after considering the possible negative consequences of grabbing someone's hair. After all, for him, there is not much difference in difficulty between the two. But this time, there is no need for Jiang Ming to save people. The heavenly evil Douluo, who had been prepared for a long time, appeared beside Yu Mengdi, trying to stop Yu Mengdi's rapid falling figure. But when Douluo's hand came into contact with Yu Mengdi's body, even he was almost carried over. Fortunately, he was a titled Douluo, and with the blessing of his powerful cultivation, he was able to neutralize the terrifying power in Yu Mengdi. At the same time, the look of horror in Douluo's eyes became more intense when he looked at Jiang Ming. This kind of terrifying power is difficult to possess even for Contra. But he just personally investigated and found out that this Jiang Ming is only 20 years old. Only 20 years old. He could understand Shrek's monsters, but this kind of monster really overturned his imagination. Shrek Academy wins. Shrek Academy sends the next player to the field, Douluo was horrified while announcing the results of the competition. "Referee, wait a moment," Jiang Ming said suddenly. "What are you doing, Douluo frowned. "I want to finish all 7 games, okay?" Jiang Ming said softly. "In a one-on-one match, it is enough to win 4 out of 7, but with everything going on, you can't end it before the warm-up is completed. That would be boring. Does Jiangshan College agree to this?" Yi Wuking nodded and said, "Agree." "Okay, since both parties agree, let's play 7 games." Just in time, he also wanted to see how strong this substitute player from Shrek Academy was. The spectators outside the field looked at the competition stage, but they were a little confused. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, while experts watch the door. Douluo and other contestants were able to see terrifying information from the brief but not simple competition process, but most of the audience were not soul masters. In the eyes of other spectators, nothing happened on the competition stage. Jiang Ming's 2 opponents were just thrown out in an instant, and there was no watching experience at all. So much so that they couldn't help but become suspicious. Are these 2 players from Jiangshan Academy cheating on the match? Why were they thrown out by this guy from Shrek Academy all of a sudden? Yes, Soul Sect was thrown out instantly. Forget it, the Soul King is still like this. This is too fake, but the referee on the competition stage is a titled Douluo, so it's not a fake match in front of a titled Douluo, right? The audience was talking a lot. However, since the birth of the competition, match fixing has basically never happened. The audience only expressed their dissatisfaction with watching lonely, but they did not really question it. In the viewing area of the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Mr. Ma looked at Jiang Ming standing on the stage with serious eyes. Ming Jiang is right, his big brother's strength is really unfathomable. Ma Rulong, who had been excited just now, his face darkened. Yes, the Soul King was defeated so easily. This guy is at least a soul saint, Mr. Ma shook his head and said, "This guy is definitely not an ordinary soul saint. Don't forget, he hasn't released his martial soul yet, son." And Moon Royal family, everyone in the Soul Engineer Academy was shocked. Yes, Jiang Ming has not even released his martial spirit now. It's almost play. And while playing, He easily defeated a soul sect and a soul king. Who is he? He defeated a soul king without even releasing his martial soul. Let me check. The emperor of the Star Luo Empire had already focused all his attention at this time on Jiang Ming. Compared to Huiheo's 7-ring already and the reserve team's 1,300,000-year soul rings, as well as the terrifying lineup of Shrek's regular members, the 3 soul saints and the 3 soul emperors, the emperor of the Star Luo Empire faced Jiang Ming paid more attention to it. Those 100,000-year-old soul rings are now fake without even thinking about it. He has already obtained the information about Shrek Academy's reserve team. That Huiheo is only 12 years old. The 7 rings of the 12-year-old soul saint are all red? Are you the son of God? Exclamation mark. Fake at first glance. He has also confirmed the 3 soul saints and 3 soul emperors as the main selected team members. It's true. But compared to that one, this player who tortured the soul king of an angelic martial soul without even releasing his martial soul is even more terrifying. In the waiting area of Xiangshan College, Ye Wuking looked at Jiang Ming on the stage and wanted to go directly to the stage, but was stopped by others. Captain, let's consume him first, you go last. Looking at the determined look in the eyes of the other team members, Ye Wuking nodded. Thus, a new round of abuse began. Xiangshan Academy, Blood Wolf, as far as martial soul is concerned, it is not very strong, but several of his soul skills can give him a very strong increase. And even allowed him, a sensitive attack-type soul master, to have a head-to-head confrontation with a powerful attack-type soul master. Unfortunately, it is of no use. When someone rushed up, Jiang Ming caught him and threw him off the competition stage. Xiansha Daluo takes care of the aftermath every day. Xiangshan Academy, Yaner, another female player. She has long, fiery red hair hanging loosely behind her back. Her pretty appearance is very lovely, full of youthfulness, and her figure is extremely well developed, making her look ready to come out. Jiang Ming took a glance and realized that this woman was not as ambitious as sister Li Juan. Jiang Ming was still a little reluctant to do anything to his cute little sister. Yaner's cultivation level is as high as level 46. He is an attack-type battle soul master who focuses on long-range attacks. When she released her martial spirit, her body floated into the sky. Under her feet was a huge fireball with a diameter of half a meter. In the palms of her hands, each held a fireball the size of a fist. Her martial spirit is Fireball, a tangible elemental martial spirit, which is only slightly inferior to Ling Luchen's ice elemental martial spirit. The little sister is so cute. I am still the same. Give me 3 moves, please, Jiang Ming smiled and continued to give in 3 moves in a gentlemanly manner. After 1 minute, the game ends. Shrek Academy wins. This time Jiang Ming did not throw the person out directly, but used a relatively gentle method to send the person off the stage. This behavior made Xiansha Daluo roll his eyes. Treat him differently, really treat him differently. Xiangshan Academy, Shangwen is disabled, the male contestant, and as his name suggests, he is really disabled. Plaid nose, small eyes, thick lips, short stature, and even his hair seems a little sparse. How can I put it this way? This player did more damage to Jiang Ming than the previous Angel Soul King. Jiang Ming felt that his eyes were somewhat contaminated. As a result, Jiang Ming, who had never been in a hurry, urged the referee to start the game for the first time. The game begins. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Ming took the initiative for the first time. Nothing fancy, just a simple punch. The punch didn't even hit, and the cold wind directly knocked Shangwen away. This was controlled deliberately by Jiang Ming. Otherwise, Jiang Ming was not sure whether he would beat this guy to death. Shrek Academy, win, Xiansha Daluo continued to announce the results of the game, like a ruthless broadcasting machine. In fact, Xiangshan College had already lost when Yaner lost. But Jiang Ming wants to finish 7 games, and Xiangshan College is here to accompany him. Anyway, apart from being a bit scary, Jiang Ming is really not too heavy-handed. Xiangshan Academy, Tangzai Ali, another Soul King, but he does not have a 10,000-year soul ring, 2 yellow and 3 purple. Actually, I really want to have a fight with your captain, so you go down first. After saying that, Jiang Ming took the initiative again and sent the Soul King down. Finally, the captain of Xiangshan College came up. Ye King, the 58th level attack spirit king, the martial spirit golden leaf, is quite handsome, just a little bit worse than Jiang Ming. We agreed to your proposal to fight for 7 games. I also hope that you can use your martial spirit to fight me. Is that okay, Yi? Wu King said in a deep voice. After understanding this, Jiang Ming nodded and said with a smile, okay. As soon as these words came out, all the contestants stared at Jiang Ming and blinked. Don't dare. Even Douluo is a little excited. Is this kid finally going to use his martial spirit? He raised his hand impatiently and dropped it suddenly. The game begins, end of this chapter. Chapter 277. I have released my martial spirit. Do you still want to fight? As Douluo finished speaking, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Ming on the competition stage. He defeated 6 people from Shrek Academy without releasing his martial spirit. What would this guy's martial spirit be? What level will his soul ring and soul power be? Everyone was looking forward to it. They even held their breath and their eyes widened. In the square with more than 200,000 people, you could hear a pin drop at this moment. Although Yu King Wu also focused on Jiang Ming, he also activated his martial spirit instantly. The tyrannical aura of the 58th level Soul King burst out, and his handsome face made even more powerful by the 5 soul rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple and 1 black. However, when he released his martial spirit, he was stunned. Jiang Ming's martial soul was released, and his soul ring also came out. However, this was the moment the game started. Jiang Ming kept his promise and released his martial spirit. Taking one step forward, 100,000-year soul ring appeared. A strong light aura enveloped the entire competition stage, and the entire competition stage seemed to become a little brighter, soft and warm. The second step was taken, and there was another 100,000-year soul ring. This time, it is enveloped by the aura of darkness, as if falling into an abyss. The darkness triggers endless fear, making people want to struggle to escape. The third step is another 100,000-year soul ring. As this 100,000-year soul ring rose, the temperature of the entire competition stage dropped. Even the heavenly evil Douluo couldn't help but shudder, and snowflakes even began to fall between the sky and the earth. The fourth step, the blood-red 100,000-year-old soul ring. But this time, a strong vitality emerged, and the strong breath of life escaped, like a gift from the goddess of life, bringing endless blessings of life, making Yu King Wu and Xianxia on the competition stage. Douluo felt extremely comfortable. The fifth step, 100,000 years, red. The temperature suddenly rose. Xianxia, Douluo and Yu King Wu, who had been enjoying themselves just now, felt that the air suddenly became hotter and even the light was distorted. Taking the sixth step, there is no surprise that it is 100,000 years red. Wind, strong wind. The strong wind without warning swept across the entire competition stage, blowing Yu King Wu and Xianxia Douluo so hard that they could not open their eyes. The wisps of breeze were like pieces of knives, gently blowing on the body. They would not be injured, but they were very uncomfortable. Period. Take the seventh step, red for 100,000 years. The competition platform under his feet seemed to have changed slightly. The hard competition platform made of composite materials was now like plasticine, twisting constantly, like waves on the sea, which almost made Yu King he couldn't stand firm with Xianxia Douluo. After all 7 red soul rings came out, Jiang Ming did not move forward, but stood still. Blood-red soul rings surrounded him, and a terrifying aura filled the entire competition stage. Even the protective shield composed of 108 protective soul guides was constantly trembling at this time. The soul masters who controlled the protective soul guides were all in a cold sweat at this time. The soul power in their bodies was constantly outputting and increasing the output, but they were still unable to stabilize the protective shield. This breath is so terrifying. It's so scary. Huh? The protective shield won't hold up anymore? Then restrain yourself, Jiang Ming seemed to notice that he was swaying and looking like he was about to fall, so he avoided an accident and calmed down the terrifying aura emanating from his body a little. The shaky protective shield finally stabilized. At least it seemed a little safer than before, and the audience was no longer so panicked. But although Jiang Ming restrained himself, in fact, the terrifying atmosphere on the competition stage has not weakened at all. Level 58 Soul King Yu King, the leader of Shrek Academy, seemed to be frozen at this time, with his feet rooted to the ground, unable to move at all. On the other side, Xianxia Douluo Wang Jingsu has released his martial spirit. 2 yellow, 2 purple and 5 black, 9 ring title Douluo. Under the terrifying pressure of Jiang Ming's 700,000-year soul rings, even title Douluo was not immune. This is definitely a real 100,000-year soul ring. Xiansha Daluo Wang Jingsu does not have a 100,000-year soul ring, but this does not mean that he has never seen it. There are very few soul masters on the mainland who have 100,000-year-old soul rings, but it is not impossible. He had once seen a title Daluo with a 100,000-year soul ring, but the aura of the 100,000-year soul ring possessed by that title Daluo, Xiansha Daluo felt, was not as good as the 700,000-year soul rings on Jiang Ming's body. Any of the soul rings. Another 100,000 years. Another 700,000-year soul rings. What on earth does Shrek Academy want to do? The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire could no longer calm down. He was so confused he stood up immediately. He looked at Jiang Ming on the competition stage, his eyes fixed on him, as if he wanted to see through Jiang Ming completely. Your Majesty, this aura, why do I feel that it is completely different from the aura of the 100,000-year-old soul ring of the reserve member of Shrek Academy? Yes, Senior Xiansha Daluo looks like he is facing a formidable enemy. Is this true? The ministers said something to each other, but the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire didn't seem to listen. The same thing happened, his eyes still staring at the competition stage. Like him, there were everyone from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and other participating academies. Another 700,000-year soul rings. This must be fake. Xiao Hongchen's pupils trembled, and he stared at the 7 bloody ones on Jiang Ming's body. The red soul ring was clenched tightly in the palm of the hand, with such force that even the slender fingers made a crisp sound. No, this may be true, Ma. Lao's eyes were also looking at the competition stage unblinkingly. He saw more than others. When Jiang Ming released 700,000-year soul rings, a strange phenomenon appeared on the competition stage. Light, darkness, ice, life, fire, wind, earth, every change is so clear that it is impossible to fake it. If Hou Yuheo's 700,000-year soul rings were considered to be a bluff, then Jiang Ming's 700,000-year soul rings are truly credible. Moreover, the soul ring can be faked, but the strength and pressure cannot be faked. Especially the referee standing on the competition stage, he is a genuine title Daluo. Look at the solemn face of the title Daluo on the competition stage. All 9 soul rings are displayed. Even title Daluo felt a strong crisis. If it was a fake soul ring, how could it be possible? And if these 700,000-year soul rings are true, then it makes sense. A soul master, even if he only has the cultivation level of a 7-ring soul saint, but with 700,000-year soul rings, he still has the strength to go head-to-head with a title Daluo. 100,000-year soul ring, the thing that all soul masters dream of, really has the ability to let a soul saint and a title Daluo go head-to-head. On the competition stage, Jiang Ming stood quietly, looking at Yu Wuking with a sunny smile on his lips. Yu King, I have released my martial spirit, do you still want to fight me? Chapter 278 200,000 spectators panicked, this is not coming for us, is it? Hearing Jiang Ming's words, Yu Wuking swallowed subconsciously. Yes, he is still competing now, and he still has to fight Jiang Ming. The opponent has already released his martial spirit. Move. Move quickly. The fighting will in Yu Wuking's heart kept reminding him to move quickly. But with that kind of terrifying pressure, there is no way, really no way. My legs felt as if they were filled with lead, extremely heavy. Seeing this, Jiang Ming blinked and seemed to understand something. He slowly stretched out his hand and lightly snapped his fingers. The terrifying pressure brought by the 700,000-year soul rings on the competition stage slowly dissipated. The depressing, terrifying, and powerful aura finally disappeared from the competition stage. Yu King Wu and Xiansha Daluo disappeared on the competition stage. You should be able to move now, come on, Jiang Ming said with a smile, extending his hand to signal Yu Wuking to take action first. Hearing this, Xiansha Daluo glanced at Yu Wuking with some pity. Facing Jiang Ming, who has 700,000-year soul rings, even he, a title Daluo, may not be sure of winning. Yu Wuking, the 58th level Soul King, is too far behind. Got it. Okay, when his body was able to move, Yu Wuking nodded slowly. The other party can immobilize him with just one release of his martial spirit. It is completely impossible to win. He even has no guarantee that he can sustain a move in front of this terrifying guy. However, as the captain of Xiangshan Academy, how could he admit defeat when his teammates in front were outnumbered? Even if you know it is a failure, you must use all your strength and fight. This is what the guy named Ming Jiang from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy said. I know I can't be your opponent, but I will not admit defeat. There is only one move, and I will show all my strength, Yi Wuking said slowly. Immediately, the first, third, fourth, and fifth soul rings on his body all shined. The first soul skill, Leaf Blade, the third soul skill, Leaf Formation, the fourth soul skill, Golden Left Hand, the fifth soul skill, Dance of Golden Leaves. After these four soul rings lit up, Yi Wuking's whole aura changed. Golden's left hand slowly raised, his palm facing the sky, as if he wanted to scratch the sky. On the dark fifth soul ring, dots of golden light shone, and fine golden light spots quickly floated out and spread around his body, forming a golden light curtain. Immediately afterwards, the golden light spot quickly grew in size, and actually turned into pieces of slightly smaller, but extremely terrifying number of golden leaves. When the third soul ring lit up, there were only a few dozen golden leaves in the leaf array. When the fifth soul ring lights up, it turns into hundreds or even thousands of golden leaves. With his body as the center, it rotated sharply. The entire competition stage suddenly shone with a golden light. Whether it is the power of the soul skill or the magnificent sight of thousands of golden leaves dancing in the air, it is the best that your kicking can do. This blow is indeed his strongest strength. Well, it's interesting. This can already threaten the lives of ordinary soul emperors. Jiang Ming carefully looked at the terrifying aura emanating from the thousands of golden leaves and nodded slightly. Sure enough, you cannot underestimate the heroes of the world. In addition to Shrek Academy, there are also extremely powerful geniuses in other academies. In fact, Jiang Ming felt that if this Yi kicking was in Shrek Academy, he would have cultivated to the Soul Emperor level by now. Ha! Yi King shouted deeply. His whole body was sublimated to the extreme. His spirit, energy and spirit were integrated into one, and thousands of golden leaves shrouded Jiang Ming under his control. Seeing this, Jiang Ming thought about it and made a decision. Field, wind and wind. I saw that Jiang Ming's short black hair suddenly grew longer, and the long hair grew directly to his waist, and the color also turned into a dazzling cyan. The next moment, the competition stage was swept by endless strong winds. What is the concept of a Category 12 hurricane suddenly appearing on a competition stage of only a few hundred square meters? Yi Wuking's strongest attack, the thousands of golden leaves with extremely strong attack power, were swept up into the sky by the hurricane almost instantly. The endless wind blades are raging crazily on the competition stage and in the space inside the protective shield. The terrifying atmosphere is suffocating, and there is no hope of resistance at all. Don't run around behind me. Almost at the moment Jiang Ming released his soul skill, Shyensha Daluo appeared in front of Yi Wuking. Without any hesitation, Shyensha Daluo concluded that once Jiang Ming uses his soul skills, Yi Wuking will be 100% unstoppable. This is not a matter of looking down on people, this is a fact. Horrible fact. And the reality was just as he imagined, just a soul skill made him, a title Daluo, ready to be ready. Shyensha Daluo's eyes were solemn, with deep power in his eyes. Domain soul skills. It turned out to be a domain soul skill. You must know that soul skills in this field may not be obtainable even if one has 100,000-year soul ring. Shyensha Lone Star, Shyensha Daluo shouted deeply, and in the distant sky, a starlight fell down and entered Shyensha Daluo's body. In an instant, Shyensha Daluo's aura suddenly surged. Disperse. The strength of approaching Super Daluo forcibly broke through the incoming wind blade. Starlight appeared all over the body of Shyensha Daluo, and each starlight rose into the sky, entering the collapse. Inside the protective shield with a hole in it. Give me all your strength, Shyensha Daluo roared, and the 108 soul masters who controlled the protective shield immediately poured all their soul power into the body in front of them. In the pillar. With the combined efforts of both parties, the protective shield that had turned into a spider web slowly stabilized. The cracks slowly disappeared, but the entire protective shield was still shaky, like a thatched house swaying in the wind, about to collapse in the blink of an eye. The audience was shocked. In the first 6 games, I couldn't see how awesome Jiang Ming was, and I didn't see any shocking scenes. In the end, this is the last scene. Are you here? Is this protective shield going to be broken? It should happen, right? There are so many soul masters supporting this protective shield. What if it breaks? Will we die? It's over. This is not coming for us. The 200,000 viewers were panicked. Exclamation mark. The teachers from participating colleges subconsciously protected their own players. But to be honest, they themselves have no confidence that once the protective shield is broken, whether they can withstand this terrifying power. Teacher, we won't have to compete with opponents like this in the future, right? In the waiting area, a female player from a middle-ranking participating college was trembling, her eyes full of fear. The corners of the teacher's mouth twitched crazily when he was called, and he didn't know how to answer. Play against such an opponent? Really, I think so highly of them. Not to mention these players, even if their dean, that contra-level powerhouse, is moved out, he may not be qualified. Ahem, 2 updates, this is 2 updates. Chapter 279 The Frustrated Jiang Douluo. Conversations like this are not limited to this academy. Every contestant who saw Jiang Ming's power couldn't help but ask his team leader. Do you really want to compete with such a scary guy? What is the difference between this and seeking death? Everyone's eyes were filled with fear, and the fighting spirit in their hearts inspired by Ming Jiang's words was instantly wiped out. The opponent is strong, and they still have the confidence to give it their all. The opponent is so strong, even terrifying, what can they do to fight? We are not so strong-willed. On the competition stage, Jiang Ming glanced at the protective shield maintenance personnel whose foreheads were about to burst with veins, as well as his opponent Jiang Ming who was shivering in the hurricane. He felt a little bored. Now that he is powerful, no one among his peers can fight with him. He is said to be invincible, but he is also quite lonely. Jiang Ming sighed slightly in his heart. Unknowingly, he had come so far. Forget it, this game is not interesting. Before Jiang Ming finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. Jiang Ming seems to have not given up yet. Moreover, Jiang Douluo didn't seem to announce the end of the game. This gave Jiang Ming some hesitation. If he stopped and left now, wouldn't he lose? This is not possible. The martial arts have been released, and they even use the domain-type wind skill. If they lose because of this, then the problem is somewhat ridiculous. How about Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Douluo. Jiang Ming refused to admit defeat. If he continued to attack, the chance of killing someone would be higher. But if it's a heavenly evil Douluo, maybe he can take it 2 more times. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up. Yes, Jiang Douluo is the referee. He didn't say the game was over. He had to resist every attack Jiang Ming made at Jiang Ming. In this way, he did not violate the rules of the game, and he could still compete with the title Douluo. Well, that's good. However, in order to prevent Jiang Ming from admitting defeat, Jiang Ming still made a small move. Turn on the ban, Jiang Ming chuckled. Jiang Ming, who was protected by the heavenly evil Douluo, felt that there would always be a strong wind blowing around his mouth. When he opened his mouth, wow, I can't speak clearly at all. The power of King Kong, Jiang Ming maintained the hurricane in the field, but mobilized the strength of his body, and the energy and blood in his body surged. The golden red light almost rendered him like a golden man, and even his hair turned into a majestic golden color. The next moment, Jiang Ming rushed directly in front of Jiang Douluo and blasted out with all his strength. With Jiang Ming's current strength, without multiple combinations and various soul skill enhancements, his physical strength is a little worse than title Douluo, and can only be regarded as below title Douluo. The first person. But if the power of King Kong is used, hey, that's almost it. Boom. The power of this punch directly caused an explosion in the space, and the terrifying aura instantly made Jiang Douluo's scalp numb. What are you doing? Everyone in Jiang Douluo is confused. Even if they are like this, you still fight? Moreover, if you don't beat your opponent in this match, why are you beating me, the referee? Exclamation mark. Jiang Ming didn't say anything. He didn't want to remind Jiang Douluo that the competition was not over yet. He still wanted to defeat this powerful man who was comparable to Super Douluo by 2 more moves. As for hitting the referee, did I hit the referee? I am obviously competing. Jiang Ming didn't admit defeat, and the referee didn't say the game was over. So if I beat Jiang Ming, is there any problem? No problem. As for why he hit you, the referee who asked you to stand in front of him? Jiang Douluo didn't have time to think too much. The star power in his hand flashed, and several soul rings on his body lit up. The aura of the title Douluo was undoubtedly revealed. Boom. Jiang Ming's attack fell, and violent fluctuations swept the entire competition stage in an instant. This is just a competition stage of a few hundred square meters. How can it withstand the battle of a powerful tidal Douluo level? When the competition stage was originally designed, who would have thought that a battle of this level would appear on the competition stage? Xianxia Douluo is a tidal Douluo after all, and among tidal Douluo, he is one of the top ones below the super Douluo. He easily caught Jiang Ming's punch. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Ming's eyes became brighter and brighter. One punch. Another punch. Punch wildly. It had been a long time since he had fought so freely. The blood in his body became even more boiling after passing through the golden heart, full of fighting spirit. As for Xianxia Douluo, while enduring Jiang Ming's terrifying power attack, he also had to concentrate on defusing the hurricane on the competition stage and taking care of the crumbling protective shield. That's really more troublesome than an old lady. 3 preoccupations made his scalp numb, and he was even a little confused. So much so that he has forgotten now that he has not announced the end of the game yet. Xianxia Douluo was miserable, and Yi Wuking was not much better. In a fight between tidal Douluo level experts, how could he, a mere 58th level Soul King, be able to stand by? Just the violent energy fluctuations generated by the fight almost knocked him away. Coupled with the hurricane on the competition stage, although Xianxia Douluo stood in front of him and resolved most of it, the small part that bypassed, plus the aftermath of the fight between Jiang Ming and Xianxia Douluo, it was enough to defeat his last persistence. Yi King has gone to heaven. This was something he could only do after becoming the 7-ring Soul Saint, and now he has done it. And it takes no effort at all. It's just that the posture of God is somewhat funny. Furthermore, even if he went to the sky, Yi Wuking was blown around by the strong wind, but he did not fall off the competition platform. Would you say it's magical? Exclamation mark. Of course, apart from the initial release of the domain soul skills, the power of the hurricane began to decline rapidly. Otherwise, without the protection of the heavenly evil Douluo, Yi King Wu, who was swept up into the sky, would have turned into a bloody storm. What are you going to do? Seeing that the power of the hurricane weakened, Xianxia Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. But seeing Jiang Ming come up and punch him again, he was really angry. You are strong. You are strong. But I, the tidal Douluo, don't want to lose face. Xianxia Douluo's soul power surged and he wanted to fight back. But suddenly, he remembered that he was the referee. The referee cannot touch the contestants. Frustrated. It's so frustrating. Ever since he became a tidal Douluo, he has never been so aggrieved. No, after remembering his identity as a referee, Xianxia Douluo also instantly came back to his senses. It seems that he hasn't announced the end of the game yet. Yi King, who is flying in the sky, seems to have not given up yet. Damn. The game is over. The game is over. Shrek Academy wins, Xianxia Douluo shouted quickly. He had seen Jiang Ming gathering strength again, and the power of this punch would probably be even greater than before. Hearing this, Jiang Ming stiffened and felt a little unwilling, but he still dispersed the powerful strength gathered in his body. Oh, let me finish this punch at least. I was ready to go, and it would be very uncomfortable for you to interrupt me. Chapter 280 Jiang Ming, you and I are irreconcilable. Looking at Jiang Ming's unfinished expression, the people of Xianxia Douluo felt numb. Fortunately, he announced the end of the game quickly. Otherwise I will get punched again. Really, is it so difficult for a tidal Douluo to be a match referee these days? Exclamation mark. Is there any royal law for this? Exclamation mark. Forget it. Xianxia Douluo wanted to say something else, but when the words came to his lips, he just said forget it. What else can we do if we forget about it? He just remembered now that Jiang Ming didn't even violate the rules of the competition. Who made Yi King not to admit defeat? Who told him not to announce the end of the game? The game is over, don't take any more chances, Xianxia Douluo warned Jiang Ming while catching Yi King, who fell because the hurricane stopped. Sent back to Xiangshan College. This kid, it's true, when he saw Jiang Ming's terrifying momentum at the beginning, he just had to admit defeat. He had to be a stubborn one. He was tortured so much that he and the 108 soul masters outside who were responsible for protecting the soul guide almost died of exhaustion. After confirming that there would not be any attacks that threatened the audience on the competition stage, the 108 soul masters outside who were responsible for operating the protective shield carefully opened the protective shield under the command of the Prime Minister of the city wall. Yes, be careful. That's because I'm afraid something might happen inside. There are 200,000 spectators outside. And most of them are not soul masters. If something unexpected happened, the casualties would be incalculable. But fortunately, what worried them did not happen. After the protective shield was lifted, there were no other accidents except that the competition stage was a little messy. Seeing this, everyone in the official Douluo Empire breathed a sigh of relief. The audience reacted with unprecedented cheers. Jiang Ming! Jiang Ming! Jiang Ming! Shrek! 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 Jiang Ming! Jiang Ming! Jiang Ming! Shrek! Shrek! Everyone was shouting for Jiang Ming and Shrek, as if they had completely forgotten the thrill of almost dying just now. In other words, it is precisely because of the thrilling experience just now that they want to release all the suppressed emotions in their hearts at this moment. Too strong on horseback. Did you see that Jiang Ming almost effortlessly? All 7 people from Shrek Academy have been solved. What is this? Didn't you see? He just fought several rounds with a referee. The referee is a 9-ring title Douluo. That is the protector of our Douluo Empire. Luo? Yes, I heard that the strength of senior Shyensha Douluo is not inferior to that of ordinary Super Douluo. Is it possible that Jiang Ming can fight against senior Shyensha Douluo? He already has Super Douluo, 700,000-year soul rings. Those 700,000-year soul rings must be real. Indeed, compared with the previous 700,000-year soul rings of the boy from Shrek Academy's reserve team, this Jiang Ming's 100,000-year soul ring must be real. I'm uneducated. I don't know what to say. Damn it. You guys have already said it, so I can only say one thing. Damn it. Fuck. Mr. Zhuan was sitting in the audience, listening to the FCK sounds in his ears, with a somewhat weird expression on his face. In desperation, Mr. Zhuan picked up the chicken legs in one hand and the milk tea in the other, showing the true nature of Teodi Douluo. Compared with the extremely excited audience, the contestants from other colleges in the waiting area watched Jiang Ming get down from the competition stage little by little and gradually approach them. Even the contestants leading the team couldn't help but moved his steps. After the competition just now, even if Jiang Ming has put away his soul ring now, even if he looks sunny, handsome and harmless, they are still a little scared. When Jiang Ming walked back to the area where Shrek Academy was located, people from other participating academies had already retreated several meters, forming an extremely obvious separation zone from everyone in Shrek Academy. Even everyone from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy is the same. 700,000-year soul rings, competing against Shyensha Douluo. This is too scary. Especially because they have conflicts with Jiang Ming. If Jiang Ming suddenly gets angry and attacks them, even if Ma Lao is a Contra and an 8th level soul master, he probably won't be able to stop him. You look scared. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the people of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy a few meters away with a smile. No one in the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy responded, and Mr. Ma stared at Jiang Ming nervously, fearing that he would do something irrational. Don't worry, I'm not a fool, I won't do anything, Jiang Ming said with a chuckle. Oh, by the way, when you go back, tell my innocent brother, tell him what happened today, so that he will not always think about surpassing me. In the next 300 years, I have no opponent in the entire Douluo continent. Unless he can reach the 10th level Soul Master. But I remember that your Sun and Moon Empire still doesn't have a 10th level Soul Master. After speaking, Jiang Ming said directly. He put his arms around Zhang Lexuan's slender waist and left under the eyes of everyone with excitement, fear, or, etc. There is still a game later, but it can no longer attract everyone's attention. Even if the Soul King and Soul Emperor appear, so what? After watching the nuclear bomb explosion and then watching the firecrackers, it was a bit boring. Only the 108 Soul Masters who maintained the protective shield seemed to be freed. On the way back to the Star Emperor Hotel, everyone in Shrek Academy, including the regular members, looked at Jiang Ming with admiration. They always knew that Jiang Ming was very strong. The kind that is so strong that it explodes. After all, Jiang Ming was able to pick them all by himself a long time ago. But being strong enough to fight against Shyensha Douluo is still beyond their imagination. That is a title Douluo. This is not an ordinary title Douluo. It is a title Douluo that can rival a Super Douluo. Wang Yan has not recovered yet. He has heard various legends about Jiang Ming and Shrek. He thought it was bragging before, but now, he just wants to say, your news is so out of date. Even Zhang Lexuan on the side had a cautious look in her beautiful eyes. Among all the people, only Hou Yuhao can still maintain a little bit of sanity. After all, he had known for a long time that Jiang Ming's strength was terrifying. Being able to stab the Ice Emperor, who has a cultivation level of 400,000 years, is more valuable than fighting against the heavenly evil Douluo. You know, the heavenly evil Douluo can only be abused in front of the Ice Emperor. In the square, after today's game ended, everyone left the field with unfulfilled satisfaction. Everyone is still savoring Jiang Ming's game. It's really an endless aftertaste. When everyone from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy returned to the Star Emperor Hotel and told Ming Jiang about Jiang Ming's performance today, an almost hysterical roar rang out from the room. Jiang Ming, you and I are irreconcilable. Thank you all for your support, but more updates. My cylindrical life pillar supporting intelligent creation is a bit painful. Everyone can understand it. Chapter 281 Acting, titled Douluo Seeking Death. Jiang Ming, you and I are sworn in. In the room, Ming Jiang's eyes were red, like a gambler who is desperate to lose, and his crazy eyes are scary. Period. Poof, a mouthful of hot blood was spat out from the mouth of the Ming River. The blood mist dispersed in the air, and a fishy sweet smell filled the air. Ming Jiang himself, unable to stand still, fell onto the sofa. Brother Ming Jiang, Meng Hongchen screamed and hurriedly ran to Ming Jiang, looking at Ming Jiang's pale face and the blood on the corners of his mouth in panic. Ming Jiang, although Xiao Hongchen hated Ming Jiang, he was too familiar with this feeling of being suppressed. He, an outsider, was so suppressed by Jiang Ming that he couldn't breathe, not to mention that Ming Jiang was personally beaten and ridiculed by his elder brother Jiang Ming, and even his age was lied to him, so that he lost the chance to participate in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition. If it were him, he would probably vomit blood and a few more tails. Ma Lao frowned, stretched out his hand and took Ming Jiang's wrist, and a trace of soul power entered Ming Jiang's body. The blood attacks the heart. It's nothing serious, I just need to rest. But why is this kid's energy and blood so strong? After seeing Ming Jiang's situation, Mr. Ma's frown relaxed a little. But the attack of qi and blood on the heart is not a trivial matter. Ma, I know my own situation well. It's okay, Ming Jiang gasped for air and looked up at the ceiling, a trace of despair flashing in his eyes. My good big brother, it's so miserable for him to hide it from me. As he said this, a sarcastic smile flashed across his lips. Awakening the martial spirit at the age of 5. Awakening the martial spirit at the age of 5. Ever since I suffered a serious illness when I was 6 years old, you have never told me about this. The competition is approaching. Don't even say it, brother, kissed me. Ming Jiang's voice was filled with resentment and deep despair. Alice in the room, everyone at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy could feel the sadness and pain in Ming Jiang's words. After all, he was his biological eldest brother. It was so uncomfortable that the person he was closest to treated him like this. At least they feel that if it were them, the current performance would not be any better than Ming Jiang. Closing his eyes to relax, Ming Jiang suddenly stood up from the sofa and staggered towards the door of the conference room. Brother Ming Jiang, you? Ming Jiang shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, I want to be alone for a while. What's important next? If so, just knock on my door. After saying that, Ming Jiang left directly. Moreover, from the moment he walked out of the conference room to his own room, Ming Jiang's entire state was extremely decadent. Even in such a short journey, Ming Jiang even supported the wall a few times. Isn't your acting skills a little too exaggerated? Xiao Jiao held the melon seeds transformed by his mental power in his hand and made comments like a professional judge. I think it's okay. This emotion and this plot are so touching. Wrong. Wrong on the side was wiping tears, obviously being tortured by the plot. The brothers turned against each other and the younger brother was miserable. This is so heartbreaking. 10 points. Must be 10. Well, the master's performance is great, Meng Bing on the side also sincerely praised the master. Well, it's really good. The wave of vomiting blood just now was so emotional. Yes, I almost had to treat the master. The elves were also talking about it, as if they were watching a movie. In fact, this is not much different from watching a movie. Illusion in reality is just like a movie. Okay, if we continue, are you guys going to award me an Oscar? Ming Jiang closed the door and couldn't help but roll his eyes. But should I say it? The scene just now was indeed quite tense. Even, in order to make them believe deeply, he also used a little spiritual guidance to make it easier for them to empathize. Well, it's very professional. Oscar? Isn't that a character in the novel you wrote, Master? One of the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, who eventually became the god of cookery. Why should you award it to him, Ming? Bing blinking his big eyes, he asked with some confusion. She is a loyal fan of Jiang Ming's novels. She has read all the Douluo written by Jiang Ming before. This. Even if you tell me, you don't understand, Ming Jiang thought for a while, but still didn't plan to explain this to Meng Bing. Then Master, what are you going to do next? The Master didn't say anything, and Meng Bing didn't ask more questions, but asked about the Master's next plan. After all, if Jiang Ming wants to compete, she must play Ming Jiang. Well, next, of course, let the conflict escalate a bit, so that we can complete the heroic ending later. Ming Jiang stood in the room, looking at the scenery outside the Star Emperor Hotel, with a slight smile on his lips. After letting Meng Bing stay in the room at the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and locking it, Jiang Ming returned to Shrek Academy. He will participate in all the next few games. Build momentum. Then, when it comes to the finals, Ming Jiang becomes someone they truly trust in one fell swoop. However, before that, Jiang Ming needed to solve a problem. I said, as a titled Douluo, you also have a hobby of breaking and entering houses. The person who came was an old man, not tall, that is, of medium height, very thin, but in good spirits. On the surface, he looks to be in his 60s, with short brown-black hair. Jiang Ming could clearly feel that there was a hint of hidden greed in the way this guy looked at him. An old man looked greedily at a handsome man. To be honest, Jiang Ming already wants to hit someone. Of course, Jiang Ming also knew that this guy probably had some special hobby, otherwise his eyes would be a little lewd. 100,000-year-old soul beast can be transformed into a human being. The old man had a smile on his face. Huh? What are you talking about? Jiang Ming frowned. How come he doesn't know that he is a 100,000-year-old soul beast who has rebuilt himself into an adult? You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me, the old man snorted and said, when I saw you in the hotel before, I felt the aura of a spirit beast on your body. If I hadn't been so sensitive, I would have fooled you. Hearing this, Jiang Ming understood. This guy saw Meng Bing transform into himself. Indeed, in front of the titled Douluo, even if Meng Bing has more than 100,000 years of cultivation, it is difficult to completely cover it up. So that's it. That's going to disappoint you. I'm not a soul beast and a human being. How about you come and test me, Jiang? Ming graciously agreed. Detection of the elderly. Then impossible. I could clearly feel the strong spirit beast aura on you when I saw you before. Why, Jiang? Ming did not reply, but his eyes gradually became colder. Period. Senior titled Douluo, you have finished the test now, so it's my turn. As he said that, Jiang Ming took a step forward, with a slightly cold look in his eyes. What are you going to do, Cheng? Gang's eyes narrowed. As the protector Douluo of the Star Luo Empire, he has always been arrogant. What are you doing? If I wasn't a player from Shrek Academy, you should have captured me by now, right? I won't embarrass you. Let's go and have a fight outside Xingluo City. Chapter 282. He's finished fighting, but I haven't started yet. Cheng Gang did not expect that a mere 20-year-old soul master would dare to say that he wanted to fight with him. What is his identity and what is his strength? You are only 20 years old, but you actually want to have a fight with him and this titled Douluo. However, Cheng Gang ignored one thing. Today, he did not go to watch Jiang Ming's game. Naturally, he doesn't know the true strength of Jiang Ming, who just appeared today. Are you coming? If not, I will take action directly here. When the Star Emperor Hotel is gone, your Star Luo Empire, don't blame me, Jiang. Ming's eyes narrowed. Said in a deep voice. Huh? Just you? Cheng Gang snorted coldly, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire room. However, this coercion was extremely well controlled. It only existed in this small room and did not affect other places. Use the pressure of the titled Douluo to suppress me? Haha, think too much, eh? Golden light flashed in Jiang Ming's eyes, and the titled Douluo's power filled the whole room. The pressure did not have much impact on him. Huh? Boy, you have something, giant Douluo. Cheng Gang frowned. Even the Soul Saint could not maintain this posture under the pressure of his titled Douluo. He subconsciously reached out to grab Jiang Ming, but what he received was Jiang Ming's fist. As a purely strength-type title Douluo, Jiang Douluo is naturally extremely sensitive to power. It was precisely because of this that he was surprised by Jiang Ming's punch. One punch actually made him feel a little pressure. Giant strength Douluo Chengyang stretched out his hand and took the fist with his palm. Boom! A terrifying wave of air erupted from the palm of his fist, directly flying away all the objects in the room. The down quilt on the bed exploded, and a sky full of high-quality soul beast down slowly fell in the room, looking like snow. Your power is very good, Jiang Douluo said seriously. He is a martial arts fanatic with a very straightforward temperament, and he has a lot to say. Then see you outside Xingluo City. With that said, Jiang Ming walked out of the room. Jiang Douluo narrowed his eyes and disappeared into the room simultaneously. Outside Xingluo City, there is a wasteland. In order not to attract the attention of the powerful people in Xingluo City, Jiang Ming deliberately chose a good place. I am very curious, you are a 20-year-old soul master, what gave you the courage to challenge me? At the moment Jiang Ming arrived in the wasteland, Jiang Douluo also appeared at the same time. Although he is a pure strength-type title Douluo, his speed is not much different. Who gave me the courage? Liang Jingru, Jiang Ming replied subconsciously. Liang Jingru? Who is Liang Jingru? July. Douluo Chengyang frowned slightly. He had never heard of a title Douluo with this name. You don't need to worry about who she is, you should worry about yourself first. After saying that, Jiang Ming took action directly without any moral ethics. Another punch. The power is more terrifying than in the Star Emperor Hotel. Humph, this little strength is not enough, Chengyang snorted coldly. The power of Jiang Ming's punch would be terrifying enough if it had a soul saint or even a soul Douluo. But in front of him, a pure strength-type title Douluo, this was not enough. He stretched out his hand and simply made a fist to strike, knocking Jiang Ming away. A title Douluo who is good at strength, Jiang Ming murmured, but his eyes became brighter and brighter. A powerful title Douluo, this is even better. Open, Jiang Ming's eyes condensed, and the 6 soul rings on his body lit up. 1 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black and 2 red. The soul ring ratio seemed a bit ridiculous, but now it actually appeared in front of the giant Douluo Chengyang. 100,000-year soul ring. Or 2, Jiang Douluo's eyes widened. As a title Douluo whose soul ring ratio is not the best, he even has no soul bones in his body because he is arrogant and looks down on low-level soul bones. His desire for a 100,000-year soul ring is extremely strong. And now, in front of him, a 20-year-old soul master actually had 200,000-year soul rings. Why is this person riding a horse? Exclamation mark. The title Douluo, don't even have a 100,000-year soul ring, you are a soul emperor, too? In an instant, extreme jealousy and greed swallowed up Jiang Douluo's reasonably rational heart. There was only one thought in his mind at this moment. This kid has 200,000-year soul rings, so he must have 200,000-year soul bones in his body. 100,000-year soul bone. 100,000-year soul bone. At this moment, giant Douluo Chengyang even forgot that Jiang Ming was from Shrek Academy. Compared to 100,000-year soul bone, even if it offends Shrek Academy, it is worth it. The big deal is, after killing people and taking bones, he will just walk around Shrek Academy from now on. Looking at you like that, do you want to kill me and dig out my soul bones? Jiang Ming instantly saw Jiang Douluo's thoughts. Indeed, who wouldn't be greedy for something like a 100,000-year soul bone? Even a title Douluo is no exception. Boy, you shouldn't leave Starluo City, you are asking for death. Giant power Douluo Chengyang said as the 9 soul rings under his feet slowly rose. 2 yellow, 3 purple and 4 black. How can I put it, compared to Jiang Ming's soul ring configuration, it is really a bit rubbish. Looking for death? Haha, then you have to be able to beat me. Jiang Ming chuckled lightly, and several soul rings on his body lit up. Heart shock, golden blood, the power of King Kong, the indestructible body of King Kong, heart of gold awakening skill, golden combat body. In an instant, the aura on Jiang Ming's body a sudden surge. With a configuration of 6 rings, the soul power of more than 70 levels instantly broke through to more than 80 levels. And when all the increases were superimposed, the aura on Jiang Ming's body could actually compete with the terrifying aura exuded by the giant Douluo. What? The Jiang Douluo people were dumbfounded. A six-ringed man instantly burst out with the same aura as him. Even if he had 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, this was what nonsense. Jiang Ming took this opportunity to launch chasing the wind. In an instant, Jiang Ming's fist was in front of Chang'ang. Douluo is not good at speed, but after Jiang Ming turned on wind chasing, his speed was already faster than that of a normal title Douluo. In addition, Chang'ang was startled by Jiang Ming's sudden surge of aura, and this punch was completely can't avoid it. Bang! Punch, hard on the face. Shame. Douluo finally came to his senses and wanted to fight back and get back the dignity that belonged to the title Douluo. But it's a pity that Jiang Ming didn't give him a chance to fight back. Triple fusion, Xia, Guang, Xiao Dark, Xiao Wang, the three elves directly merged. Jiang Ming's aura has reached the terrifying Super Douluo level. Fuck me, the strength that Douluo was about to resist was directly suppressed, and he was pushed to the ground and beaten. Fortunately, Jiang Ming's beating did not last too long. After all, the time for soul skills to increase is limited, and the burden caused by the triple combination is also quite large. Senior title Douluo, remember to keep your eyes open in the future. If you are too impulsive, you will be beaten. After saying that, taking advantage of the last bit of time to increase the soul skill, Jiang Ming looked towards the star. Fly into Luo City. As for giant Douluo Chang'ang, he was lying on the ground, his nose and face were bruised and swollen after being beaten. If it weren't for the clear pain in his body, he even felt like he was having a nightmare. He was tortured by a sixth ring. Tile Douluo was tortured by a soul emperor. What a world. It took a full minute for Douluo to accept this terrifying fact. Then, just as he stood up and returned to Luo City without any care, an old voice suddenly sounded in his ears. He's finished fighting, but I haven't started yet. Today I really added 400 words. End of this chapter. Chapter 283 missed it. Chang'ang once thought that after becoming a title Douluo, there would be few people or things in the world that could make him embarrassed. After all, title Douluo is the pinnacle of soul masters in the entire Douluo continent. But now, he knows he was hasty. Being beaten twice in just one day made this title Douluo understand a profound truth. As a human being, you still have to keep a low profile. Otherwise you don't know what terrifying strong men you will face. A monster who can burst out with Super Douluo power at the age of 20 can hold him, an old monster with the title of Douluo, in one hand. What to do? Exclamation mark. Is title Douluo so easy to bully? Exclamation mark. Yes, he is so easy to bully. Xianxia Douluo was bullied even when he was a referee. Is it reasonable for you, Douluo, to take the initiative and not be bullied? Obviously unreasonable. So, Douluo, who had just come out of seclusion not long ago, chose to go into seclusion again. The outside world is too dangerous. How should I put it? He looked at anyone on the roadside now, and he looked like he could beat him violently when he stepped on his horse. Jiang Ming didn't know that after he beat Douluo violently, Douluo was beaten violently by Mr. Xuan again. Even if he knew, he wouldn't say anything. After all, this Douluo is indeed a bit stupid, he should learn more lessons. Where did you go? Back in the hotel room, Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming, who looked refreshed, as if he had gone out for a major healthcare trip, with a dangerous light in his beautiful eyes. Jiang Ming's expression usually appears after he has been rubbing on her chest for a long time and taking advantage of her. And now, with this expression, it is hard not to suspect that he went outside to pick wildflowers. I didn't go anywhere. A title Douluo from the Star Luo Empire wanted my soul bone, so I beat him outside of Star Luo City. Jiang Ming seemed like he didn't see the dangerous light in Zhang Lexun's eyes. As soon as he took off his dusty clothes, he was about to rub into Zhang Lexun's arms. Title Douluo, Jiang Ming said it lightly, but Zhang Lexun's expression changed drastically. Title Douluo, are you okay, Zhang? Lexun grabbed Jiang Ming's arm with some worry and checked it up and down. Oh, Sister Lexun, you still don't know my strength? Didn't I tell you to beat that title Douluo once? It must be fine, as he said that, Jiang Ming stretched out his hand to hug Zhang Lexun. In her arms, she greedily enjoyed the tenderness of the person in her arms. Then sleepiness came over me and I fell asleep. There is still a certain price to pay for beating up a title Douluo. With various soul skills and a triple combination, he is really a little tired. Zhang Lexun hugged Jiang Ming's sleeping body and slowly placed it on the bed. She helped him take off his shoes and covered him with a quilt, while she sat beside him. The two of them actually have two separate rooms. But with a wife here, who would want to stay alone in an empty room? Zhang Lexuan picked up the Douluo storybook written by Jiang Ming, looking forward to the future with Jiang Ming in her heart. When Jiang Ming woke up, it was already night, and Zhang Lexuan was not around. Seeing that Jiang Ming had woken up, Zhang Lexuan said softly, "Get dressed as soon as you wake up. We will go to the top auction at the Starlight Auction House later." Hearing this, Jiang Ming was also a little interested. At top auctions, there are usually extremely precious treasures, and you might be able to find a few useful things. However, Jiang Ming did not get up, but smiled at Zhang Lexuan. "Honey, kiss me and I'll get up." Zhang Lexuan was helpless at Jiang Ming's childish appearance. Okay, get up quickly, I'll go and call them first." After saying that, Zhang Lexuan turned and left. After dinner, everyone changed into ordinary clothes and took invitations from the Starlight Auction House. Under the leadership of Zhang Lexuan, a group of 16 people came to the Starlight Auction House again. To their surprise, the elegant auctioneer was waiting at the door. She was wearing a long black dress and looked even more noble and elegant under the night lights, with a gentle look on her pretty face. Wang Yan and her looked at each other and nodded slightly. "Hello, King Gaia auctioneer. We meet again," King Gaia said with a happy face. "Welcome all distinguished guests." Wang Yan Dao, "How do you know that we will definitely come today?" King Gaia shook her head and said, "I don't know, but my task is to receive all the distinguished guests, whether you are here or not. Come, I will wait here until the auction officially begins. Everyone, please come with King Gaia." Seeing this, Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows at Zhang Lexuan beside him. "Sister Lexuan, do you think teacher Wang Yan and this King Gaia auctioneer will call?" Zhang Lexuan did not answer, just stretched out her hand to hold hands with Jiang Ming, and walked into the auction house. The situation in the auction room is the same as before, and there is no publicity for today's top auction. Led by Qing Yang, they kept walking inward this time and soon passed the venue where they participated in the last auction. Walking to the end, two girls in golden dresses came up to them. After bowing slightly to everyone, they briefly talked to King Gaia. Then one girl turned to the wall, raised her right hand and pressed it on the wall. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared. Water-like light patterns appeared on the wall, and then, layers of light gradually stabilized. The girl pressed her palm on it, and a horizontal light pattern swept from top to bottom, and then with a buzzing sound, the wall slowly opened to both sides, revealing a passage. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming was somewhat emotional. Because he was born in two lives, he always likes to compare things here with things in his previous life. Sometimes, Jiang Ming feels that this place is really backward, with few houses more than 10 meters high. But sometimes, he feels that this place is very advanced. As for the technology of unlocking doors with palm prints, at least he had only heard of it but never used it in his previous life. Unlike the splendor outside, this passage is pure white. It's not cold white, but a special feeling full of soft texture. Whether it is the floor, ceiling or walls, they are all paved with a translucent white jade. There are faint dark patterns under the jade. Although it is unclear what the pattern of the dark patterns is, compared with the patterns in the passage outside, they are obviously sublimated. Soft white light shines from above, below, left and right at the same time, and there are lines formed by light blue halos on both sides of the roof. King Gaia explained softly, "This is the #1 auction hall where we hold top-level auctions. Only the most distinguished guests will be invited to enter here to participate in the bidding. I have also benefited from the honor of all the distinguished guests today, otherwise with my level, I am not qualified to enter here." Wang Yan said calmly, looking at King Gaia's clothes. "It seems that he has been upgraded." King Gaia smiled slightly and said, "That's right. I also want to thank you all. It is precisely because of the soul-eating graves that I have accumulated enough performance to be promoted to the black-level auctioneer." As she spoke, she slowly led the way. Inside, two more girls, only 18 or 19 years old, wearing golden dresses came up to them. During the process of coming in, Wang Yan and King Gaia auctioneer were basically talking, and Jiang Ming felt more and more like they were having fun. However, this is not the point. Not far away, small doors began to appear on both sides. King Gaia finally led them into door number 7. This is a room of about 200 square meters, which is extremely luxuriously decorated and filled with precious wood, jade, and various expensive decorations that you can tell at a glance. The decoration here is full of luxury, but there is a strange feeling that you have to praise the elegance. Room number 7 of the number 1 auction hall of the Starlight Auction House is rectangular. One wall on the long side is completely crystal clear and appears in white. Only that wall has no decoration. The large sofa is made of unknown animal skin. The long white hair is extremely soft. When you sit on it, you feel like you are sinking into it, but it also has good support. The sofa is large enough to accommodate at least 20 people, and a variety of drinks and food are placed on the J table. Jiang Ming didn't look at the drinks. Instead, he picked up a fruit he had never seen before and tasted it. Let Xiaoling get a few plants to keep in our world if they are delicious. If they are not delicious, leave them untouched after eating. While Jiang Ming was eating the fruit, King Gaya auctioneer began to explain the rules of the auction. She gestured to the 2 girls in golden dresses. One of the girls walked up to the smooth wall and pressed it gently. Suddenly, a soft halo of light shone on the entire wall. The light gradually became stronger, and the wall gradually turned into a huge screen. The light guide screen gradually became clearer, showing some patterns on both sides, and an auction stage-like place in the center. The auction table does not look big, but it appears very clear on the light guide screen. Well, screencasting technology. The next step is to wait for the auction to start. While eating fruit, Jiang Ming recommended delicious fruits to Zhang Lexuan. After King Gaya auctioneer explained the rules, he went to meet teacher Wang Yan. Under the ambiguous atmosphere, other people also looked away. Xiao looked at Ek Tao, Su Sanchi looked at Jiang Nanan, and Wang Dong looked at Ho Yuhao. If he hadn't known that this boy was a girl, Jiang Ming would have misunderstood that this boy was gay. Both Ma Xiaotao and Ling Luchen looked at Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexuan. Both pairs of beautiful eyes were a little envious, with a hint of sadness in their hearts. The other singles felt something was wrong in the atmosphere, but they could only endure it silently. Fortunately, the auction will start soon. The entire room is rendered with a layer of gold. Everyone subconsciously turned their attention to the soul guidance screen opposite the sofa. The soft golden light that is not dazzling emanates from the screen, attracting everyone's attention. A faint golden light also emitted from every corner of the room, making the originally warm and comfortable atmosphere suddenly feel more noble. Qingyu said, "Dear distinguished guests, our auction today is about to begin." The golden light on the soul guide screen gradually converged, and a melodious voice sounded, "Welcome all distinguished guests to the top auction at Starlight Auction House today. We will present a total of 9 precious lots to our distinguished guests, which will be displayed to you in order of their value from low to high. Hope you all like it." The soul guidance screen became clear again. The previous platform had been filled with a faint layer of white. In the middle of the platform, stood a girl wearing a red dress. This girl looks to be only 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance is even comparable to Jiang Nanan's, and because she is several years older than Jiang Nanan, she has a better figure. She is set off by a red dress and gauze. The icy skin gives people a perfect feeling. What is strange is that there is no auction table on the platform she is on. Hello, distinguished guests, I am today's auctioneer. It is an honor to host this premier auction. Dear guests, your time is precious. Our auction starts now. Now, distinguished guests are invited to appreciate today's first auction item. The Tiger Soul Refining Knife is an 8th level close-in body soul guide. The materials are extremely precious, including a right arm bone from the 10,000 years Tiger Soul Beast, which solidifies its soul bone skill, tyrannical slash. At the same time, it can increase the attack power of similar soul skills by 50%. Dear guests, please note that when using this precious close-range soul guide to attack, every blow will have a killing effect. Its effect can be superimposed with any similar attacking soul skills. At the same time, through the exquisite guidance of the core magic circle and the energy contained in the soul bone itself, the soul power consumed by the tyrant sword slash is only 1/3 of the normal situation. Finally, this tyrannical tiger soul refining sword came from the Ming Hall of the Sun and Moon Empire. I think the 3 words Ming Dadang are enough to describe its quality. 7 ringed soul saints can use this sword. With it, it will become possible for soul saints to leapfrog and challenge Contra. Viewing time is 5 minutes. As soon as Jiu finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but come forward to look at this 8th level soul tool. Even Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He doesn't need this thing. His Sky Spear is an 8th level peak soul guide. He just needs to optimize the core array to level 9 to turn it into 9th level soul guide. Dai Hang on the side was very interested and directly stated that he did not need to use the college's resources and bought it directly with his own money. In the end, he used 1.56 million gold soul coins to win this 8th level soul tool. It's not a loss, after all, the effect of this thing is quite good. The next item on the lot is a set of 6 level fixed soul guide shells. Jiang Ming is also not interested. As a 7th level soul engineer, he can already make these things by himself. However, Zhang Lexun still bought it. It was produced by Ming Dedeng and it still has high research value. Then, 5 items were auctioned in succession, namely left arm bone, right arm bone, left leg bone, an extremely rare metal, and an 8th level long-range attack soul guide. The quality of the 3 soul bones was not bad, but Jiang Ming didn't like it, and the soul bones from Shrek Academy were much better than this. However, Jiang Ming was interested in the 8th level long-range attack soul tool. As an 8th level soul guide, its user needs to be a titled Douluo level expert. It is called the Cation Pi D Cannon, and it also comes from the Sun and Moon Empire, but it is not produced by Ming Dedeng. The producer is a rare 9th level soul engineer. This thing is very powerful. Although it can only be used once a day, its frontal burst of power can reach the power of a level 95 Super Douluo's full blow. The reason why it is rated as an 8th level soul tool instead of a 9th level one is mainly because its material is slightly inferior, which limits the number of times this world-breaking cannon can be used, so it can only be used once a day. At the same time, its charging time is long and it can only be used against fixed targets. It is useless in battles of the same level. After seeing this information, Jiang Ming's eyes lit up instantly. This time, I'm going to miss something. You know, there is a 9th level core magic circle in this thing. Material is slightly worse. In our world, he can use the power of the world to forcibly improve the material of this thing. In other people's hands, this thing is an 8th level soul guide, but in his hands, it is a 9th level soul guide. It's been snowing these past few days, and it's too cold without air conditioning or heating. I'll update it a lot next month, I promise. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, a terrifying conjecture if you think about it carefully. Although the Cation Pi D Cannon is an 8th level soul tool, because it contains a 9th level core magic circle, the starting price is much higher than the previous Decepticon soul refining knife. The starting price of the groundbreaking cannon is 3 million gold soul coins. Each bid increase must not be less than 20,000 gold soul coins, Princess Jiujiu said with a smile on the stage. This starting price is fully twice as high as the transaction price of the Tyrannosaurus soul refining knife, which is also an 8th level soul tool. It can be seen how big the gap between the two soul tools is. After all, the tyrannical soul refining sword only allows soul saints to challenge Soul Douluo by leapfrogging levels. This only requires that the soul master's martial spirit is stronger, his soul ring skills are strong, and he has strong combat experience. The difficulty is actually average. General. At least, these people basically have the ability to fight at a higher level. But this groundbreaking cannon is different. Although there are many conditions for being able to unleash the full blow of a level 95 Super Douluo, the attack power is still considerable. 3 million and 2 million gold soul coins, Jiang Ming said solemnly. His tone was solemn and his eyes were deep, as if he was bound to win this groundbreaking cannon. A Qingaya auctioneer looked at Jiang Ming's determined look, with a somewhat weird smile on his face. You just added 20,000 gold soul coins, how can you make it look like you have a chance to win? However, Qingaya still quoted the price for Jiang Ming. 500,000 gold soul coins, 600,000 gold soul coins, 900,000 gold soul coins. As soon as Qingaya's quotation came out, it was immediately submerged in one high quotation after another, without making any waves. Big Demon King, do you have enough money? Do you want me to lend you some? Gonggang. Mo couldn't help but said when he saw Jiang Ming's uncomfortable look. Although his family is not as good as the Cabello glazed sect, it still has a lot of capital. With his current potential and strength, There is no problem in borrowing hundreds of thousands of gold soul coins. No, I just don't want to spend more money. Jiang Ming shook his head and did not take any further action. He narrowed his eyes slightly and waited in silence. Great Demon King, if you really want it, we can really lend it to you. Although it's not much, if we put together a little bit, we can still lend you more than 1 million gold soul coins. And, if it doesn't work, we can also buy it with the college's credit voucher. Gonggang. Mo saw that Jiang Ming really wanted this soul tool, and thought that Jiang Ming was embarrassed to borrow money from them, so he said quickly. Hearing this, Zhang Lexun smiled softly and said, no need, he has a lot of money. With that said, Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming and said softly, you said you are so rich, why do you have to raise the price so much? Jiang Ming picked up the fruit plate on the table of fruit and took a big bite. Having money and spending money are two different concepts. It's hard to save such a small amount of money for my wife. I should save money and spend it. He originally increased the price by 20,000 and didn't expect to directly pay for it. Photographed, just to give it a try. But now, since everyone wants this groundbreaking cannon so much, there is no way to save money. 5 million gold soul coins. While a few people were talking, the price of the groundbreaking cannon had reached 5 million gold soul coins, and there were still several forces competing for it. 6 million gold soul coins, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. King Gaya auctioneer's eyes lit up and he quickly reported the price. As the commentator of box number 7, if the distinguished guests in the box took photos of valuable items, she would be able to obtain certain rewards and commissions. And for something like this that can easily cost millions of gold soul coins, the commission is quite generous. 6,200,000 gold soul coins. Someone took action again. Sir, the other party has offered 6.2 million gold soul coins. Will you continue? Qing Yu asked with some anxiety. If Jiang Ming gives up now, then her commission. Alice Jiang Ming sighed deeply. The expression on his face looked a little ugly. Just when King Gaya was feeling sorry for the huge commission she was about to take away, Jiang Ming spoke again. 7 million gold soul coins. King Gaya was stunned for a moment, but then, the quality of a professional auctioneer made her react immediately and quoted the price. When Princess Jiujio on the auction stage heard the bid of 7 million gold soul coins, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. These auction items are all auctioned by the royal family. The higher the auction price, the more gold soul coins will flow into the national treasury. 7 million gold soul coins. Does anyone else want to bid? Princess Jiujio asked softly, with a little hope in her eyes. Unfortunately, the price of 7 million seems to have reached everyone's expectations. After all, there are still two last important lots that have not been uploaded today. Too much financial resources have been spent here, and then there will be no competitiveness. 7 million gold soul coins. Deal done, Princess. Jiujio didn't delay and made the deal directly. Sister Lexun, 7 million gold soul coins. I feel bad. Jiang Ming hugged Zhang Lexun's shoulders with a pained expression, and shamelessly touched Zhang Lexun's chest. He rubbed his head forward, making everyone in the box look stupid. Jiang Ming, if you continue to act weird, don't go to bed today and sleep on the floor, Zhang Lexun said with a smile. There are so many people, what are you doing? That's not necessary. When Jiang Ming heard that he couldn't go to bed at night, he immediately became serious. He looked at the dumbfounded people and coughed twice. What are you looking at? Have you ever seen a couple show affection? Wang Dong's mouth twitched and said with a look of disgust, I've seen it, but I've never seen you look like this. Disgusting, Jiang Ming glared at Wang Dong, then looked at Hou Yuhao with a smile. Yu Hao, actually the goddess of light Dai Wuhan only knows I wish you and seen your sister a long and sweet life. Wang Dong panicked instantly and hurriedly said good things. Aren't you disgusted? Jiang Ming looked at Wang Dong provocatively. No, it's not disgusting anymore, Wang Dong said with some humiliation. That's right, what does a little kid know about love? Jiang Ming tidied his clothes with dignity, and at this time, the penultimate auction item was also bringing it up. That's a piece of soul bone. This soul bone is green in color, and a green halo flows and fluctuates on it, as if there is a green liquid inside. Judging from the appearance, this is a left arm soul bone, with a light white mist exuding from the green body. Because it is magnified many times on the screen, people can feel its strangeness even more. On the green surface of this arm bone, there seem to be small crystals, crystal clear, as if they were carved from precious stones. Compared with it, The several soul bones that had appeared before suddenly eclipsed it, and were obviously not on the same level. Huh? Jiang Ming narrowed his eyes when he saw this soul bone. This soul bone gave him a very familiar feeling at this time. Princess Jiujiu's charming and seductive voice sounded, obviously slightly lower than before. The voice is more beautiful and the sense of temptation is stronger. Dear distinguished guests, I am honored to introduce this next soul bone to you. I believe all distinguished guests will also read this. This soul bone is of ice nature. Before introducing its advantages, I will first tell you about its disadvantages. Among the shortcomings of this soul bone, the most important one is its own attributes. As we all know, most of the soul bones do not require attributes. This part of the soul bones can be used by all soul masters, and the additional soul skills will also change with different martial souls, even some 100,000-year-old soul bones. This type of soul bone is the mainstream among soul bones. In addition to these mainstream soul bones, there are also some special situations. These special soul bones have certain requirements in terms of attributes. A soul master who is not suitable for it cannot be fused with it no matter what. Forcible fusion may even harm oneself, which can seriously endanger life. Our 8th lot today is just such a soul bone. Therefore, its first disadvantage is attribute limitations. Only ice attribute soul masters can use it. When it comes to the 8th lot, Her Royal Highness Princess Jiujiu obviously talks a lot more than before. Her ups and downs of the voice are not only beautiful, but also fascinating. It naturally draws everyone's attention into her description. Its second disadvantage is also obvious, but I think it is also an advantage. That is the solidification of soul skills after many tests at our Starlight auction house, and please after verification by multiple soul bone experts, the soul skill of this left arm bone itself has been solidified. No matter what ice attribute spirit the soul master fuses with it, its soul skill will never change. Strong limitations. As for its last shortcoming, that is its age. According to our inspection, the age of this soul bone is between 50,000 and 70,000 years. This is certainly its advantage, but if you don't have enough strength and physical fitness, don't try to integrate with it, otherwise you will be overwhelmed. After Princess Jiujiu introduced her, Jiang Ming almost wanted to laugh. No one can introduce advantages as disadvantages. After talking about the shortcomings, I have to tell you about its advantages. The conversation changed and Princess Jiujiu's voice became full of sincerity. After a long prefix, Princess Jiujiu revealed the origin of this soul bone. Ice Jade Scorpion. When it came to the Ice Jade Scorpion, everyone in the Shrek Academy in the box looked at Hou Yuhao. Even Jiang Ming looked at Hou Yuhao. When he was in Mingdu, there was one letter sent to him by Zhang Lexuan. Hou Yuhao awakened his second martial spirit, the Ice Jade Scorpion spirit. However, Jiang Ming has never seen Hou Yuhao use it. Princess Jiujiu continued to introduce the advantages of this Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone. Significantly increase the ice attribute strength of the ice attribute soul master, strengthen the strength of the soul master's left arm, and also have ice blast. When he heard about the soul skill of ice explosion, Jiang Ming was tempted. You know, after absorbing 200,000-year-old soul bones, he basically looks down upon soul bones below 100,000-year-old soul bones. But Jiang Ming really wants this skill. This is definitely an extremely powerful skill. It can be said that if the Ice Emperor had this skill in the far north, he would never be able to escape from the far north. The far north is full of glaciers, and with the Ice Emperor's control over ice properties, Jiang Ming feels that even Mr. Xuan cannot defeat the Ice Emperor in the far north. Not only Jiang Ming thinks so, but the Ice Emperor in Hou Yuhao's spiritual sea also thinks so. Yu Hao, you must get this soul bone. If I had this skill in the far north, how could Jiang Ming have escaped? The Ice Emperor's crystal yellow eyes were full of heat. Ice Emperor, Hou Yuhao was a little angry, but Instructor Jiang was kind to him. Oh, it's just talk, but you must get this soul bone. This is a magical skill that I don't even have. Ice Emperor waved his hand and said. Hou Yuhao's expression softened, but he was still a little hesitant. After all, among them, Ling Luchan is also an ice attribute martial spirit. And if I have to say it, Jiang Ming seems to have ice attribute abilities. Oh, you don't have to worry about this, I'm telling you. Hearing the Ice Emperor's words, Hou Yuhao breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately, Hou Yuhao said to King Ai auctioneer on the side, can this auction be suspended? There's a problem with your lot, Jiang Ming was stunned. He didn't see that there was something wrong with his soul bone. Qing Ye's beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly and she said, "Dear guest, this is impossible. Every item in our auction house has been strictly inspected and tested, and there will never be any problems. Which item are you talking about? Is there something wrong with the lot?" Hou Hao pointed to the soul bone on the screen and said, "This is the case just now. There is a problem with the Ice Jade Scorpion's left arm bone. If you can't decide, please invite someone who can take charge." King Gaya auctioneer frowned, but Wang Yan asked Hou Hao to take off his shirt. Under the infusion of soul power, a white soul ring rose from Hou Hao's feet, and the temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped at an alarming rate. A huge scorpion tattoo appeared on his back. This tattoo is so big that the tail hook is partially hidden inside the pants. However, you can see most of the patterns just by looking at the back. It's the Ice Jade Scorpion. King Gaya auctioneer was stunned, while Jiang Ming looked at the pattern on Hou Hao's back, his eyes narrowed, and his pupils even shrank slightly. This Ice Jade Scorpion looks so familiar. Jiang Ming frowned and thought, walked to Hou Hao, and observed carefully. While observing the pattern on Hou Hao's back, he compared it with the captured Ice Jade Scorpion in our world. Very similar, but different. When he saw those different patterns, the scene of fighting the Ice Emperor suddenly appeared in Jiang Ming's mind. In that battle, he almost died in the far north. He remembered it very clearly. He also remembered the appearance of the Ice Emperor very clearly. It is exactly the same as the pattern on Hou Hao's back. After realizing this, Jiang Ming's eyes turned strange when he looked at Hou Hao. He did not doubt that Hou Hao was an Ice Emperor cultivator. When he had that fight with the Ice Emperor, Hou Hao was still in the academy. And when he fought against the Ice Emperor, he could clearly feel that the Ice Emperor was a female. Even if it can be rebuilt, it will definitely be a man. It is impossible for Hou Hao to be an Ice Emperor cultivator. But Jiang Ming suddenly remembered someone's blue-silver grass martial spirit. Tang San possesses the blue-silver emperor martial spirit because his mother was a 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor who was reborn as an adult. After Yin and Tang Hao were united, Tang San was born with a blue-silver emperor martial spirit, and it had not yet awakened at the beginning. As for Hou Hao, the pattern on his back is not an Ice Jade Scorpion, but an Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. In the same way, Hou Hao also awakened the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion martial spirit later. Right. Is this a coincidence? Jiang Ming thought it was impossible. Hou Hao must be related to the Ice Emperor. According to Tang San's past mistakes and reasoning by analogy, is it possible that Hou Hao is the cub of the Ice Emperor? Exclamation mark. I think this conjecture is very reasonable. End of this chapter. Chapter 285, 100,000-year soul beast embryo. When Jiang Ming thought of this, he was shocked. There was a hint of complexity in his eyes when he looked at Hou Hao. You know, this setting is the setting of the protagonist. Is it possible? This kid, yes, I heard that he is an orphan and his talent is not very good. He had something to do with his spiritual eye martial soul before, and now he has awakened the Ice Emperor martial soul. However, even if Hou Hao is the protagonist, he is not panicked. He didn't offend Hou Hao. Even if the Ice Emperor was really Hou Hao's mother, he didn't kill the Ice Emperor. Besides, Hou Hao is not as good as him, so it's hard to say who will be the protagonist. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming let go of some of his worries. Now, here comes the problem. What's wrong with the Ice Jade Scorpion's left arm bone? At least Jiang Ming really didn't see anything wrong with this thing. At this moment, the door opened. King Gaya auctioneer returned to the room, and surprisingly, the one who came with her was Princess Jiujiu, the chief auctioneer of Starlight Auction House, who was wearing a red dress. Which distinguished guest said that there is something wrong with the left arm bone of our Ice Jade Scorpion? Princess Jiujiu asked anxiously after bowing slightly to everyone. Hou Hao nodded and said, "It's me, Princess." Jiujiu looked him over briefly and said, "What's the problem? Are you an Ice Jade Scorpion Soul Master?" Hou Hao nodded and said, "Yes. There is nothing wrong with this soul bone itself, huh?" Princess Jiujiu's beautiful big eyes suddenly turned cold, and she was silent. He said, "Why is there no problem, Hou?" Hao said, "When I say there is no problem, I refer to the soul bone. But when I say the problem, I refer to the person who absorbs the soul bone. Not everyone can absorb this soul bone. As the chief auctioneer and a royal princess, Princess Jiujiu has excellent self-cultivation, but at this time, Time is tight and it is related to the success of this auction, so she cannot help but be anxious. Her tone suddenly became a bit colder. Of course I know that not everyone can absorb this soul bone, only ice soul masters, and those with cultivation enough to absorb 5. Only people with soul bones that are more than 10,000 years old can try it. Is that what you are talking about, Ho? Yuheo said. The limitations of this soul bone are more than that. I think Her Royal Highness the Princess does not really understand the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. As one of the most powerful races in the far north, the Ice Jade Scorpions are extremely proud. Moreover, they have the strongest ice in the world today. Therefore, whether it is soul rings or soul bones produced by the Ice Jade Scorpions, they have special requirements for absorption. What are the special requirements? Princess Jiujiu also calmed down a bit. She already knew who was in the room before she entered. Shrek Academy will never talk nonsense. Ho Yuheo said in a deep voice, Ultimate Ice. Without the physique of Ultimate Ice, it is absolutely impossible to absorb this soul bone. This is impossible. Princess Jiujiu almost blurted out. How can there be such a high requirement for soul bones? Doesn't it mean that no one in the world can absorb it, Ho? Yuheo said lightly. This is the pride of the Ice Jade Scorpion clan. Moreover, having high requirements does not mean that no one can absorb it. I am just saying this out of good intentions. I don't want your auction house to lose its credibility because of this. It's your problem whether you believe it or not. With that said, Her Royal Highness can continue to host the auction. Princess Jiujiu frowned and clenched her fists unconsciously, which showed her inner struggle at this time. Jiang Ming on the side also looked a little unhappy. He originally wanted to buy this soul bone. After all, this kind of top-quality soul bone is really hard to come by, and he really lacks a left arm bone. But the requirement of ultimate ice, that's a little harsh for him. It's not that he can't absorb it. He is not the ultimate ice, but Xiaobing is. As long as he merges with Xiaobing when absorbing the soul bone and transforms his body into the ultimate ice physique, then he can absorb this soul bone. But there's a problem here. When combined with Xiaobing, he has the ultimate ice physique. But if the combination is released, what will happen to this soul bone? By then, he had already absorbed the soul bone. If something happened to this soul bone, would it be possible for him to break his left arm? That won't work. Jiang Ming secretly denied it in his heart. It's not worth taking such a risk for a soul bone. Although this ice blast technique is strong, it is not necessary. After all, his abilities are not limited to the ice system, so there is no need to take risks in the ice system. Thank you for telling me. Time is tight, I have to deal with this matter immediately. If there is any rudeness, please forgive me. After saying this, Princess Jiujiu immediately turned around and left in a hurry. Soon, the viewing time ended, but the auction continued. It seemed that Ho Yuheo's words just now had no impact. The starting price of the Ice Jade Scorpion's left arm bone is as high as 12 million gold soul coins, and each increase in price will not be less than 50,000 gold soul coins. Such a high price really frightened everyone in Shrek Academy. 12 million, Sister Li Juan, how much money do we have left? Jiang Ming looked at this soul bone and narrowed his eyes slightly. This soul bone is the best. Even if he can't absorb it, Ho Yuheo still owes a huge favor. Although this kid hasn't paid back the 100 gold soul coins from a week before. But it doesn't matter, this boy's twin martial souls, those spiritual eyes, and that Ice Jade Scorpion martial soul have an unlimited future, and it will definitely not be a loss if you invest in them. You want to buy this for him? Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming, and then glanced at Ho Yuheo next to her. Tisk, I don't necessarily want to buy it for him. After all, the quality of this soul bone is quite good, so it's not a loss to buy it, Jiang Ming said softly. Yes, Zhang. Lexun nodded and said, we still have this number, Zhang. Lexun stretched out a finger. 10 million. Senior sister, Big Demon King, are you so rich? Gong Gang. Mo exclaimed. Zhang Lexun glanced at Gong Yangmo and said, it's 100 million, gold soul coins. She spoke very softly, as softly as this 100 million gold soul coins are rarely the same. But in fact, the entire Shrek City's annual tax revenue is only a few 100 million gold soul coins. That's all the tax revenue of the entire Shrek City for a year. And Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun, two people, actually have 100 million gold soul coins. Everyone in the room looked at Zhang Lexun and Jiang Ming dumbfounded. King Gaia auctioneer on the side even felt that Zhang Lexun was talking nonsense. If Shrek Academy can come up with 100 million gold soul coins, she believes it. After all, Shrek Academy has Shrek City, and although hundreds of millions of gold soul coins are a lot, they can still be obtained. But if an individual can spend hundreds of millions of gold soul coins, that's a bit outrageous. 100 million. That's not bad. When Jiang Ming heard this, he was not very surprised. Although he has not paid much attention to his income in recent years, he also knows that he should be very rich now. After all, just from the share of the Soul Guidance System production line, after so many years of cooperation with the three major empires, at least tens of millions of gold soul coins are earned every year. Then give this soul bone a try for 25 million, Jiang Ming said softly. The quality of this soul bone is indeed good, but if the premium is too high, then the gain outweighs the loss. No one's money came from the strong wind. He almost died from exhaustion when he saved the money. 25 million. Great Demon King, you look so handsome when you spend so much money, Gong Gang. Mo's eyes shined at the side. Even if his family is not bad, 25 million gold soul coins is still an astronomical figure that is out of reach for him. Big Demon King, please protect me, Gong Gang. Mo rushed towards Jiang Ming, but was blocked by Jiang Ming with a look of disgust. Do it as you please, I don't do gay things. While kicking Guangayang Mo away, Jiang Ming said to King Gaya auctioneer, if you offer 25 million, just give it to me. They press it down. After that, he looked at the Ice Jade Scorpion's left arm bone on the screen and said somewhat strangely, you all in the Starlight Auction House know that this soul bone has. Aren't you afraid of damaging the reputation of your Starlight Auction House by continuing the auction despite such a flaw? You know, among the soul masters with the ultimate ice physique, Jiang Ming has only seen Hou Hao in the entire continent. If someone else buys it, even if they give an explanation after the purchase, it will damage the reputation of Starlight Auction House. 30 million, King Gaia had just reported the price of 25 million gold soul coins, and the price immediately came up, and it reached 30 million in one fell swoop. Exclamation mark. That's not right, Jiang Ming frowned slightly. It is true that this soul bone is very strong, but with 30 million gold soul coins, the other party is still so decisive in taking action after knowing the flaws of this thing. Princess Jiujiu still continued the auction. Jiang Ming, do you want to continue to increase the price? Zhang Lexun asked softly. 30 million is already beyond her psychological expectations, but if Jiang Ming wants it, no, we probably don't need money to buy this thing. Jiang Ming shook his head, then sat back on the sofa, picked up the fruit and started eating it. Huh? Everyone was stunned when they heard Jiang Ming's words. What does it mean to buy without using money? This is a treasure worth 30 million gold soul coins. It costs nothing? Just wait. Jiang Ming smiled and ate fruits and snacks. Seeing Jiang Ming's appearance, the others seemed to have thought of something, and their expressions relaxed. Jiang Ming sat on the sofa, his eyes always staring at the screen. I want to see what the final lot is that is more valuable than the Ice Jade Scorpion's left arm bone. Next, will be today's final lot. The picture on the soul screen turned golden again. When the golden light gradually converged, Princess Jiujiu, who reappeared on the screen, had actually put on a golden dress. Princess Jiujiu's beautiful face looks graceful and elegant, yet elegant against the luxurious golden palace dress. The fitted tailoring perfectly outlines her moving curves. Seeing this, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. It's not that Princess Jiujiu's appearance is so attractive at the moment, but King Gaia has already introduced her before. Wearing a golden auction uniform means that the final transaction price of the next auction item may exceed 100 million gold soul coins. 100 million gold soul coins. You know, the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion just now is precious enough, but most people's psychological expectation is only 20 million to 30 million gold soul coins. And now, what is the thing that may exceed 100 million gold soul coins? Dear guests, you should be able to tell from Jiujiu's outfit that today our finale auction will be how precious. Frankly speaking, this is the only time I have seen this item in my life. In my opinion, its preciousness is difficult to measure with money. The voice of Princess Jiujiu, who had put on a golden dress, changed slightly again. Different from the somewhat seductive voice before, there was an extra solemnity in her voice at this time. Her expression also became serious. Just a few words made people fully feel her sincerity, and they couldn't help but believe her every word. I won't give you the name of this auction yet. Let me first introduce its function to all distinguished guests. The previous Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone was already very rare. And I dare to say that the last item being auctioned today is unique. Its value shouldn't even be measured in money. How can I put it this way? This Princess Jiujiu really knows how to seduce emotions. She speaks all kinds of scary words and can control people's hearts. It is a one-time consumable. In other words, it is a kind of medicine. And there is only one. Distinguished guests, please take a look. As she spoke, Princess Jiujiu moved her right hand, and the soul guidance screen suddenly changed. There is a white tray on the screen. There is a wooden holder on the tray, which is inlaid with at least 100 gems of various colors. On top of this small wooden support, a group of airflow fluctuated slightly. This airflow appears in white. The soft white color does not make people feel its power. Moreover, when viewed from the screen, it is just a ball of airflow. It is difficult to directly feel it through vision. The magic. However, this mass of air condensed and did not disperse, faintly rushing left and right, as if it wanted to break out of the encirclement. But the wooden support below it continued to emit a layer of pale golden light during its impact, surrounding it, making it impossible to break through. Every distinguished guest must be curious, what exactly is this? When I saw it for the first time, I was not sure of its existence. However, after our countless studies, we are now certain of its specific existence form. Don't underestimate this air current. Being able to see it today is a blessing for your eyes. As an auctioneer, although it is a bit disrespectful to say this, but other than that, I can't think of any other way to describe its preciousness and rarity. Hearing this, Jiang Ming was no longer in the mood to continue listening because Xia Elbing and Xia Erling in our world sent him messages at the same time. This thing turned out to be, the airflow you see with your eyes is a 100,000-year soul beast that after reaching the bottleneck, chose to rebuild itself as a human being and was transformed by a powerful person. Seize it and imprison it in the 9th level soul guide device conferred God platform. In a sense, this mass of air can be regarded as the embryo that has not yet formed when the soul beast is rebuilt as an adult. Not to mention everyone, I dare say that not many people in our entire Douluo continent have seen this scene. After hearing what Jiujiu said, the whole room was silent, including Zhang Lexuan. Everyone's eyes showed horror. End of this chapter. Chapter 286. What is it? All the distinguished guests attending the auction were shocked, and even their eyes became hot. If the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion just now is a treasure, then this thing is a peerless treasure. 100,000-year soul ring and 100,000-year soul bone. That is every soul master's dream. Princess Jiujiu smiled slightly and said, every distinguished guest must be surprised, right? Jiujiu must have guessed right, but there is something even more surprising behind. According to the powerful research from the Sun Moon Empire who provided us with this embryo, the 100,000-year soul beast embryo in this state will inevitably provide a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. In addition, when it is solidified in this state, the memory is also blocked, and there is a possibility of being absorbed directly. Of course, in the process of absorption, it is necessary to use this precious 9th level soul. The ability of the conferred God platform, although the chance of being directly absorbed is low, once successful, it is likely to bring a martial soul to the absorber, absorbing all the power of the soul beast itself. If that is really the case, even if there are no soul rings and soul bones, how can a martial soul with 9 soul rings be comparable to the soul rings and soul bones? Silence. Not only the room where Hou Yuheo and the others were in fell into silence, but everyone who came to participate in the auction today couldn't help but become quiet, and their breathing was getting heavier and heavier. If they thought the adjectives used by Princess Jiujiu to describe this lot were a bit exaggerated before, then at this moment, they have all changed their minds. If Princess Jiujiu said, if the situation comes true, then this 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo is indeed a priceless treasure. Alice Jiang Ming sighed, with a little pity in his eyes. Yes, mercy. This embryo can provide the soul master with a 100,000-year soul ring and a 100,000-year soul bone. Yes, it may even provide a martial soul. But this is an embryo. If the reconstruction of this soul beast goes smoothly, it can even be regarded as a baby that has not yet been born. It's not that Jiang Ming has a lot of holy spirits in his heart, he has killed a lot of soul beasts. The weak eat the strong. He needs a soul ring. He wants to stop those soul beasts from attacking Qingshu City. There is nothing to say. But to do something to baby, Even a baby embryo that was about to be transformed into an adult, he really felt a little cruel. Do you want to fight over this thing? Zhang Lexun looked at Jiang Ming. He knew the balance between Jiang Ming's strength and soul rings. After Jiang Ming's golden heart martial spirit had 100,000-year soul ring, his subsequent soul rings must also be 100,000 years old. She also knew what the elders of Poseidon Pavilion expected of Jiang Ming. Become a god. They want to train Jiang Ming to become the truly strongest man in the world, so that he can touch the realm of God. Let me think. Jiang Ming did not respond immediately, but stared at the box on the screen. The white air rushed back and forth in the box, trying to get rid of the shackles of the box, but failed. If they want to fight, they have the strength. They have 100 million gold soul coins in their hands, and with their status in the academy, they can mobilize 200 million in funds if they want. As long as you think about it, Jiang Ming has the absolute strength to take this thing down. But is it worth it? It's actually not worth it. Why? Because if he wants 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, there are many ways. There are so many powerful people in Shrek Academy. It would be too easy to hunt down 100,000-year soul beast for him. Not to mention, with his current strength, he can kill 100,000-year soul beast alone. Buy it with money? If you just want 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, there is no need at all. By absorbing this embryo, there is a chance that a martial spirit will be added. To be honest, Jiang Ming didn't believe it. Even if a martial soul can be added, there will definitely be many problems with such forcibly fused martial souls. Even when one reaches a certain level of cultivation, this martial spirit may come back to bite oneself. Take a photo and try it. The limit is 150 million. After thinking for more than 20 minutes, Jiang Ming said slowly. Jiang Ming, are you sure you want to buy this, ma? Xian Ateo said in a deep voice, you want to hunt down the 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul bones yourself? If that doesn't work, the elders of Poseidon Pavilion will also help. You don't need it at all. Yes, Great Demon King, there is absolutely no need for you to want 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Others also came up to persuade. For others, 100,000-year-old soul ring and soul bone are out of reach, and even for the proud ones like them, it is very difficult. But for Jiang Ming, as long as he wants it, Shrek Academy will definitely satisfy it. There are more than 10 elders of the Poseidon Pavilion who are above the Super Douluo level. It is too easy to kill 100,000-year-old soul beast. No one could understand why Jiang Ming took this photo, but Zhang Lexun on the side sighed slowly. Then just listen to you, she saw the struggle and pity in Jiang Ming's eyes. 150 million gold soul coins, that is a huge number for Jiang Ming. She could even feel that after Jiang Ming bought this thing, he might not absorb it. Sister Lexun, thank you, Jiang Ming looked at Zhang Lexun and said softly. Thank you, this is your money, Zhang. Lexun smiled, and her already beautiful face became even more beautiful. Great Demon King, Yu Gaogyang Mo hesitated to speak. I don't know what you think, but I think that after the soul beasts become adults again, we should treat them as humans, and the one in front of me is a newborn human baby embryo. I know, you said I don't need to buy this thing. I don't need to buy 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone if I want it. But maybe I have a bit of a virgin heart. 150 million, this is my effort. Hearing this, everyone in the entire box fell silent. To be honest, they couldn't understand Jiang Ming's mentality. Is it cruel to kill a young life? Cruel. But the cruelty in their hearts does not see this thing as a human being, but as a soul beast. Is it cruel to turn lambs, chickens, and piglets into food? It's cruel, but for humans, it's acceptable. Because that is food, that is animal, that is different from human beings. No matter how cruel it is to other groups that are not human beings, the bottom line for human beings is very high. But it is different for humans themselves. It doesn't matter how many livestock are killed in the slaughterhouse, but if a human dies, it is essential to open a case and investigate, and even mobilize troops. Roasted cycling pig, roasted lamb, whirly eggs, monkey brains, 3 squeak, many humans can bear these. Try it as a human toddler? That is a heinous crime. Man and God are outraged. This is the difference in ideological stance between Jiang Ming and others. Jiang Ming regarded this thing as a human being, while others regarded it as a soul beast. Looking at it as a soul beast, this is a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It is not young. It preys on the weak and needs no mercy. As a human being, this is a baby about to be born, With 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone, a weak baby who is coveted but has no power to resist. I bring some personal thoughts to this, whether it's right or not, that's what I think anyway. Chapter 287. The Emperor of the Douluo Empire wants to kill someone. It's not time for the auction yet, so the auction house has given enough viewing time to this rare treasure. A full 30 minutes. In these 30 minutes, the distinguished guests participating in the auction, those who were able, were all taking action. With a starting price of 100 million gold soul coins, it is not easy to get it. Even if they are all really rich people, they still need to do a lot of work if they want to come up with so much money in a short period of time. While the distinguished guests were taking action, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire brought Princess Jiuji to the box where Jiang Ming and others were. Seeing them, King Ai was shocked, quickly took a few steps back, knelt down on one knee and saluted. The two maids even knelt on their knees. Everyone in Shrek Academy had also seen the Emperor in Douluo Square, and now they were a little dumbfounded when they were face to face at such a close distance. Only Dai Yuhang immediately jumped up from the sofa, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, "I have met your majesty, Emperor." Douluo raised his hand and signaled, "Get up. This is the auction house. You are the guests and I am the host. You are welcome. It is my duty to fulfill my duties as a landlord. Yao Heng, your father is my elder brother, you should call me uncle. Why are you out here?" The teachers and students of Shrek Academy finally reacted and stood up to salute, but the etiquette was just a bow. After all, they belonged to Shrek Academy. With Shrek Academy's lofty status on the mainland, the dean is equal to the emperor. Excessive courtesy is not good. As for Jiang Ming, he only gave him a token face, but not much respect. Putting aside the fact that he was from the Heavenly Soul Empire, Douluo City didn't even notice that the title Douluo was causing trouble for him in the hotel, so he didn't have much of a good face. Moreover, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire seems to look at Sister Li Zhuan a little bit wrong. Li Zhuan, long time no see. The Emperor of the Douluo Empire, when he came up, he greeted Zhang Lexuan, who looked very familiar. Zhang Lexuan nodded slightly. The Emperor of the Douluo Empire had studied incognito at Shrek Academy for a period of time, and Zhang Lexuan knew him well. "Ahem, Emperor of the Douluo Empire, I am Jiang Ming. Nice to meet you, Jiang." Ming stepped directly between the Emperor of the Douluo Empire and Zhang Lexuan. With a smile on his face, he took the initiative to shake hands with the Emperor of Douluo Empire. This sudden move made the Emperor of Douluo Empire a little surprised. However, after seeing that it was Jiang Ming, a smile appeared on his face. Although this person is from the Xianhan Empire, he can be won over as long as he is not from the Sun and Moon Empire. "Jiang Ming, your performance in the competition really amazed me. You are worthy of being a genius of Shrek Academy, star." Luo Empire sincerely sighed. After all, it can be said that anyone who has seen Jiang Ming's 700,000-year soul rings and his invincible attitude against a title Douluo level referee on the competition stage will never forget it. Especially him. After all, Jiang Ming had made the protective shield crumbling at that time. You must know that once the protective shield is shattered and the 200,000 spectators suffer heavy casualties, the pressure he, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire, will have to bear will be extraordinary. Fortunately, the protective shield he spent a lot of money on is still strong. Actually, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire didn't know that Jiang Ming had deliberately lowered the intensity. Otherwise, could the protective shield be able to withstand the battle between two title Douluo level combatants? Impossible. "I don't know, what's the matter with His Majesty the Emperor coming to our place? Do you want to sit down for a while, Jiang?" Ming asked knowingly. Emperor Douluo shook his head and said, "I'm not going to sit down anymore. You've also seen that this grand finale is a bit amazing. I have to sit down to prevent anyone from making random decisions. Speaking of which, I feel very bad about selling this treasure, but the Empire has a lot of money to spend, so I have no choice but to part with it. In addition to meeting you all, I also come to thank you for the reminder on the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion. This avoided the loss of credibility of Starlight Auction House." Princess Jiuji said, "We just waited up and took a photo of the left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion to avoid credibility problems. However, this lot will no longer be auctioned. In order to thank Shrek Academy for the reminder, we decided to use this Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone as a prize." If Shrek Academy can eventually win the championship of this continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy Soul Fighting Competition, then we will directly give this left arm bone to your academy as an additional reward. Of course, please keep this matter confidential. This is almost a giveaway. With the strength that Shrek Academy has shown so far, it can be said that it is a sure thing to win the championship. The left arm bone of the Ice Jade Scorpion was obviously given away for free. Then, thank you, Your Majesty. Jiang Ming thanked him softly, but his majestic body blocked Zhang Lexuan's figure, preventing the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire from seeing him at all. Period. To be honest, if this guy wasn't the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, he would just beat him up right now. My protector Douluo told me that you have the strength of a titled Douluo. Without seeing Zhang Lexuan, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire gave up. As an emperor, he still had eyes, so he could naturally see what Jiang Ming wanted to do when he stood in front of Zhang Lexuan. Guo Douluo? Which one are you talking about, Jiang? Ming raised his eyebrows slightly and said softly. Which one? Is it possible that besides Senior Xianxia Douluo, you have also fought against other country protecting Douluo in our country? The Emperor of Xingluo Empire frowned, a little suspicious, asked. Oh, you are talking about Senior Xianxia Douluo. I thought you were talking about the old guy who sneaked into my room in broad daylight and wanted to kill me for the soul-stealing bone. Jiang Ming's seemingly unintentional words instantly changed the expressions of everyone in the room. What? There is a titled Douluo who wants to kill you and seize the soul bone, Ma. Zhao Ateo, with his bad temper, instantly looked at the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire and looked wrong. After all, in this Star Luo city, especially in the heavily guarded Star Emperor Hotel, a titled Douluo who wants to kill people and seize bones sneaks in. No matter whether this titled Douluo is from the Star Luo Empire or not, everyone in the Star Luo Empire must bear responsibility. Can you describe the characteristics of this titled Douluo? The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire looked very unhappy. He came here originally to give the Ice Jade Scorpion Soul Bone to Shrek Academy to win over. But now, the geniuses from Shrek Academy are threatened by a titled Douluo in the Star King Hotel. This will greatly reduce Shrek Academy's favor with their Star Luo Empire. Characteristics? That guy is very strong. Jiang Ming doesn't know that guy, but that guy is indeed very strong. With his triple fusion, his strength has been upgraded to Super Douluo's level. Almost failed to suppress that guy. Exceptionally strong. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire's expression did not change, but a hint of anger flashed deep in his eyes. Among his protector of the nation Douluo, there is really a titled Douluo who is extremely powerful. And with that guy's character and circumstances, it is indeed possible that he would do such a thing. Of course, he can't admit it yet. After all, it's not yet confirmed whether it's him. Jiang Ming, no matter what the situation is, I still want to apologize to you on behalf of the Star Luo Empire. Letting the titled Douluo enter your room and threatening you is because our Star Luo Empire's defense work is not good enough. Don't worry, I will have people investigate this matter thoroughly and give you an explanation. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire is not a fuel-efficient lamp. He guessed who it was, but he did not admit that it was the protector Douluo on his side. Then, apologize directly. How to deal with this matter later depends on how to operate, but now it is a fact that they did not defend themselves properly. In order to maintain a friendly relationship with Shrek Academy, it is inevitable for him to apologize. Since Your Majesty has said so, then I naturally believe Your Majesty. Jiang Ming smiled and nodded. He doesn't intend to dwell on it. After all, he wasn't injured either. After the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire finished speaking these things, he turned and left. After leaving VIP room number 7, Emperor Xingluo's face darkened. Let someone invite Zhili Douluo over. I need an explanation from him. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire's tone was filled with suppressed anger. If the other party was not the protector Douluo, he would now even want to kill him. Don't doubt the ruthlessness of an emperor, especially one who is not fatuous and even has a high IQ. Brother Princess Jiujia on the side could clearly feel the anger rising in her brother's heart. This Chenggang. I have spent so much effort to make friends with Shrek Academy, but he wants to kill people and seize their bones. All the things I have done have been in vain. Originally I thought I could use this Ice Jade Scorpion left arm bone to show goodwill to Shrek Academy and promote cooperation with Shrek Academy, but now it seems that Shrek Academy will not pursue this matter. Zing. The Emperor of the Luo Empire was so angry. A soul bone worth tens of millions of gold soul coins. If you send it out, Not only will the effect not be achieved, it may even turn against you. If Chang Gang hadn't been a protector of the country Douluo, he would have really wanted to kill someone. Brother, it shouldn't be that serious. I see that Jiang Ming is not injured either, Jiu said softly. She just saw Jiang Ming's condition and it was very good. Jiu, tell me, why is he not injured? The Emperor of the Douluo Empire barely suppressed the anger in his heart and asked in a deep voice. This may be because Douluo didn't do anything to him, or even made a move, Jiu said. What about another possibility? Entering private room number 1, the Emperor of Douluo Empire's majestic eyes slowly closed. I was stunned for a long time, and then the beautiful face became a little panicked. There is another possibility that Jiang Ming or other strong men from Shrek Academy defeated Douluo. Moreover, he defeated it easily, even Douluo has been killed at this moment. After Jiu said the last word, his pupils shrank. Because this possibility is very high, the consequences will be even greater. The room fell into silence for an instant. The Emperor of the Douluo Empire closed his eyes tightly, his brain running rapidly, thinking about various possibilities, consequences, and ways to deal with it. The Emperor is really not that easy to be. The Emperor of the Douluo Empire and Princess Jiu stopped talking. They were waiting for news. Hopefully, it's not the worst possible scenario. That is really unacceptable to the Douluo Empire. Yes, brother, there is movement. Princess Jiu whispered. Emperor Xingluo nodded slightly. If you look carefully, you can find that there is a small white earplug plugged into Jiu's right ear, and she makes a listening gesture from time to time. Say it, Emperor Xingluo signaled to Princess Jiu. Princess Jiu said, the target has taken the bait and started selling soul tools to us in exchange for enough cash when we proposed that the handling fee for products produced by Mingdedang be reduced to 10% afterwards. They discussed it and sold some of the Mingdedang soul guidance devices to us. It is indeed a sure thing. A smile finally appeared on Emperor Xingluo's heavy face. This is what I expected. The great-grandson of Master Ming is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Sun and Moon Empire. If the fusion with the embryo can be completed, it will be even more powerful. How could they miss this opportunity? Competing with financial resources, Mingdedang is the well-deserved number 1 in mainland China. After all the products produced by Mingdedang are received, they are immediately sent to the research institute. Yes. Princess Jiu showed a cunning look in her eyes. I hope they will slowly find the 9th level soul master after they go back. Emperor Xingluo said, this plan can be said to be flawless. After the auction ends, you start timing. 3 months later, issue a task to the Adventurers Guild to seize the treasure from Mingde Hall. The task amount is 100 million gold. Soul coin. No matter how talented the great-grandson of Hall Master Ming is, it will be impossible for him to attempt fusion for at least 10 years, and this is even if they use the most precious medicine to help increase his physical strength. 10 years is enough time for a lot of changes to occur. After saying that, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire's expression became heavy again. Good news has come here, but if there's bad news from Douluo, then he really can't laugh at all. The waiting time was extremely long, but fortunately, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire's men moved very quickly. Soon, a figure lurking in the shadows led an old man into the number 1 auction hall. The moment he saw Douluo, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire breathed a sigh of relief. Douluo is still alive, which means that things will not be the worst. You must know that once Douluo dies in the hands of a strong man from Shrek Academy, the relationship between the Douluo Empire and Shrek Academy will, Senior Cheng Gang, tell me the whole process of how you went to find Jiang Ming. Don't add any embellishments. Tell it exactly as it is. A word, but the tone was not very respectful. This bastard almost made the Douluo Empire and Shrek Academy enemies, but he still respects me. If I don't kill him immediately, it will be considered a good temper. Your Majesty, Giant Douluo Chenggang was a little hesitant. It was okay to be beaten by the old guy. After all, the guy was suspected of being an extreme Douluo. It was not embarrassing to be beaten. But being beaten by that junior Jiang Ming was really a bit unspeakable. If you don't tell me, I will hand you over to Shrek Academy. Jiang Ming is still waiting for my explanation, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire said coldly. It's already this time, and if you still don't tell the truth, you have to have a strong man from Shrek Academy come to your door and open your mouth to open your mouth. right? End of this chapter. Chapter 288. Do you want to use a soul guide? Luckily, I have one too. Cheng Gang seemed to realize the seriousness of the matter and quickly explained all the causes and consequences of the matter. After hearing what Cheng Gang said, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire only wanted to ask one thing. How did he achieve the title of Douluo? Doubt Jiang Ming is the incarnation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast? Where's your brain? Do you think you are awesome just because you are a titled Douluo? The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire took a deep breath and almost didn't get hit. So angry. Your Majesty, you are here. Cheng Gang was stunned for a moment by the scolding and didn't understand why His Majesty said that. I ask you to think about it carefully. If Jiang Ming really takes the form of a soul beast, do you think the probability of being discovered is higher by you or by Shrek Academy? Do you think your current strength is stronger than all the titled Douluo in Shrek Academy, right? The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if Jiang Ming is really in the form of a soul beast, my good country protecting Douluo, please tell me that Shrek Academy found out and did not directly kill him, or even let him participate. Competition, what does it mean? Mean giant Douluo Cheng Gang had a straight mind, and he didn't turn around for a while. It means that even if Jiang Ming is a soul beast, Shrek Academy will protect him. It means that if you kill him, you will have to face our Star Luo Empire. What you are facing is the wrath of the entire Shrek Academy. Ask yourself, even if you get a 100,000-year soul bone, can you withstand being chased by the entire Shrek Academy? The consequences. After finishing speaking, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire let out a long sigh of relief. But fortunately, Jiang Ming is fine, and the situation is still under control. The Emperor of the Xingluo Empire was somewhat fortunate. There is still room for remedy here. At this time, the auction of 100,000-year-old soul beast embryos has begun. The starting price is 100 million gold soul coins. 100 million gold soul coins is obviously a price that many people cannot afford. Even if they can afford it, they still have to consider whether it is worth it. But even so, the price of these 100,000-year-old embryos is constantly rising. When the price reached 130 million, Jiang Ming directly quoted a price of 150 million. Jiang Ming himself has 100 million. Although Shrek Academy's credit certificate can be used, he doesn't want to use too much. After all, this is his decision alone. When they saw Shrek Academy's offer of 150 million, the expressions of the Emperor of Star Luo Empire in Box 1 and Princess Jiujiu on the auction stage changed. They planned to sell this thing to the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. If they were photographed by Shrek Academy, many of their subsequent plans would be disrupted. 160 million. In the box where the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy was, Xiao Hongchen's handsome face became a little distorted. He also wanted to quote 150 million gold soul coins just now, but he didn't expect to be beaten first. And he is bound to get this 100,000-year-old soul beast embryo. He must get the possibility of twin martial souls. In the Shrek Academy box, Jiang Ming looked at the number of 160 million, closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Are you still bidding? King Gaya auctioneer does not know the plans of his emperor and princess. If Jiang Ming continues to bid for this item, the commission she will receive it's going to be huge. Forget it, I have already made efforts. I can only say that this is what fate is. Jiang Ming shook his head. He has tried his best to save her, but if he can't save him, there is nothing he can do. 160 million, deal. Princess Jiujiu's voice was a little more urgent this time, as if she was afraid that someone would make another offer, and she hurriedly dropped the hammer. Even after it was over, Jiujiu came to box 1 and breathed a long sigh of relief in front of his brother. Brother, it's too dangerous. The plan will fail just a little bit away. Yes, it's not difficult for Shrek Academy to hunt down a 100,000-year soul beast. They why spend more than 100 million gold soul coins to buy this? The Emperor of Star Luo Empire looked confused. Is it because of that Jiang Ming? That's not right. Julie Douluo said that when he fought with Jiang Ming had 6 soul rings. Jiang Ming should have twin martial souls. He murmured softly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were full of horror. Could it be that Shrek Academy wants to cultivate it into a 3-life martial spirit? After thinking for a long time, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire stopped thinking about it. The stronger the experts trained by Shrek Academy, the more powerful they will be against them when the Sun and Moon Empire attacks in the future. Favorable after all, the people from Shrek Academy would definitely side with the three original empires during the war. 160 million. Master Ming, I hope you like this gift I gave you. After saying that, he stood up slowly, and the soul guidance screen in front of him unexpectedly split to both sides. The Emperor's figure disappeared in the secret corridor. Secret passages in each VIP room are open separately to allow VIPs participating in the bidding in the VIP room to leave secretly. Shrek Academy is no exception. Today's results were also good, including a Tyrant Soul Refining Knife, a complete set of custom-made Soul Guidance Shells, and an 8th-level Soul Guidance device with a 9-level core array. Dao Heng paid for the Tyrant Soul Refining Knife, so he naturally pocketed this rare 8th-level melee Soul Guide. The complete set of 6th-level fixed soul-guided artillery shells was given to Hikatao by Zhang Lexun at Jiang Ming's signal. Although he is the one who has the deepest research on soul guidance among everyone present, he still has to go to Mingdu after the competition. These soul guidance shells are to be brought back to the academy. It would be better to give them to Hikatao. Period. And he himself got the groundbreaking cannon. After looking at the condition of this thing, Jiang Ming nodded with satisfaction. He is sure that the material of this thing can be improved by the power of the world in our world. By then, this thing will be a level 9 soul tool. However, using the power of the world to extract his soul power and the power of the elves, it is quite difficult to improve these 9th level materials. It takes a certain amount of time. However, overall, the harvest is great. The next morning, it was a sunny day and the sun was rising, in Xingluo Square. After breakfast, I stood in front of the window in the corridor and looked far into the distance. I could clearly see the sea of people in Xingluo Square in the distance. It was dark with the crowds of people, and the noisy sound could be heard just by opening the hotel window. 16 to 8, 4 games a day, will be played over 4 days. There is no doubt that Shrek Academy, as the last champion, will be the first to appear on the stage to face their strong opponents in this round, the Daoling Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy, which has 5 Soul Kings, and the Daoling Royal Senior Soul Master Academy, which has 5 Soul Kings. The first academy of the spiritual empire. Well, the concept of a strong opponent is actually relative. After all, with the current strength of Shrek Academy, unless it is a lineup of all Soul Emperors and Soul Saints, it cannot be said to be a strong opponent at all. The strength of Daoling Academy is also a concept compared with other colleges except Shrek Academy. The reserve players were chatting. Although there was a game today, they basically couldn't get into it. Moreover, Shrek Academy has basically predetermined the championship now, so they have no pressure at all. The game rest area became obviously deserted. The vast majority of participating teams have been eliminated, and the remaining 16 teams are all representatives of the most powerful academies on the continent today. There will be 4 games today and 4 more tomorrow. Then there is the individual competition between the same rival teams, which also lasts 2 days. After all 4 days of competition, the 16 to 8 competition is coming to an end. After each knockout round, there will be a day's rest before the next round. In these 4 games today, both Shrek Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy will appear. It's just that the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy competition was in the afternoon. They didn't have to come in the morning, but they still came. What I didn't say was just to further verify the strength of Shrek Academy. Now, many people can't believe that Jiang Ming really has 700,000 year soul rings. 16's advanced to 8. The first match is between Shrek Advanced Soul Master Academy and Daoling Royal Advanced Soul Master Academy. The players from both sides entered the waiting area to prepare for the game. On the competition stage, the referee's voice just fell. The cheers of the entire audience rose higher and higher, and the atmosphere was instantly pushed to a climax, so much so that the military responsible for maintaining order went all out to be vigilant and prevent various emergencies. Everyone in the reserve team stayed where they were with Wang Yan, while Zhang Lexun led the regular team members into the waiting area. Players from both sides come on the field, the referee's voice sounded. Jiang Ming stretched lazily, took the lead and walked onto the stage casually. When Jiang Ming walked onto the stage, the 200,000 audience cheered directly. There is no doubt that the experience Jiang Ming brought to the audience in his last game was extremely exciting. Seeing Jiang Ming play again, they wanted to experience that exciting scene again. Gu Hujian, the captain of Daoling Academy, took a few steps forward, walked to the referee's side, and said to Shrek Academy, "It's an honor to play against Shrek Academy. Please give me some advice." "I don't take advice seriously, I hope you can fight harder." Jiang Ming expressed two attitudes in one sentence. Humble yet arrogant, Gu's Hujian's face twitched when he heard this. But facing Jiang Ming, Gu's Hujian really didn't dare to say anything arrogant. Jiang Ming's previous record was really incredible. In this game, they had no hope since they were drawn to play against Shrek Academy. There are 5 Soul Kings in their team, and they are at the forefront of all participating teams. But facing Shrek Academy, there is really no chance of winning. If they hadn't been inspired by Ming Jiang from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy before, making them the #1 academy in the Daoling Empire unwilling to admit defeat, they really wouldn't want to play this game. Really, what's the point of playing a game that you must lose? It's just getting beaten. Both sides retreated and prepared to compete. Today, the referee was still Jiang Douluo. He is the referee for all games played by Shrek Academy. There is no way, even if Jiang Ming doesn't take action, the fighting power of other people in Shrek Academy is extremely terrifying, and accidents may happen easily. A referee with the title Douluo's cultivation really can't control this situation. While retreating, Jiang Ming briefly recalled his opponent's information. Lone Bamboo Sword, Martial Spirit, Zihuang Bamboo, the 57th level Attack Spirit King. Jin Yuan, the Martial Soul Terror Claw Bear, also has 53 levels of soul power. Xia Fen, the Pearl of Wuhan Fan, has soul power level 54. The other 2 Soul Kings are the 50-level Defensive Battle Soul King Qi Hangyu, and the 50-level Agility Attack Battle Soul King Hanlinger. The remaining 2 Soul Sects are Tang Niu from the Auxiliary System and Qing Feng from the Control System. In terms of overall combat strength, it is a little stronger than the previous Xiangshan Academy. That doesn't make sense, though. You have 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Sects, and I have 4 Soul Saints and 3 Soul Emperors. What are you going to fight with? Daoling Academy's formation changed as they retreated, but Jiang Ming's side was very casual. It is worth mentioning that the formation of Daoling Academy is very strange. The defensive Soul Master and the powerful offensive Soul Master are blocking the front, the control Soul Master is on the 2 wings, and the agility and offensive Soul Master is behind the defensive Soul Master and the powerful offensive Soul Master. The Captain Gu's Hujian and the Auxiliary Soul Master are in the middle. What are they going to do? Jiang Ming frowned. He looked casual on the surface, but in fact, he was also staring at the situation on the other side. If they fall over here, they won't have the shame to go back to Shrek. "Old Chen, please open your mouth," Jiang Ming said softly. "It doesn't matter if the defense-based and powerful Attack Soul King blocks the way, I will be the powerful Attack Soul King." Chen Zifeng nodded, the soul-chasing sword in his hand flashing with blood. The next moment, the soul-chasing sword in his hand flew out directly, and a soul ring flashed. Broken, the soul-chasing sword is a pure attack-type martial spirit, and its killing ability is even much stronger than most attack-type martial spirits. After superimposing soul skills, the power of this sword is difficult to block even with defensive spirits. Bang! Several soul rings lit up on the body of the defensive Soul Master with a Diamond Shield Spirit. The Diamond Shield Spirit formed a shield array and actually withstood the soul-chasing sword together with a Terror Claw Bear Spirit Master next to him. "Old Chen, are you okay? Do you want me to give you some extra?" Guang Yangmo glanced at Chen Zifeng and said softly. "No, I'll do it myself." Chen Zifeng's eyes flashed with blood, killing power emerged from all over his body, and the soul-chasing sword released a powerful aura. Open, under the 10,000-year soul skill. The powerful power released by the soul-chasing sword directly split the diamond shield. The shield formation disappeared, and the situation behind it was revealed. "Is this a soul guide?" Jiang Ming immediately saw the round metal like a millstone in Lone Bamboo Sword's hand. The soul-chasing sword wanted to continue attacking, but was stopped by Jiang Ming. "Old Chen, wait a moment, Chen." Zifeng looked at Jiang Ming, a little confused. Jiang Ming looked towards Daoling Academy and said loudly, "You said earlier that you were going to use the soul guide. In this way, I will wait for you, get the soul guide ready, and then we can fight." Hearing this, everyone else on the stage was shocked. No, what's going on? Let them assemble the soul guide before firing? The Great Demon King, this Gong Mo wanted to remind Jiang Ming that they had suffered the loss of underestimating the enemy before. Yao Heoxun is still lying in the academy. It's okay. Jiang Ming shook his head, looking unconcerned. On the other side, after hearing Jiang Ming's words, Lone Bamboo's sword eyes instantly lit up. "Quick, assemble," the team members on the side said with some worry. "Captain, you are not afraid of them." "Afraid of them? With such a gap in strength, can we win? After assembling this thing, we only have a small hope of victory." This sounds a bit sad, but it is also true. Xianxia Daluo looked at the situation on the field and made no move. The two sides didn't admit defeat and didn't even start fighting. He couldn't care less. Referee, Jiang Ming suddenly looked at Xianxia Daluo. Xianxia Daluo was startled and had a bad feeling in his heart. Jiang Ming showed a big smile and said softly, "Well, they can use soul tools, so we should be able to use them too, right?" Xianxia Daluo nodded subconsciously. This is natural. It is impossible that only one side can use this soul guide. But then, Xianxia Daluo added, "You can't use fixed soul guides. The power of custom soul guides is too great. If you take out a level 7 custom soul guide shell, how will this game be played?" Jiang Ming nodded, then turned his back, tinkering with something. The rest of Shrek Academy, while staring at Dowling Academy, watched Jiang Ming take out a soul tool. "It's not good for you to use this, right?" Mazaya Ateo, who has always had a hot temper, couldn't help but say. "Really, this thing is nothing." The players from Dowling Academy moved very quickly, and a huge thunder cannon, a level 7 soul guide, was assembled directly. This thing is a big killer. After assembly, the faces of the 7 people were full of smiles. However, when they saw the soul guidance device in Jiang Ming's hand, the smiles on their faces disappeared instantly. Jiang Ming chuckled, patted the charging soul cannon, and said, "This cannon of yours looks very powerful. What a coincidence, I also spent a huge sum of money to buy it yesterday. I got a soul-guided cannon. How about we compete to see whose soul-guided cannon is more powerful?" A total of 600 words have been added. A full 600 words. End of this chapter. Chapter 289. Everyone was frightened. Dowling Academy wanted to use a powerful soul guide to compete, and Jiang Ming also wanted to try out the power of the big treasure he bought with a lot of money. So, he directly took out the groundbreaking cannon that he bought yesterday for 7 million gold soul coins. Seeing Jiang Ming actually take out the groundbreaking cannon, Xianxia Daluo's eyes widened instantly. This and this, of course he knows this thing. He was one of the 4 titled Daluo guard in the auction yesterday. After watching the whole process, I know what this thing is. The thing Jiang Ming is holding was just auctioned yesterday. A groundbreaking cannon. What is the groundbreaking cannon? 8th level soul guide. An 8th level soul guide with a 9 level core array. A terrifying soul guide that can unleash the full blow of a level 95 super Daluo. To be honest, even though the cannon was recharged successfully, even a titled Daluo like him didn't dare to say that he could block this thing. When you bring this thing out, do you want to compete, or do you want to kill the referee? Calm down. Calm down. This player from Shrek Academy, please calm down. Put down the soul cannon first. Put it down first. Xianxia Daluo quickly blocked the middle of the competition stage, with a nervous look on his face and an extremely gentle tone, fearing that Jiang Ming would be impulsive. As for the previous games, he could also use his title Daluo level strength to forcefully suppress them. But he can't suppress this, he really can't suppress it. He, Xianxia Daluo, is one of the country protecting Daluo of the Xingluo Empire. With the help of the Xianxia Lone Star, he can even rival a super Daluo. But this refers to attack power, not defense power. An attack comparable to level 95 super Daluo's full blow, he couldn't block it, he really couldn't block it. Senior Xianxia Daluo, why are you so nervous? I'll give it a try. I don't see anyone admitting defeat, Jiang Ming said softly with a smile on his lips. By the way, he raised his chin and nodded at Dowling Academy. Did you admit defeat, Xianxia? Daluo looked at the Dowling Academy players on the other side. I saw that everyone in Dowling Academy had set up a thunder cannon. The intimidation of the 7th level thunder cannon is still very strong. After all, it is a 7th level soul guide. Even the soul saint does not dare to block it after it is fully charged. But it depends on what it is compared to. Compared with the strength shown by other colleges, this thing is an absolute killer. But compared with a groundbreaking cannon that can deliver a full strength strike of level 95, it is nothing. What is going on here? Why don't you start the game? Yes, the referee just retreated. Why did he come to the middle again? Dowling Academy seems to have set up a soul cannon. It looks very powerful. Shrek seems to have also set up a soul cannon, and it looks very powerful. Very powerful. Are they going to use soul cannons to bombard each other? Huh? Would that be exciting? Am I the only one who thinks it's dangerous? If they knock this soul shield off, can it hold up? In the audience, an audience member said with worry. The big noise Jiang Ming made before made them somewhat doubtful about the safety of this protective shield. If they can't stop the soul cannon bombardment on the competition stage, they will be doomed again. Hey, why do you say again? After hearing this audience member's words, the faces of the surrounding audience members who were excited about seeing the exciting scene of soul cannon bombardment suddenly lost their smiles. Even a small audience became panicked. Compared with excitement, life is more important. Watching a game, there is no need to risk your life. Fortunately, there were soldiers throughout the square to maintain order, and the local panic was quickly suppressed. Luckily for the audience, they didn't know the power of the soul cannons used by both sides on the stage. But other colleges that are also contestants know it. Especially the VIPs who attended yesterday's top auction couldn't help but swallow their saliva after seeing Jiang Ming take out the groundbreaking cannon. They even had the urge to escape quickly. They are competing. They are competing. If you use this thing to kill people, it is overkill. This big brother from Ming Jiang is really a little crazy. Ma. Rulong couldn't help but swallow it as he looked at the groundbreaking cannon in Jiang Ming's hand. Even someone as proud as Xiao Hongchen didn't know what to say when he saw Jiang Ming wielding the unparalleled cannon on the competition stage. How to say? This is no longer a matter of pride and comparison, this is a natural chasm. Xiao Hongchen thought about how majestic he would be in 5 years. After all, he was already a 5-ring soul king. As long as nothing unexpected happened in 5 years, with the resources provided by Ming Hall, it would not be a big problem to become a soul saint. 20-year-old soul saint. What a scenery that is. But now, all I can say is that he can't do it. Really not. Mr. Ma, let's not tell brother Ming Jiang about today's game. I'm afraid of him, Meng. Hongzhen frowned and said worriedly. Ming Jiang himself was deceived by his hateful elder brother. If he heard that his elder brother was so prosperous now, he might be very angry. Well, let's not talk about it for now, Mr. Ma nodded. Those of them who didn't have many conflicts with Jiang Ming felt myocardial infarction when they saw this scene. If Ming Jiang heard it, the child would really on the city wall. When Jiang Ming took out the groundbreaking cannon, Xing the emperor of the Luo Empire stood up instantly. What does he want to do? The emperor of the Star Luo Empire panicked, really a little panicked. This thing was sold from him, and he knows how powerful it is. Once this thing is really used by Jiang Ming, even the Xianxia Daluo on the competition stage will definitely be unable to stop it. Your Majesty, this groundbreaking cannon does not seem to be a custom-installed soul guide, so it can theoretically be used, the Prime Minister on the side reminded. Fart. The creation cannon is a soul guide that can unleash the full blow of a level 95 Super Daluo. What does it mean that it can be used in theory? If this is really used, this protection the shield can't stop it at all. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire lost control of his emotions. It's just a small matter that the protective shield can't stop it. If it causes large-scale casualties to the audience, then he, the Emperor, will inevitably face the wrath of the entire Star Luo city. Quickly, let Xianxia Daluo stop him. He must not be allowed to use it, Your Majesty. Even if Jiang Ming is powerful, it is impossible for him to use the world-creating cannon. That's close to level 9 soul tool. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire focused his eyes and said angrily, what do you mean it's impossible? What if he really uses it? Are you responsible? Chapter 290 Xianxia Daluo, if I don't work hard, my life will be miserable. Everyone outside the competition stage was still in a panic. On the competition stage, facing the unparalleled Xianxia Daluo and the Daoling Academy people, they truly felt what it means to have life that is not under their control. Especially Xianxia Daluo. Ever since he became a title Daluo and the protector Daluo of the Star Luo Empire, he has never faced such a severe situation. This is so serious that if you are not careful, you will die. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and admit defeat. Do you really want to have a head-on confrontation with a groundbreaking cannon, Xianxia Daluo almost shouted. After being yelled at by Xianxia Daluo, everyone in Daoling Academy finally reacted. Captain Gu's Hujian didn't hesitate at all, as if someone was holding a knife to his neck. He said the word admit defeat as fast as he could in his life and in the most generous tone. I am afraid that Jiang Ming will blow them into pieces with one shot. When the other team members heard the captain shouting to admit defeat, not only did they not feel a trace of loss on their faces, but they felt lucky to have survived the catastrophe. Every one of them stared intently at the ground-breaking cannon in Jiang Ming's hand, and quietly moved behind Shyensha Douluo, as if this way they could feel a sense of security. No one doubts the power of the ground-breaking cannon. It is the kind that can really blast them to pieces. Not even the referee can save them. Jiang Ming, Wielding Academy has given up. Put down the ground-breaking cannon. There was even a hint of pleading in Shyensha Douluo's voice. Being faced with this thing is really dangerous. Hearing what Shyensha Douluo said, Jiang Ming lowered the muzzle of the world-opening cannon with some regret, and sighed. Oh, I thought I could give it a try, but I was a little disappointed. Suddenly, Jiang Ming looked at Shyensha Douluo, his eyes bright. Why don't you, Senior Shyensha Douluo, give me a try? No need, Shyensha Douluo almost blurted out without thinking at all. He didn't even hesitate, for fear that Jiang Ming would bombard him the next second. Stingy, Jiang Ming glanced at Shyensha Douluo and put away the world-opening cannon in disappointment. At this time, Shyensha Douluo immediately announced, Shrek Academy wins. The entire audience was silent. The audience had no reaction, which was completely different from the previous reactions after Shrek Academy won. This is a very dramatic game. In a 7-person team battle, among the two sides, the Wielding Academy side was strong and ranked in the top 8. It also had a powerful lineup of 5 Soul Kings and a powerful trump card of a 7-level Thunder Cannon. Shrek Academy has a heaven-defying lineup of 4 Soul Saints and 3 Soul Emperors. Even if it is a one-sided situation, the audience can at least see a visual feast, at least 2 fights, and 2 soul skills. Most people even want to experience the excitement of a 100,000-year domain soul skill. But the result was that, except for a Soul Emperor from Shrek Academy who took action at the beginning, there was no fighting in the entire game. Calm. When Jiang Ming brought out his ground-breaking cannon, the game became extremely calm. Fight? Do you want to fight in a battle where you may die if you move? This is a game. What are you trying to do with your life? In any case, even if the audience is no longer satisfied, the game is over. There were not many cheers in the field. Even when Jiang Ming and others walked back to the rest area, the sighs of relief from the academy players were louder than the cheers. Great Demon King, is this necessary? The Shyensha Douluo was almost scared to death when competing with the 8th-level Soul Cannon, Gonggang. Mo said speechlessly. They can win beautifully even if they play normally. There is no need to scare the opponents and referees like this. Yet, we haven't even made a move yet, but Lao Chen made a move, and the game was bad. Die? Yu Heng was also a little dissatisfied. He is already a 7-ringed Soul Saint, and he hasn't shown off yet. You know, Xingluo City is his base, and it's very satisfying to show off in this circle. But unfortunately, from the beginning to now, I have never been happy. Okay, I'll let you have a good fight in the next game. Jiang Ming nodded and said softly. There are only a few games left in this game, so it's really not good for them to hold it back. Nah, it's agreed, we can't go back on it, Gonggang Mo confirmed immediately. Jiang Ming rolled his eyes and said, I speak, and I keep my word. On the other side, after hosting the Shrek Academy competition, Shyensha Douluo quickly left the competition tower. The next game is not worthy of him playing. In fact, he came to the city wall immediately and wanted to reply to His Majesty, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire. He did not want to host the subsequent competitions. Really, he doesn't want to host any more games involving Jiang Ming. No, he doesn't want to host any more competitions involving Shrek Academy. Whoever likes to host can host it. On the city wall, Shyensha Douluo looked at the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire in front of him and said solemnly, Your Majesty, I don't want to host the competition anymore. To be honest, he was a little scared. The first time he presided over a game in which Jiang Ming participated, he, the referee, was forced to receive a beating. The second time he hosted a competition involving Jiang Ming, he was pointed at the head by a groundbreaking gun. If this is the third time, will his life be sealed like this? Shyensha Douluo decided to give up the dangerous job of refereeing. As Shyensha Douluo spoke, The civil and military ministers on the city wall also looked at him with sympathetic eyes. Indeed, Jiang Ming was a little miserable in these 2 games. Ahem, I can understand Senior Wang's mood, but the game still needs referees, and the situation at Shrek Academy, the Emperor of the Douluo Empire, coughed twice. It's also a bit difficult. General referees can't control Shrek Academy games at all. And then there are the semifinals and finals, and there is no chance of accidents in this kind of competition. Your Majesty, you should let several other colleagues be the referees. I really can't bear it anymore. Jiang Douluo's attitude is very determined. He is not the only protector Douluo in the Douluo Empire. Other seniors. The Emperor of the Douluo Empire turned his head and looked at the other protector Douluo around him. Which senior is willing? Ahem. Well, the moon is so round today. Why is there so much dust on the city wall? Prime Minister, it's time to clean it up. The several titled Douluo seemed to be particularly concerned about the things around them, as if they didn't even notice the Douluo Empire Emperor's eyes. Senior Chang, July. Douluo Changgang did not speak. The Emperor of Douluo Empire and Jiang Douluo both focused their eyes on him. Changgang was stunned for a moment, and then he grimaced. Your Majesty, you know that between me and Jiang Ming, if I go up to host the competition, it might really happen. The Emperor of the Xingluo Empire sighed and looked at Jiang Douluo again. Senior Wang, thank you for your hard work. The expression on Jiang Douluo's face was stiff, and he was about to cry without tears. Your Majesty, I am not working hard, my life is hard. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291. To tell the truth, it's very smooth. After the team battle ended, the game between Shrek Academy and Wielding Academy was not over yet. 2 games are required to advance from 16 to 8, a team battle and an individual elimination match. As for Shrek, who won the team battle, they only need to win 3 games in the individual knockout rounds to enter the quarterfinals. And Jiang Ming gave this opportunity to the little guys in the reserve team. The subsequent semifinals and finals were tough battles, making it unrealistic for the young guys from the reserve team. So this individual competition is basically an opportunity for the reserve team members to perform in this competition. However, even so, Hou Yuhao, Wang Dong, and Xiao Xiao are still unable to play. There is no way. In the individual elimination round, the opponents are all Soul Kings of the Soul Sect. Several Soul Masters and Great Soul Masters will be completely abused when they grow up. Bibai, He Ke Tao, Su Sanchi, Jiang Nanan, you guys behave well. Jiang Ming looked at the 4 of them and said softly. The opponent is a lineup of 5 Soul Kings and 2 Soul Sects, so Jiang Ming did not require them to win a game. It is easy for them to fight against the opposite Soul King and Soul Sect as a main team, but it is not so easy for the reserve team to fight. Zixi, Lao Chen, Luchen, you 3 are in line behind them. Ling, Luchen and the other 2 nodded. With the 3 of them behind, it doesn't matter even if the 4 reserve players in front lose. By the way, use whatever cards you 4 have. This should be your last chance to play, Jiang Ming said without hesitation. Hearing this, Bibai and the other 4's eyes narrowed. Bibai and Su Sanchi looked at each other, and both saw the decision in the other's eyes. On the other hand, Wielding Academy originally wanted to admit defeat directly. No matter how you look at it, you can't win. What's the point of going up and getting beaten? Then Ming Jiang's words appeared in their ears again. If Jiang Ming comes on the stage, then we will admit defeat directly. If not, then we will have a good fight with Shrek. This is what Lone Bamboo Sword said of. He was really unwilling to do so. They definitely can't win, but at least they have to have a fight with the people from Shrek Academy. Of course, if it's Jiang Ming, don't fight. After being pointed at by the groundbreaking cannon, they all had psychological shadows. Fortunately, Jiang Ming was not the first one to play. Not only is he not Jiang Ming, he is not even a regular member of the team. Shrek Academy, Bibai. Wielding Academy, Jin Yuan. Bibai's face was solemn. He and Jin Yuan's soul power were different. They have reached level 5 or 6, but one is a soul sect and the other is a soul king. And Jin Yuan's martial spirit is still a top-notch beast martial spirit. This battle is difficult to fight. Even based on what Jiang Ming knew about Bibi's strength, he didn't think Bibi could win. But if Bibi has a backup plan, that might be possible. Soon, the game started. As the Cayenne Terror Claw Bear possessed him, his soul ring flashed, and his figure suddenly swelled to 3 meters high. This is completely out of the human height category, more like a ferocious spirit beast. Those bulging and strong muscles hide huge power. Bibi also possessed a martial spirit, but it didn't look as exaggerated as Jin Yuan's, and was directly weaker in terms of momentum. But the next moment, a golden light flashed in Bibi's eyes. Roar! A roar sounded from Bibi's mouth, and then, the thunder and lightning around his body turned into gold, brilliant golden light shone, and a dazzling golden light appeared above his head. Condensation takes shape. Immediately afterwards, Bibi, who was in the state of thunderous rage, saw the dragon scales on his right arm spread rapidly, covering his entire body in the blink of an eye, and his aura also experienced earth-shaking changes. It was a kind of aloof pride and domineering, with an indescribable strength and kingly aura. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex is already a very powerful martial spirit, but at this time, Bibi is making further progress. The voices of Jiang Ming Ice Silkworm and Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion sounded in Hou Yuheo's heart almost at the same time. Golden Holy Dragon, Bibi's momentum had reached its peak, and he moved his left foot forward. Take a step forward and shout loudly. Overlord, Thunder Territory, good guy, Golden Holy Dragon? Is it possible that Bibi's lineage is the descendant of the Master and Liu Erlong? Jiang Ming scratched his chin with his fingers, and a trace of thought flashed in his eyes. These little guys really have a trump card. The Golden Holy Dragon spirit has awakened. If Bibi can completely transform his blue electric Tyrannosaurus spirit into the Golden Holy Dragon, then his spirit will be an existence comparable to Hou Yuheo's ultimate ice martial spirit. The Overlord's thunder domain is very powerful. After superimposing the fury of thunder, Bibi's aura even surpassed that of Jin Yuan. Of course, Jin Yuan's power is still stronger than Bibi's, but the Terror Claw Bear's spirit is terrifyingly powerful but not flexible enough. Bibi's Golden Holy Dragon martial spirit is one level higher than the Terror Claw Bear, has greater flexibility, and has Tang Clan skills. Under Bibi's Infinite Golden Thunder's long-range attacks and flexible close attacks from time to time, Jin Yuan was electrocuted into a scorched bear. Shrek Academy wins. The second game is Ek Tao, the opponent is also a Soul King, Hanlinger. Wu Han is the agility attack Soul King of Lightning Martin, and he restrains Ek Tao to death. However, Ek Tao also relied on his soul guide to consume nearly half of Hanlinger's soul power. So much so that when Jiang Nanan came up, Hanlinger's soul power was exhausted. The third player on the Daoling Academy side is Captain Guz Hujian. Facing the captain of Daoling Academy, Jiang Nanan was defeated without a doubt. Then, Su Sanchi came on stage. Su Sanchi, like Bibi, used his hidden cards. Of course, it was because Jiang Nanan lost to Lone Bamboo Sword that he unleashed his full strength. As soon as the Zuanwu bloodline came out, Guz Hujian was directly suppressed by the martial spirit. Even though his cultivation level is several levels higher than Su Sanchi's, he even jumped a big level. But it's useless. The Lone Bamboo Sword can't hit Su Sanchi at all. What's more important is that Su Sanchi can also melt rings and has a Jiang replacement skill. I can only say that Lone Bamboo Sword was a bit aggrieved to lose. After this battle, Daoling Academy packed up and went home. Looking at their desolate faces as they left, it is estimated that it will take a long time to mend the psychological shadow caused by this competition. After a few days of rest, the real peak showdown is coming. Early in the morning, wash up, have breakfast, go out to the battle, the semifinals. As soon as the Shrek Academy team, dressed in dark green attire, appeared in Xingluo Square, they aroused cheers like a mountain roaring in a tsunami. From the beginning of the competition with more than 100 teams to the final 4, the competition has taken more than a month. On the Shrek Academy side, Zio, Wang Dong, and Hou Yuheo even competed in the Soul Power competition. There are breakthroughs all over. For the remaining 4 teams, each team only has 2 battles left at most. The moment of decisive victory has arrived, and so has the moment of all-out effort. The rest area has been renovated, and there are only 4 areas left, and each team is far apart from each other. There was nearly half an hour before the start of the game, and everyone from the 4 teams had already arrived. Occasional eye contact, sparks will burst out between the 4 teams. While the fighting spirit is high, the atmosphere in the rest area also becomes solemn, tense, and even a bit chilling. But when the contestants from the other 3 academies looked at Shrek, especially when they looked at Jiang Ming, they subconsciously avoided him. There is no way, a terrifying existence that carries a soul guide that can deliver a full blow of the 95th level Super Douluo, and is still a soul saint, and can hide a title Douluo head-on. Seeing is a kind of pressure. As for Jiang Ming's 700,000-year soul rings, others still have doubts. After all, 700,000-year soul rings are really incredible. And at the beginning of the competition, the 700,000-year soul rings that Hoyuheo scared people also affected their judgment to some extent. But everyone knows one thing, that is, regardless of whether Jiang Ming's 700,000-year soul rings are true or false, at least Jiang Ming must have 100,000-year soul ring. The color of the soul ring can be faked, but the strength that can overwhelm the referee of a title Douluo cannot be faked. The sky's getting brighter and the weather is still good today. The sun shines on the broad Xingluo square, casting a light golden color over the entire square. But in the eyes of the 4 teams that entered the semifinals, this is not only sunshine, but also a glory that they must strive for with all their strength. Even if the first place is no longer in suspense, they must continue to work hard. After all, Shrek also won the championship in the past, but this time's lineup is just a little more powerful. The first day of the semifinals, team battle. To everyone's surprise, a 10-meter wide red carpet was spread from the direction of the Imperial City Gate to the front of the competition stage. 10 minutes before the lottery started, the Imperial City Palace doors opened wide, and His Majesty the Emperor of the Starluo Empire strode out surrounded by palace guards and walked straight towards the competition stage. Long live, long live, long live. All the soldiers responsible for maintaining order raised their weapons and shouted long live. The people immediately noticed the Emperor's appearance and also shouted long live. The members of the 4 teams also stood up and paid attention to His Majesty the Emperor. Besides the Emperor of the Starluo Empire, there were 4 old men standing. The 4 of them formed a square, with His Majesty the Emperor at the center of the square. There were only 20 guards following him, which didn't look exaggerated. However, the members of each participating team knew clearly that the lineup of this escort team was extremely luxurious. The 4 old men were probably all title Douluo level powerful men, worshipped by the Starluo Empire who, since the disintegration of Wuhan Palace, which once controlled the strongest soul masters in the mainland, thousands of years ago, most of the powerful soul masters in the soul master world have been snared by various countries. As the soul masters have a deeper and deeper understanding of martial souls, the chances of title Douluo appearing are much higher than before. It's just that some title Douluo rely too much on drug assistance when they break through, so that their real strength is slightly weaker. Of course, even if the number of title Douluo is more than 10,000 years ago, the total number is still scarce. Moreover, even if they are both title Douluo, they have different martial souls, different cultivation methods, different soul rings, different soul bones, different numbers of soul bones, and their cultivation levels are all very different. The 108 soul masters responsible for protection around the competition stage bowed to the Emperor at the same time, but they did not kneel down. According to the regulations of the Starluo Empire, royal soul masters with rings above the 4th ring do not need to kneel down. His Majesty the Emperor stepped onto the competition stage surrounded by 4 title Douluo, faced the direction of Xingluo Square, smiled and said, "My people, please be free. Long live, long live, long live." Cheers suddenly erupted in Xingluo Square, which showed that His Majesty the Emperor was very loved by his people. After the Emperor of the Starluo Empire said some words, he began to preside over the drawing of lots. Among the 4 old men who followed him on stage, the one on the front left took 2 steps across, facing the direction of the rest area, and said in a deep voice, "Invite the captains of the 4 teams to come on stage to draw lots." An indescribable powerful aura suddenly burst out from the old man, and the astonishing pressure even made everyone in Xingluo Square feel like the sky was darkening. The Emperor of the Starluo Empire introduced the old man's identity, and Jiang Ming greeted the old man with a smile on his face. "It's you again." Seeing Jiang Ming greeting him with a smile on his face, Xiansha Douluo's serious old face almost lost its strength. "Yes, it's me again. It's this bad job again. What a bitter life." Thinking of this, Xiansha Douluo couldn't help but glance at the 3 colleagues who were still beside the Emperor of the Starluo Empire, his eyes full of resentment. They are so inhuman. Just as Jiang Ming was greeting Shrek Douluo, the 4 team captains representing the top 4 had already arrived on the stage. This is Jiang Ming from Shrek Academy, Ma Rulong from Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy, and a young man from Douluo Academy with a medium build and broad shoulders. He looks very calm and has a rock-solid appearance feeling. The person representing Star Luo National Academy on stage was a girl, a rare female captain. This girl, Jiang Ming, and everyone at Shrek Academy had seen her. She was actually the chief auctioneer they met at the Starlight Auction House, Her Royal Highness Princess Jiu. Seeing Her Royal Highness the Princess, not only everyone in the Shrek team was surprised, but the people from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and the Douluo Academy also widened their eyes in surprise. Because they all participated in that top auction. The competition uniforms of Xingluo National Academy are light yellow uniforms. The princess today is different from the elegant and noble one she looked like at the auction that day. Her temperament changed in her elegant outfit, and she looked heroic. Her long blonde hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, with a faint smile on her pretty face, and a well-tailored yellow outfit that perfectly outlined her delicate body. She is very beautiful, almost a peerless beauty. But Jiang Ming doesn't care at all. Anyone who has a wife needs to be conscious. It's definitely not because he feels Sister Li Zhuan's gaze. Absolutely not. Jiang Ming, please give me your advice. Princess Jiu took the initiative to show her kindness and extended her hand with a smile on her face. Jiang Ming only dared to hold half of it lightly. It would be a bit hypocritical to say that it was not easy to touch. Princess Jiu's hands feel like warm jade. To be honest, they are very moist. Under the watchful eyes of the 4 titled Douluo, the 4 captains came before His Majesty the Xingluo Emperor. Emperor Xingluo smiled slightly and said, "It's a pleasure to meet you young heroes. The competition is about to begin. I hope you can complete this competition with the purpose of friendship first and competition second. Later I will throw 4 balls with lots written on them, and you will grab them at the same time. Are you ready?" Jiang Ming nodded. Princess Jiu smiled slightly and nodded. Ma Rulong and the captain of Douluo Academy also nodded respectively. Attention. Emperor Xingluo narrowed his eyes slightly, and then, no one saw clearly how he took action, as 4 balls of golden light rose into the sky at the same time. The captain of Douluo Academy and Ma Rulong both made the same choice. They jumped up and rushed towards the golden ball in the air as quickly as possible. But Jiang Ming and Princess Jiu remained motionless. One was casual and the other was smiling. The captain of Douluo Academy and Ma Rulong grabbed 2 golden balls, and after the other 2 golden balls fell, Princess Jiu and Jiang Ming just stretched out their hands and caught the balls. "I am number 1, Princess Jiu spoke first. Jiang Ming raised his eyebrows and smiled. "What a coincidence, Princess Jiu, I am also number 1, hearing that Jiang Ming is also number 1, Princess Jiu the smile on her beautiful face is a little unnatural. End of this chapter. Chapter 292, okay, target me, right? Even if the 4 teams will meet each other in the next game no matter what, no one wants their team to meet Shrek Academy first. Why? It's so shocking. The other 3 teams had not met Shrek in previous games, but just watching the performance of Shrek Academy and the audience felt a little heartbroken. It is almost conceivable that when they face Shrek directly, there will definitely be problems in their state. But there is no way. I drew lots by myself. Compared with Princess Jiu's unnatural smile, Ma Rulong and the captain of Douluo Academy looked much more relaxed. At least, when the 2 of them fight, the game can be said to be normal. But playing against Shrek Academy is not a normal game. Especially when Jiang Ming comes on stage, his life is really in danger. Look at your King Wu from Xiangshan College, and look at the players from Dowling College. When they packed up their things and left, their backs were so bleak, so anxious, and so frustrated. Even the referee on the competition stage had to be beaten. "Don't worry, Princess Jiu, I am a very gentleman and I am more measured when dealing with girls." Jiang Ming smiled at Princess Jiu, looking like the sunshine of a gentleman cheerful big boy. After Emperor Xingluo personally checked the lottery numbers, he announced the results to the public. When the people of the Star Luo Empire heard that their team was going to face Shrek Academy, waves of exclamations kept coming from the audience. After exclaiming, they also knew that their country's team was in danger. There is no way. Shrek Academy's crushing momentum in previous games was too strong. This almost gives all the audience an illusion That is, no team can win when they meet Shrek, they can only lose. Especially after Jiang Ming appeared, this feeling reached its peak. The competition rules of the semifinals and finals follow the rules of the previous knockout rounds, which are also divided into 2 days, with team battles and individual knockout rounds. The difference is that you must win both games to qualify. If both teams win 1 game each, then you must use the 2-2-3 strategy to advance to the playoffs. In other words, there is no longer any advantage in winning a team battle. The difference between the semifinals and the finals is that the semifinals are not completed in 1 day, but the finals, including team battles, individual eliminations, and 2-2-3 tactics, will be carried out in 1 go. At that time, the competition is not just about strength, more sustained combat effectiveness and endurance, and it is also a contest of willpower. Emperor Douluo smiled and said, "I wish the 4 teams can exert their full strength in the next game. The draw is over, please prepare yourself today's first team battle. It will be Shrek Academy vs Douluo National Academy, and the second game will be Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy vs Douluo Academy." Jiang Ming returned to Zhang Lexuan, and Zhang Lexuan asked softly, "How is the situation of Princess Jiujiu?" Jiang Ming was stunned for a second, and then chose a serious answer between informal and serious. "There must be some kind of soul guide on her body that blocks my mental power detection. If the strength is small, the mental power detection is useless. If the strength is strong, the title Douluo will probably intervene." It was already the semifinals, so Jiang Ming was naturally interested in these opponents. But the other colleges are basically powerful colleges with a national background. It is still very difficult to find out some information. "It seems that Princess Jiujiu is not simple," Zhang Lexuan said in a deep voice. Jiang Ming nodded and looked at Wang Yan aside. "Teacher Wang, what is the martial spirit of the Douluo Empire royal family?" Although he and Wang Yan are powerful, their research on martial arts is really not as good as Wang Yan. This one likes to go to the library. When he was stuck at the level 70 bottleneck, he also spent some time in the library in the inner courtyard, but the martial arts books he read were more targeted, and he had a better understanding of other relatively rare martial arts few. There was a trace of thought in Wang Yan's eyes. After pondering for a few seconds, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. "If I guessed correctly, her martial spirit should be Star Crown?" Jiang Ming listened carefully. He only knew a little about the Star Crown martial spirit, its abilities and so on, and have not been in contact with it. "Well, then this game is a bit interesting." After listening to Wang Yan's description of the Star Crown martial spirit, Jiang Ming nodded, with the same expression on his face. "Easy. No matter how strong and special her Star Crown martial spirit is, can she defeat them?" Not only Jiang Ming, but also Wang Yan, who knew the Star Crown martial spirit very well, said he was not worried at all. Even, he was worried about the contestants on the opposite side. "You know, Jiang Ming brought out all the groundbreaking cannons in the last game. What do you hit with?" Shrek Academy, Douluo National Academy, the team battle members are on the field. The person in charge of refereeing today's team battle is the miserable Xianxia Douluo. Emperor Douluo has returned to the imperial city under the protection of the other 3 titled Douluo, and climbed to the top of the city to watch the battle. Jiang Ming walked in the front, followed closely by Ma Ziaotao, Dai Yuhang, Ling Lujin, Gong Guiyangmo, Chen Zifeng and Zixi. The 2 teams entered the competition stage at the same time. The semifinals haven't even started yet, but as the players from both sides are looking at each other, a strong smell of gunpowder is already filling the air. Even though they knew their opponents were very strong, the players from the Douluo Royal Academy did not admit defeat directly. In front of an audience of 200,000 people in their own country, no matter how strong Shrek was, he would never admit defeat. Princess Jiujiu's eyes have also changed. Her bright blue eyes exude a faint golden luster. If you look carefully, you will feel as vast as the sea. Xianxia Douluo glanced at Jiang Ming, a little helpless, but soon returned to normal. His expression was cold and authentic. Both sides retreated. "Before I announced the start of the game, no one is allowed to release the martial spirit before. By the way, the new rules of the competition are that soul tools of level 8 and above are not allowed to be used. It goes without saying who this rule is aimed at, except Jiang Ming's name. After all, during the entire competition, only Jiang Ming used the level 8 soul guide." "Hey, referee, you are targeting me, right?" Jiang Ming was a little unconvinced. "I can use it, why don't you let me use it?" No matter who is being targeted, neither party can use soul guidance devices of level 8 or above. Xianxia Douluo had a cold face and was fair and stern. Just kidding, if you use such a powerful soul guide, it will kill me. You, okay, you wait, Jiang Ming said harsh words and led his people back. In the process of retreating, the formations of both sides are also changing. On the Shrek Academy side, they no longer stood randomly, but formed a formation. In the front are Dai Yuhang, Ma Ziaotao and Chen Zifan, behind are Ling Lujin, Gong Mo is behind Ling Lujin, and Zixi stands next to Gong Mo and Ling Luojin. And Jiang Ming Xianxia Douluo looked at Jiang Ming, who was only a few meters away from him, with black lines all over his face. What are you doing here? Chapter 293 You fight yourselves, I will practice with a referee. On the competition stage, Shrek Academy and Douluo Royal Academy have formed a formation to prepare for a confrontation. But at this critical moment, Jiang Ming, the captain of the Shrek Academy participating team, ran to the referee Xianxia Douluo. Looking at Xianxia Douluo with a black line on his face, Jiang Ming showed a big smile on his face. Senior Xianxia Douluo, there is no rule in this competition that you cannot stand next to the referee, don't you think so, Xianxia? Douluo was speechless, and for a moment he couldn't find any words to refute. Indeed, there is no rule in the rules of the game that you cannot get close to the referee. But, in a normal game, if you, the main output player, run next to the referee, you are crazy. The game begins. While both sides were paying close attention to their opponents, Xianxia Douluo shouted loudly when Jiang Ming stared at him with his big eyes. Immediately, a golden light flashed in the center of the competition stage, and the powerful title Douluo disappeared. At the same time, Jiang Ming also disappeared. Both sides reacted extremely quickly, releasing their martial spirits immediately. A golden light lit up from Princess Jiujiu's forehead. It was a rhombus-shaped golden gem. See where the gem was. Ho Yu Hao in the audience couldn't help but think of the eyes of creatures he had just obtained. Isn't that a place similar to the eye of creatures? However, Princess Jiujiu does not have a third eye. The golden diamond-shaped gem burst out with bright golden light immediately after it appeared, and then detached from her forehead, slowly floating upward, surrounded by golden light, and a magnificent crown appeared just like that. It hit the top of her head, then slowly fell and landed on her head. This crown seems to be made up of countless stars. The stars are all like gold. Starting from the diamond-shaped gem, it quickly shrinks back. There are a total of 18 larger stars on the crown. It protrudes upward to form a beautiful dip. Xingguan, this is the martial spirit of Princess Jiujiu. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 soul rings appeared on the princess at the same time. He is clearly a Soul King level powerhouse. The other 6 people in front of Princess Jiujiu also released their respective martial souls. These 6 people were all Soul King level experts. The Douluo National Academy formed at this time turned out to be an all-Soul King team. But even so, the Shrek Academy team with 1 less person was absolutely crushed in terms of cultivation, number of soul rings, and quality of soul rings. Shrek Academy has launched a charge immediately, with Ma Ziaotao taking the lead, followed closely by Dai Yuhang and Chen Zifan. Ling Luqian's ice staff has also been summoned in his hand. The ice staff held high above his head emits rich ice mist, covering Guangyangmo, herself and Zixi. And this piece of ice mist is still blooming to both sides at an alarming speed, forming a huge arc, faintly clamping down on the opponent. The figures of the 4 of them were completely hidden in the ice mist. At this time, the star crown on Princess Jiujiu's head shined brightly, the 3rd soul ring on her body lit up, and a strong golden light pillar rose into the sky. The inside of this golden light pillar is completely in the shape of golden mist, with little stars hovering and rising in it, which looks extremely strange. From the appearance, it is impossible to judge the effect of this soul skill. Princess Jiujiu's eyes narrowed, but the rising golden mist quickly spread and enveloped the other 6 people on her side. Suddenly, every member of the Douluo national team was covered with a layer of gold. The golden halo around Princess Jiujiu's body did not dissipate, and starlight continued to rush out from her star crown. Ma Ziaotao is so fast. In such a short time, she has already rushed to the front of the opponent's formation. The blazing phoenix flames soar into the sky, the huge phoenix wings spread out, and a phoenix fire line is directed towards the opposite side. The opponent's Soul King in front spit out. This Soul King's name is Wang Han. He can stand in the front, so he is naturally an attack-type battle soul master. Before Princess Jiujiu appeared, he had been the captain of the Star Luo National Academy team. Wang Heian's martial spirit is also quite powerful. With the release of the martial spirit, strong black airflow circles around the body. The body swells, the solid muscles bulge, and the forehead. There is actually a word similar to that of Daiyuhen. The difference is that the hair that appears on his body is not white or yellow, but black, pure black. The dark demon tiger, this is his martial spirit. He has rare dark attributes, but he is not an evil soul master. The powerful power of darkness gives him a talent that is not inferior to that of Daiyuhen White Tiger. Moreover, at this time, there was not just pure black on his body, but also a layer of golden light mist rendered from behind. The rich golden light mist merged with his black soul power, and there was no collision between light and darkness. Instead, his soul power was rendered into dark golden color with dots of starlight, which looked very strange. Facing Mazaya Ateo's phoenix fire line, Wang Heian looked up to the sky and roared, and rushed forward without hesitation. He punched out in the air, the first soul ring's yellow light shone, and suddenly, a ball with a diameter of more than 1 meter of dark golden semi-arc light shield burst out in the air. Fire splashed everywhere, and the dark golden semi-arc light shield only lasted for a moment under Mazaya Ateo's ultimate fire before it was directly penetrated. The terrifying high temperature made Wang Heian feel great depression, and even his skin was burned red by the extreme high temperature. The moment his dark golden semi-arc light shield was shattered, he clearly saw that the surrounding space was distorted. Even with the assistance of Princess Jiujiu's star-crowned martial spirit, his soul skills were instantly shattered. If Mazaya Ateo was not the ultimate fire or a soul saint, with the cooperation of the star-crowned martial spirit and the dark demon tiger's top martial spirit, he might still be able to block this line of fire. But obviously, this is impossible. Roar, White Tiger Soul Saint Daiyuhen's attack is coming, and the violent and suffocating pressure makes people breathless. Daiyuhen was facing a tall young man. His opponent's martial spirit is a lion, a wild lion of the underworld. He is the second-ranked offensive spirit king in the Xingluo team, named Dugu Shangshan. Dugu Shangshan wanted to block Daiyuhen's first wave of offensive, but it was almost impossible. The Soul King is blocking the Soul Saint, but the opponent is still a top-notch beast spirit. What can he use to block it? Exclamation mark. The Soul King level risk control soul masters behind Dugu Shangshan quickly took action. With the assistance of Princess Jiujiu, the two Soul Kings were able to slightly block Daiyuhen, the White Tiger Soul Saint. Boom. While the two sides were fighting fiercely, a terrifying atmosphere was being released in the space above the competition stage. King Kong Demon suppressing power, a bright golden light flashed above the competition stage, and the next moment, Jiang Ming and Shyensha Daluo, who had disappeared since the beginning of the competition, appeared. Shyensha Daluo received Jiang Ming's punch forcefully, his body's energy and blood surged, and his face was very ugly. What on earth do you want to do, Shyensha? Daluo is going crazy. After the game starts, Jiang Ming can just follow him. What does it mean to attack him? It's nothing. Now that I'm on the competition stage and you said you won't let me use the groundbreaking cannon, I can't just stand there like a fool, so I'll just practice with you, Jiang Ming said with a smile, his face full of sincerity and sincerity. There was silence on the competition stage. The two teams that were originally playing fiercely were stunned, not knowing whether they should continue. Jiang Ming seemed to realize it, so he quickly waved to the two teams on the competition stage. Well, if you guys hit you, I will practice with Senior Shyensha, and of this chapter, Chapter 294 Burning Money to Save Face. After Princess Jiuji heard Jiang Ming's words, she felt that she and the contestants from the Star Luo Royal Academy around her were insulted. Obviously they are opponents on the same stage, but Jiang Ming's tone seems to be that they are no longer on the same level. Although, they are indeed not on the same level anymore. The 6 people from Shrek Academy have already forced them into such a difficult situation that they have almost completely suppressed them. If Jiang Ming takes action again, they will have no ability to fight back at all. Okay, Princess. Jiujiu nodded slightly, and then directed the other 6 people to continue competing with everyone from Shrek Academy. Mazaya Ateo and Daiyuhen were very difficult to deal with. Even if she provided assistance and asked the Wind and Fire dual control soul masters in the team to cooperate, It was still difficult to withstand the fierce offensive of these two soul saints. The other two teammates were also suppressed by Chen Zifan. The killing ability of the soul-chasing sword frightened both soul kings. 7 against 3 could not suppress him, let alone the other 3 who were shrouded in ice mist. This is Shrek's true strength. There is no hope of winning at all. Princess Jiujiu's eyes flashed with a trace of unwillingness. She had never appeared before, but now she encountered a terrifying lineup of the level of Shrek Academy. It's too difficult. No, there are more than 200,000 spectators watching in the square. We can't lose too quickly, at least we must show momentum. Princess Jiujiu's eyes gradually became serious. This is a competition in their homeland of Star Luo Empire, surrounded by spectators from their Star Luo Empire. No matter how strong Shrek Academy is, if they lose too quickly, they will disappoint these audiences and even question the Star Luo Royal Academy and the Star Luo Royal family. This is absolutely not possible. Everyone, hold on, he said in a deep voice for a long time. I can't hold it. Mazaya Ateo leapt into the air, a powerful soul sage level aura bloomed, and the surrounding space was scorchingly distorted by the ultimate fire level phoenix flames. When she got up, a huge phoenix shadow appeared behind her. In fact, Mazaya Ateo's current strength is enough to display the true form of the phoenix. But facing a group of soul kings, she felt it was unnecessary. Phoenix Meteor Shower, this 6th soul skill released by Soul Saint Cultivation. Mazaya Ateo thought that it could sweep the entire field and end the battle. At this time, Jiang Ming also stopped sparring with Xianxia Douluo. When the situation on the field is under control, it is okay for him to spar with Xianxia Douluo, but if a situation arises that endangers the lives of the contestants, he will naturally have to stop. Xianxia Douluo looked at the terrifying Phoenix Meteor Shower not far away, a trace of solemnity flashed in his eyes. To be honest, with Mazaya Ateo's current Soul Saint Cultivation level, not even a Soul Douluo level warrior dared to resist the Phoenix Meteor Shower unleashed. The terrifying power of Ultimate Fire is no joke. The destructive power of Ultimate Flame is much stronger than that of Ultimate Ice. Huh? Is there a backup plan? Seeing that Xianxia Douluo did not come to the rescue, Jiang Ming frowned slightly. He looked towards Princess Jiujiu. A ball of golden light was thrown out of her hand. It was definitely not a soul skill. The golden light just flashed and hit Mazaya Ateo's terrifying phoenix flame rising into the sky. A strange scene appeared. A layer of golden light fell from the sky and rolled back instantly. Although the golden mask was burned into golden red by Mazaya Ateo's ultimate phoenix flame, it still completely covered Mazaya Ateo's 6th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower, that had been released. The golden light shield fell quickly, suppressing Mazaya Ateo himself in it, and actually suppressed this blow that was enough to end the game. Mazaya Ateo felt a sense of suffocation falling from the sky. She wanted to dodge, but the golden light tracked her instantly and suppressed her. At the top of the golden mask is a bead with a flowing brilliance and a total of 108 cross-sections. This bead is about the size of a fist. It is shining brightly and spinning rapidly. Mazaya Ateo, who was trapped inside, immediately launched a frantic attack on the light shield in front of him. The golden light shield vibrated violently, as if it was about to break in the next moment. But the golden mask still held up. Even though it was shaking like a house in an earthquake, it still didn't break immediately. This sudden change shocked the entire Shrek team. Jiang Ming frowned slightly and looked at Xianxia Douluo beside him. This is just a competition. Do you use this 7th level absolute defensive soul guide? This is millions of gold soul coins. As a soul who is about to enter the 8th level, with the existence of a mentor, Jiang Ming naturally knew the thing used by Princess Jiujiu. The 7th level absolute defense soul guide. The defense time lasts for 1 minute, and the soul master shrouded in it within 1 minute will face the defense power of an 8-ring Soul Douluo level defense soul master. Period. But this thing is expensive. One piece costs over 1 million gold soul coins. More importantly, this thing is a disposable product. Use it once and it's gone. Losing 1 million gold soul coins in one game is such a waste. It's such a waste. What Jiang Ming didn't know was that Princess Jiujiu was also helpless. Facing Shrek Academy, even if they took out this soul tool, they would not be able to reverse the situation. After all, Jiang Ming hasn't taken action yet. With the strength Jiang Ming has shown, this absolute defensive soul tool is useless against Jiang Ming. It can be said that they have lost. But Princess Jiujiu cannot let her team lose too ugly. The 200,000 spectators in Xingluo City are watching. Being easily defeated by Shrek had an impact beyond just losing a game. The audience may even think that the first academy in their Star Luo Empire is similar to other academies. After all, other colleges were easily defeated in front of Shrek College. In this way, the Royal Academy's reputation was suddenly pulled down, and even the majesty of the royal family was affected. It can be said that this 7-level absolute defense shield is used not to win, but to not lose too ugly. It is to save the face of the Star Luo Royal Academy and the Star Luo royal family. In comparison, they can still afford to burn more than 1 million gold soul coins. After all, I made a lot of money at the auction yesterday. Do you want to go there? Xianxia Daluo glanced at Mazaya Ateo, who was trapped in the Absolute Defense Soul Guide, and said in a deep voice. To be honest, he doesn't want to fight Jiang Ming. This guy's physical strength is really terrifying. He is a titled Daluo, but in terms of physical strength alone, he cannot compare to this guy. What were you doing in the past? It's just a level 7 Absolute Defense Soul tool. It's not like they can't break it, Jiang Ming smiled confidently. The 7th level defensive soul guide is very powerful, but Mazaya Ateo hasn't even used the martial soul's true body yet, so there's no need to worry. Come on, since Princess Jiujiu has burned 1 million gold soul coins, we should still be able to fight over there for a while. Let's discuss and learn from each other. As he said that, Jiang Ming waved his fist excitedly, attacked towards Xianxia Daluo. Xianxia Daluo, don't come over. Chapter 295. Everyone from Shrek exploded with all their might. Xianxia Daluo is really tired, so tired. Not only must he practice with Jiang Ming, but he must also keep an eye on the situation on the competition stage. He is the referee and must not allow any accidents to happen to both parties. Especially, the two sides in this competition are Star Luo Royal Academy on one side and Shrek Academy on the other. If someone from Shrek Academy had an accident, he, the referee, would have to bear the wrath of the powerful people from Shrek Academy. No, Jiang Ming can beat him up on the spot without any other strong men from Shrek Academy. Of course, with the strength of everyone in Shrek Academy, the chance of them having an accident is low. But the Star Luo Royal Academy belongs to the Star Luo Empire. Especially Princess Jiujiu, who is His Majesty the Emperor's biological sister. If something unexpected happened, he would have to face the wrath of His Majesty the Emperor. It can be said that there must be no accidents on either side, and he cannot bear the consequences. Originally, with his title Daluo's cultivation, he could barely control this situation, but Jiang Ming, a bastard Xianxia Daluo, couldn't help but feel sad. Life is hard. Xianxia Daluo could only compete with Jiang Ming while paying attention to the situation on the competition stage. Jiang Ming is actually in a similar state. He is quite familiar with the strength of Mazaya Ateo and the others. It is impossible to lose, and the possibility of an accident is also low. In fact, he is always ready to save people. Well, save the opponent. This can be regarded as the captain of a participating college who is always ready to rescue his opponents on the competition stage. Under the gaze of Xianxia Daluo and Jiang Ming, on the competition stage, the situation of everyone in Shrek Academy did not look very good. In addition to Mazaya Ateo, who was trapped by the absolute defensive shield, the 3 people in the ice mist were also found by Princess Jiujiu using the Star Guan Martial Spirit Soul skill, Star Drawing Technique. At the same time, Princess Jiujiu also used the most powerful magical skill of the Star Crown Martial Spirit, Star Guardian. This soul skill has a powerful attribute isolation ability. Even if the 3 people in the ice mist are Soul Emperors and Soul Saints, they can control this skill for a moment and cannot move. But even so, the pressure brought by the White Tiger Soul Saint Yu Heng and the Soul Chasing Sword Soul Emperor Chen Zifan to everyone in the Star Luo Royal Academy who are still outside is extremely powerful. White Tiger Meteor Shower, Dai. Yu Heng saw that all 4 teammates were controlled, and directly used the power of the Soul Saint to use the White Tiger Meteor Shower, starting an absolute domineering suppression. Countless meteor showers fell, and everyone in the Star Luo Royal Academy quickly started their defensive stance. Even if Dai Yu Heng's White Tiger Meteor Shower is much worse than Mazaya Ateo's Phoenix Meteor Shower, after all, Mazaya Ateo's soul power is stronger than Dai Yu Heng's, and it is still the ultimate fire and the 6th soul skill. But even so, the oppression brought by Dai Yu Heng, the White Tiger Soul Saint, is extremely powerful. At least, Everyone in the Douluo Academy who was still on the field faced a meteor shower and tried their best to resist it. Various defensive soul tools were used, and Princess Jiujiu's Star Glory technique continued to weaken the power of the meteor shower, and she could barely hold on. "There's still me." Chen Zifeng's eyes flashed with blood, and 6 bloody swords appeared in front of him. This is the 6th soul skill of his soul-chasing sword Wuhan, soul-chasing sword shadow. Superimposed on several of his other soul skills, each sword shadow can unleash the full power of the Soul Emperor. At the same time, Mazaya Ateo, who was locked in absolute defense, also broke out. "This thing alone can't trap me, ma." Zaya Ateo gave a deep drink, with rich and blazing flames in her eyes. Phoenix true form, horrifying. Flames rose around Mazaya Ateo. The ultra-high temperature erupted from the extreme fire instantly distorted the space, and the entire space within the absolute defense became a fiery red. In the midst of this terrifying crimson flame, a noble and proud phoenix emerged from the fire. As soon as the powerful and terrifying aura appeared, the entire absolute defense shield shook. The defensive ability of the absolute defense shield is equivalent to the defensive ability of an 8-ring Soul Douluo level defensive soul master. This is already a very high defensive power, and it can be used in such a competition under the age of 20. Almost impossible to break through. But for Mazaya Ateo, or for Mazaya Ateo who has already displayed his martial spirit true form, it is not unshakable. She is already a soul saint, and with the blessing of the top phoenix martial spirit and the ultimate fire, the strength displayed in the true form of the martial spirit has reached the control level. In this state, even if there is a real defensive 8-ring soul master in front of him, he cannot stop Mazaya Ateo at this moment. Phoenix roars to the sky, ma. Zaya Ateo's true phoenix chirped, and hot magma gushes out from the ground on the competition stage. The magma rises into the sky, carrying a terrifying power impact. Pearls from the sky. Phoenix Roaring Sky Strike is a very powerful attacking soul skill, but its shortcomings are also obvious. The opponent's movement must be restricted. At this moment, the target of the Phoenix Roaring Strike is the core of the absolute protective shield in the air. This core cannot move. You only need to use the most violent attack to smash it to break this absolute defense. Under the impact of the magma, the indestructible absolute defense soul guide began to shake violently. The violent shaking lasted only 3 seconds, and the bead at the top of the absolute defense soul guide exploded. The explosion of this bead meant that more than 1 million gold soul coins were burned cleanly. Phoenix Meteor Shower, as soon as it came out, the fiery tempered Mazaya Ateo directly used the Phoenix Meteor Shower. The overwhelming fireballs covered the entire sky and wanted to clear the place immediately. The 3 people who were isolated by the Star Guardian attribute rushed out almost at the same time. The Star Guardian skill of Star Crown Martial Spirit is indeed very powerful, and the attribute isolation ability can even be said to be a magical skill. But Jiujiu's cultivation level is too low. At least, compared to Ling Luqian, Gongyangmo, and Zixi, these 2 soul emperors and 1 soul saint, their cultivation level is too low. The powerful soul skill effect can trap them for a while, but Gongyangmo's auxiliary ability can temporarily increase the strength of Ling Luqian and Zixi to the soul saint level. You are a soul king, no matter how powerful your skills are, but my 2 soul saints are madly breaking through. Do you still want to trap me? Impossible. Ever since, everything Princess Jiujiu had done before had come to nothing. After everyone in Shrek Academy really broke out with all their strength, the terrifying strength was really not something that Douluo Academy could resist. Not good. Douluo quickly stepped out of the way in front of everyone at Douluo Academy. Mazaya Ateo's Phoenix Meteor Shower, Daiyao Hang's White Tiger Demon God's White Tiger Shattering Kill, Ling Luqian's Ice Frozen, Chen Zifeng's Soul Chasing Sword Shadow, Zixi's Lightning Clone. Attacks from 5 directions can be said to come almost at the same time. Not only that, with the blessing of Gongyangmo, the auxiliary Soul Saint, the Soul Emperor's attack has been upgraded to that of a Soul Saint. Soul Saint's attack has been upgraded to Contra. Douluo looked at the large number of attacks in front of him, and 9 soul rings rose up under his feet. This requires the use of martial arts. Chapter 296 Who do you think you are? Hey, what are you doing, Jiang? Ming frowned and appeared next to Douluo. Jiang Ming, don't mess with me at this time. When Douluo saw Jiang Ming appearing next to him, he thought he was going to cause trouble again, So he quickly warned. The people from Xingluo Royal Academy behind these attacks are absolutely unstoppable. If Jiang Ming still holds him back, the 7 people behind him will definitely die. Tisk, Senior Xianxia Douluo, am I that bad? Jiang Ming said, somewhat unconvinced. Immediately, he looked at the attack coming from the sky and his eyes narrowed. 700,000 year soul rings rose up under his feet. Jiang Ming's short hair turned into long hair, and the color of his hair also turned into red and blue. Fire and ice, disperse, as soon as Jiang Ming finished speaking, the terrifying apocalyptic flaming meteors in the sky, and the ice on the ground, stopped instantly as if a stop button had been pressed. Period. The next moment, the flames dissipated and the ice receded. Referee, I leave the soul-chasing sword shadow and lightning clone to you, Jiang Ming smiled and said to Xianxia Douluo, and then rushed towards Dai Yuhen. Period. Old Dai, let me play with you. Dai Yaoheng was stunned, and when he saw it was Jiang Ming, he quickly wanted to stop the attack. Don't stop, let me see how strong you are now. Jiang Ming punched out, front-facing, and Dai Yuheng, blessed by 2 10,000-year soul skills. The White Tiger Soul Saints collided together. Boom. A terrifying air wave exploded, and Dai Yuheng flew out directly. Hey, Lao Dai, you can't do this either. Go back and continue practicing. After Jiang Ming finished speaking, he looked to the other side. Xianxia Douluo easily blocked Chen Zifeng's soul-chasing sword shadow, and Zixi's lightning clone was also intercepted. At this time, everyone in the Xingluo Royal Academy hiding behind Xianxia Douluo turned pale. Even Princess Jiujiu's beautiful face showed a hint of panic. Before, I watched Shrek Academy's games from the audience, and it seemed that Shrek Academy had not really unleashed its full strength since the game started. Either the opponent is too weak and ends too quickly, or he doesn't appear at all. This game is the full outburst of Shrek Academy's main players. No, seriously speaking, this does not seem to be an all-out explosion from Shrek Academy's regular members. At least, Jiang Ming does not seem to have used his full strength. And it was this incomplete full-force explosion that almost killed them all. After using all the 7-level absolute defense soul tools, he lasted less than a minute before being beaten to pieces by Mazaya Ateo's Phoenix Roaring Sky Strike. The Guardian of the Star, known as a magical skill, was also violently blasted away. The overwhelming power of soul skills and the sense of oppression are really too strong. This is not a battle on the same level. None of the 9 transformation soul rituals they prepared could be used. No, I dare not use it. The 9 transformation soul instrument can indeed make a teammate's soul power break through the limit, but they are all soul kings. Even if they can break through the limit, it will go against the will of God and force the soul power of one of their teammates to increase to soul saint. If the level is higher, the meridians of this teammate will be permanently damaged. But the other party is a genuine soul saint. Once there is a bombardment, it may be possible to suppress it, but only once. After that moment, it's over. The game is over. Shrek Academy wins. Xianxia Douluo announced the results of the game, and at the same time he breathed a long sigh of relief. Well, the game is over, there are no casualties on both sides, great. Every day, he, the referee, is more nervous than the contestants during the competition. These are all ancestors. But fortunately, there are only 2 or 3 games left. Seeing the end of the game, Princess Jiujiu and her party walked off the competition stage safely. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire, who had just stood up nervously on the city wall, also breathed a sigh of relief. He walked down the city wall and found Princess Jiujiu. Jiujiu, how do you feel? Are you okay? They say the royal family is ruthless, but for him and Princess Jiujiu, that doesn't exist. He cares about Princess Jiujiu even more than ordinary brothers and sisters. It's very, very scary, brother. Shrek Academy is really scary, Princess. Jiujiu seemed to still be immersed in the overwhelming attack. With her Soul King's cultivation, even if she was attacked by just one of them, she would be dead. Yes, Shrek Academy is too scary. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire sighed with emotion. The Shrek of the past was terrifying enough, but the current Shrek can only be said to be beyond his imagination. Both the other members of the main team and Jiang Ming were far beyond his imagination. However, in a way, this is not a bad thing. The stronger Shrek Academy is, the stronger the combat power on their side will be when the Sun and Moon Empire takes action in the future. Let's go and take a rest, the Emperor of Star Luo Empire said softly. But, brother, there is still a personal elimination round. A trace of resistance flashed on Princess Jiujiu's face, but she still said, in the semifinals format, you need to win 2 games in 3 categories: team battles, individual knockout matches, and second and third matches to advance. Okay, brother, I see that you are very frightened. Let's just admit defeat in the individual elimination round. You can't win anyway. Go back and have a rest. The Emperor of the Star Luo Empire shook his head and said. Before the game even started, he knew that he would lose this one. Let Jiujiu and the others compete, just to let them understand how big the gap is. One fight is enough, and it's not particularly embarrassing. If you continue to fight, you will just continue to be abused, which is meaningless. On the other side, the Shrek Academy's regular members, who had just become famous, were being scolded. You guys, what are you doing? Do you need to be so ruthless to attack? The 6 members of the main team, except Jiang Ming, stood in a row and were beaten in a very standard military posture training. Your opponents are a group of soul kings. You are soul emperors and soul saints. It's what our Shrek Academy emphasizes on bullying the weak. It's all-round combat quality. You use your cultivation to crush the opponent, no problem. If you have the advantage of cultivation, you can use it. But you can't just rely on this, could you use your brains? The other side used a soul guide. Where was your soul guide? Jiang Ming's face looked very ugly. He watched the whole game, but to be honest, he didn't see the cooperation and skills of the people in front of him in this game. How should I put it? Maybe I have realized that I can win no matter what I fight now, and I don't care about skills anymore. This is bad. There is nothing wrong with defeating all odds with one force. But you can't become a big fool. Once you learn a skill, you must use it. Otherwise, why learn it? Great Demon King, we are not that bad, right? Gong Yang Mo said in a low voice. Not that bad, Jiang Ming smiled. Let me ask you. Zixi, Lao Chen, Luo Chen, if you are not the Soul Emperor, but the Soul King, do you know how to win this game? Gong Yang Mo, Lao Dai, Xiao Tao, apart from the cultivation of the Soul Saint, apart from the top East martial spirit, Xiao Tao, apart from the ultimate fire, what else do you have? Jiang Ming reprimanded with very harsh words. His original intention at the beginning was to let these good friends shine in the competition, to make them the most powerful lineup in a century, or even 1,000 years, and leave their mark in history. But now, he feels like he has harmed them a bit. In other words, they started to drift off. Chapter 297. Be like Yan Shuongying. Jiang Ming criticized the regular team members and even asked them to write a self-criticism. Yes, write a review, a profound review of no less than 5,000 words. They must realize their mistakes, otherwise there will be big problems in the future. In fact, they had already made this mistake the last time they met the Messenger of Death, but at that time Jiang Ming thought they had realized it and had changed it. But now it seems, no. Isn't it a bit harsh to say so harshly? Zhang Lexun stood beside Jiang Ming and helped Jiang Ming rub the temples on both sides of his head. Sister Li Juan, it's not enough if it's not heavy. They are already floating. They must be suppressed, otherwise something big will happen in the future. Jiang Ming closed his eyes and frowned. Tight wrinkles. In the past, he was so focused on improving the good friends around him that he did neglect a lot of things. Even he himself seemed a little drifting. In the past few days, I have been chasing Xiansha Daluo to practice. Although there is a deliberate element in it, my mentality has indeed changed a little. Thinking of this, Jiang Ming also took out a pen and paper from the storage soul guide and began to write a self-examination. Since the last battle with the Ice Emperor, when I almost died in the far north, as well as the time in Mingdu, and some actions during the competition, a little bit of memories, a little bit of searching for shortcomings. In fact, his current state is more dangerous than Ma Xiaotao and the others. After the competition, he will continue to lurk in Ming Hall and must not make a wrong move. Jiang Ming was thinking and writing, recalling, and picking out the imperfections. Zhang Lexun sat next to Jiang Ming, watching Jiang Ming write stroke by stroke. Under the bright light, their shadows intertwined. Well, the review is pretty good, but not deep enough. I will continue to reflect on it in the next few days. Jiang Ming held the review submitted by Ma Xiaotao and others in his hand and nodded slightly. The eyes of Ma Xiaotao on the 6 of them all look a little dark. 5,000 words, even if they are high-level soul masters, is quite troublesome to write. They basically stayed up all night. Except for this, come and tell us your thoughts on yesterday's match between Douluo Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. Jiang Ming is like a ruthless Chinese teacher, crazily squeezing the brain cells of the 6 Ateo people. An hour later, Ateo and the other 6 finally finished expressing their feelings. Well, I have some insights, but the details are not enough, Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. There is another knockout match between the 2 academies today. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Ming led the regular team members out of the hotel. They had students from Shrek Academy. With his identity and having advanced to the finals, he naturally walked into the competition venue along the team members' tunnel with ease. At this time, Douluo Academy and Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy had already entered the venue. Sitting in the rest area, seeing the arrival of Jiang Ming and others, both colleges couldn't help but pay attention. The rest area of Shrek Academy is not empty. Wang Yan and the reserve team members are already sitting there. Jiang Ming said hello to Wang Yan, sat down, and said to the regular team members beside him, from the first game to now, the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy has always been the same. Tactics were not used, especially in team battles. The tactics are different in every game. In yesterday's team battle, their captain Ma Rulong played. With 2 level 7 soul tools, he overwhelmed the entire audience and almost suppressed the entire Douluo Academy with his own strength. The other 6 people all used simple and direct soul guidance turret tactics. Faced with a terrifying firepower, Douluo Academy was driven off the stage without even being able to show their strength. As soon as their Soul Emperor level powerhouse came up, he was focused on fire and blasted out of the field. Then, the game is over. This competition process is simple and crude. But it shows strong tactical coordination, even more straightforward than our battle yesterday. The strength of Douluo Academy is stronger than that of Starluo Royal Academy. A little bit, but it was beaten like this by the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. We need to learn something about it. Actually, strictly speaking, it is the other members of the main team who need to learn it. He already knew this tactic. After all, while he is the elected captain of Shrek Academy, Jiang Ming, he is also the deputy captain of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, Ming Jiang. He could hear these tactics every night when he returned to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy and used his identity as Ming Jiang. With that said, the game has begun. I don't know if Douluo Academy was angry or not, but the first one to come on stage was the Soul Emperor level captain who represented them in the draw on the stage yesterday. But the one who took the stage from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineering Academy was a tall and lanky young man. Wang Yan introduced to the reserve team, the captain of Douluo Academy, Zheng Peng, is a Soul Emperor level expert with a soul power of approximately level 61 to 62. He is the first student in Douluo Academy in history to have achieved the Soul Emperor level before he was 20 years old. And he has a proud character because of this. His martial soul is the sky-shattering axe, a very powerful weapon. From a pure martial soul perspective, it is a strong attack weapon. Among souls, only the clear sky hammer can suppress it. When it came time to introduce the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, Jiang Ming spoke. The person from the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy is one of their regular team members, named Micah, a 5th level soul engineer. His tactics are more changeable, his personality is relatively calm, and he has a strong grasp of the use and timing of soul guidance devices. On the competition stage, the game has begun the moment the referee shouted start. Micah of the Sun Moon team emitted a series of metallic clanging sounds. The bright blue metal quickly turned up from his back, and then covered his entire upper body, as if he was wearing a suit of armor. The same metal turned up on his waist and legs. When all the bright blue metal covered his body, Zheng Peng, the captain of Douluo Academy on the other side, had already passed half the court. Micah's soul guide armor can definitely be described as heavy armor. After putting it on, his whole body swelled at least 3 times, bright blue metal light shone, and there was a ball of white light on his chest and lower abdomen. Flashing. It was obviously the core array of his soul guidance device. A complete set of soul guides covering the whole body. In the Empire of the Sun and Moon, the most advanced melee soul guidance device is like the most primitive armor. However, this kind of soul guidance device cannot be evaluated by simple armor. The existence of it greatly enhances the user's offensive and defensive capabilities, and can even amplify the user's cultivation. Soul mentors generally have shortcomings in martial arts, but with this kind of full-body armor, A type of soul guidance device can enable the Soul Master to exert the strength of an attack-type Soul Master, Jiang Ming introduced to everyone around him. But it is a pity that the research on this kind of soul guidance device by the Soul Guidance Department of our college is not very satisfactory. On the competition stage, a blue light flashed on Micah's hand, and a big sword of the same color as the armor appeared in his hand. The light of this big sword is even brighter. At the hilt of the sword, the core formation emits circles of blue halo. As soon as Micah finished this, his opponent was already approaching. Jiang Ming is indeed the best student in the history of Douluo Academy. He did not release his martial spirit when he started to rush towards his opponent, because his martial spirit would instead slow down his own speed until he was close. The opponent then released his martial spirit. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 6 soul rings instantly rose from under their feet. In the sky, there was a thunderous roar, and with Jiang Ming leaping high, there was a huge bright light falling from the sky. It was a huge axe. The axe handle was about 5 feet long. What was terrifying was that the widest part of the axe blade was more than 5 feet long. The axe blade was as black as ink and exuded a deep cold air. Just by looking at it from the surface, you can feel its overwhelming destructive power. Holding the handle of the axe with both hands, without using any soul skills, Jiang Ming's head was struck with an axe. The axe that was like a wheel made a roaring roar in the air. The momentum of falling in the air went straight to Micah and chopped off his head. Micah did not panic. His feet slipped slightly and his body stepped back 1 meter. At the same time, his soul guide armor emitted a strong blue light. The blue light was connected with a big sword in his hand. He held the hilt of the sword with both hands and made an upward movement. Picking action. It can be seen that his movement has been refined over time. There is nothing fancy about it, it is simple, direct and accurate. The tip of the sword was not pointing at the axe blade, but using the length of his own sword, which was 7 feet away, to directly sweep towards the opponent's axe handle. Jiang Ming snorted coldly, and while he was in the air, the slashing force of the sky-shattering axe paused slightly. The axe blade swept across and collided hard with the blue sword. Hearing a thunderous roar, Micah staggered back a step, but Jiang Ming's downward attack was actually blocked by him, and a series of electric lights lit up all over his body. Did you see that with the increase of the Soul Guide device, Micah, a Soul King, is not much behind the Soul Emperor level power weapon Soul Master in terms of strength? This shows that his Soul Guide device, how much can it increase for him? Moreover, this guy is good at long-range attacks. Jiang Ming's words shocked everyone. In Shrek is the strength of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy already so strong, although it is not as strong as them, but they are Shrek's strongest lineup in thousands of years, or even 10,000 years. I asked you to learn how to use soul tools before, just to get you to this level. Just imagine, your current Soul Master strength, coupled with the armor on Micah, or even stronger armor. To what extent will your strength be improved? Of course, Micah is a pure Soul Master. It is unrealistic for you to want to be like him. But you must always remember the use of the Soul Guide. Jiang Ming said earnestly that truly peerless powerhouse in the future must be the combination of a Soul Master and a Soul Mentor, just like Yan Shuangying. There are excellent skills, even good marksmanship. End of this chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Financial Pressure. In the following time, the competition was very intense. Micah, a 5th-level Soul Master from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Master Academy, used his Soul Guide to fight Jiang Ming, who had a top-notch weapon, Martial Soul, or Soul Emperor cultivation. Facts have proved that what the Soul Masters and Soul Masters say is correct. Below the 7th-ringed Soul Sage, before the Soul Master possesses the true body of the Martial Soul, the Soul Master has an absolute advantage over the Soul Master. There is no way around this. Before the 7th ring, the abilities of Soul Masters were not that strong compared to Soul Mentors. The Soul Master's Soul Guide can be said to be fighting you with millions of gold soul coins. Just for these full coverage armored soul tools on Micah, as well as some others, all added up, the value of these soul tools definitely exceeds 1 million gold soul coins. This kind of pressure is based on financial pressure. This was true before the 7th ring of Soul Masters. Didn't you see that Jiang Ming was already the #1 genius of Douluo Academy, but he was still beaten like this by a 5th-level soul engineer from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy? The two paths of breaking all laws with one force and mechanical sanctification are like two ever-rising curves. Before reaching the point of 7-ring Soul Saint, Soul Masters can suppress Soul Masters of the same level. It's hard to say after that. You guys, as I said before, I don't require you to be able to make soul guides, but at least you can use them. This is something you must master, especially you, Gongyang Mo. Do you hear me? Jiang Ming's eyes scanned the 6 members of the regular team, with a serious expression on his face. From what he saw in Mingdu before, he was certain that within 20 years, or even 10 years, the Sun and Moon Empire would make big moves. Thousands of years ago, the Sun and Moon Empire was defeated by the 3 original empires in Shrek Academy. Now that there has been such a big breakthrough in the soul guidance device, no one else would be willing to continue in peace. Period. 10 years, 20 years, they should be able to reach the level of Soul Guide Luo title Douluo. Jiang Ming thought silently in his heart. Once the war starts, Shrek Academy will definitely not be able to avoid it. When the time comes, he will have to guard the border in Qingshu City and will not be able to care about other places. What we can do now is to remind others to pay attention to the Soul Guide and use the Soul Guide to improve their own strength. In this way, in future wars, he will not hear bad news about people close to him like he did when he was 1 year old. After hearing Jiang Ming's words, everyone nodded seriously. The development of soul guidance devices is obvious to all, and other colleges have already begun to combine Soul Masters with Soul Masters. It's just that Shrek College, as the #1 Soul Master college in the mainland, cannot let go of its pride. However, this situation has been effectively improved after Jiang Ming brought up the soul guidance system and added training on soul guidance devices to the military training. It's just that it takes time to fundamentally change. It is impossible to change deep-rooted thoughts in a short time. Will the Sun and Moon Empire give them this time? Jiang Ming looked towards the Sun and Moon Royal Academy, frowning slightly, thinking in his heart. It seems that after returning to Mingdu, something needs to be done. Have you heard that? Your senior Jiang Ming is right. The future must be an era of the combination of Soul Masters and Soul Masters. The truly strong must be the pinnacle of Soul Masters, and must also have the ability to hold the title of Soul Master. The highest level Soul Guide. Wang Yan was also reminding the guys in the reserve team. Many people in Shrek Academy are actually aware of it, but the pride in their hearts of being the #1 Soul Master for 10,000 years makes them not want to admit the rise of Soul Guides. Yes, I understand, Ho Yu-heo nodded, and the others were also thoughtful. Needless to say, he is a food-based Soul Master, and he also follows the path of a pure Soul Master. Micah should be defeated soon, Jiang Ming said suddenly, diverting everyone's thoughts back. Are you going to lose? I feel like he can hold on for a while, Chen Zifeng frowned. Haha, old Chen, I just talked about so many benefits of Soul Masters and Soul Guides, but don't forget, this Jiang Ming is a genius Soul Master of Douluo Academy and a Soul Emperor. Douluo Academy is also the #1 Soul Master Academy in the Xianhan Empire. It is the absolute best among its peers in terms of combat skills, combat awareness, and timing. The battle between the two of them, to put it bluntly, Mika relied on the Soul Guide to fight cautiously. He can't make mistakes. Once he makes a mistake, he will. Jiang Ming hasn't finished speaking yet. The situation on the stage changed. Bang! In front of the sky-shaking axe, the light emitted by Micah's soul thruster was instantly split into two, and the sky-shaking axe struck Mika hard on the back. The next moment the axe blade struck, a dull explosion sounded, causing Micah to fall forward. Concussion and explosion, this is the destructive skill of the sky-shattering axe itself. Coupled with the weight of the body, this blow is quite heavy. The audience could clearly see that the armor behind Micah was dented inward by the slashes, and dazzling lightning kept bursting out. Micah himself spurted out a mouthful of blood, staggered forward and fell to the ground. All the anger Jiang Ming had suppressed in the team battle yesterday burst out at this moment, and the sky-shattering axe chased him instantly with a harsh explosion. This time, he still slashed in the same position as before. He was able to block the blow of the sky-shattering axe. Micah's soul-guiding armor was enough to be proud of, but the concussive explosion attached to the sky-shaking axe was not so. It's easy to offset, but if he tries again, he might be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. The referee took action in time and blocked the sky-shattering axe in the air, announcing the end of the game. Did you see? They still have fighting skills. And what I wanted to see yesterday was this kind of thing. This is one of the symbols of heritage. What about you? Do you know that it's really shameless to suppress everyone based on their soul power level advantage? Jiang Ming couldn't help criticizing him again. The combat skills taught by Shrek Academy are definitely no less than those of Douluo Academy. It can even be said that the combat skills of soul masters accumulated by Shrek for thousands of years are the strongest foundation in the entire continent. But Mazaya Ateo and the others were really useless yesterday. Do you know why I was so angry yesterday? The soul master didn't use his fighting skills, and he didn't know how to use his soul guidance device, so you guys seemed just like a fool. Be sure to pay attention to this. Keep watching. Ma Rulong is on the stage. Let's look at the battle between soul masters and soul masters of the same level. If I guess correctly, Ma Rulong will win easily. No, it's not the same level. Ma Rulong is a 7th level soul master. Jiang Ming said in a deep voice. The game begins. As the referee shouted to start, the battle broke out instantly. Just like before, Jiang Peng immediately rushed forward and ran straight in the direction of Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong raised his right hand and could see that there was a silver ring on each finger of his right hand. The first ring flashed with light, and a metal cannon barrel 1.5 meters long, with a caliber 10 centimeters away, appeared in his palm, and he instantly put it on his shoulder. At the same time, his martial spirit was also released. When Ma Rulong's martial spirit was released, his body changed very strangely. His head suddenly became much larger, and it was obviously out of coordination with his body. Even his hair looks sparse, which was even weirder. Looks a bit ugly. Ma Rulong's martial spirit is called Big-Headed Spirit Ape, which is an auxiliary beast martial spirit like most soul mentors, in order to develop stronger combat power and be able to fight with soul tools for a longer period of time. Ma Rulong's soul skills also assist him in increasing his soul power or enhance the burst of soul power. This is also an important reason why he is able to transcend levels and use and create 7th level soul tools. In terms of making soul guidance tools, Ma Rulong is an absolute genius at the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Tutor Academy. If he had not yet reached the level of cultivation, he would have been qualified to be rated as a 7th level soul tutor. Jiang Ming whispered the information about Ma Rulong. How does it compare with you, the big devil? Guangyangmo suddenly asked curiously. When the others heard this, they also looked over with curiosity. Compare with me, Jiang Ming smiled and said, Ma Rulong now has the strength to become a 7th level soul master, and I have the strength to become an 8th level soul master. The strength of the soul master, Jiang Ming's voice was very soft, and it didn't sound like it was important information. But everyone was shocked. 8th level soul master. Ho Yuheo and He Keitao were even more frightened. You know, their teacher Fan Yu is only an 8th level soul engineer now. Okay, let's continue watching the game. Especially you two, Yuheo and Keitao, take a good look at how high level soul masters fight. If we at Shrek are number 1 in training soul masters for combat, if so, then Ming Dadang's combat training of soul masters is number 1, Jiang Ming reminded. On the competition stage, Ma Rulong is at his feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black. 6 soul rings appeared at the same time, and the silver barrel in his hand burst out with intense light in the next moment. A silver ball of light shot away in the direction in which Jiang Peng was coming. The ball of light flew extremely fast and arrived in front of Jiang Peng almost in a flash of light. Jiang Peng's attention was completely focused on Ma Rulong, so he was naturally on guard. When he saw his opponent's attack being launched, he immediately dodged and suddenly transformed in the shining light of the second soul ring. There were 3 figures, and the 3 figures also made different actions. The 2 figures on both sides accelerated forward, and the figure in the center facing the silver ball of light suddenly jumped up, trying to avoid the attack of the silver ball of light. However, Ma Rulong seemed to have already judged that he would do this, and Jiang Peng's response instantly became in vain, because after the silver ball of light suddenly stopped, a violent explosion occurred the next moment of explosion. A strong silver light instantly filled the entire competition stage. Almost all the hundreds of thousands of spectators in Xingluo Square closed their eyes for a moment in the strong light. The brightness of the entire square was filled with its silver light. Under the illumination, it instantly improved a bit. Although Jiang Peng was divided into 3 figures, he was the first to bear the brunt. He screamed in the strong light. When he quickly closed his eyes were completely white. See, the flash cannon is just a level 4 soul tool, but when used here, the effect is undoubtedly significant. Sometimes, it's not the higher level. The better the soul guidance device. After all, the higher the level of the soul guidance device, the more stringent the conditions and consumption of the soul guidance device are. You must know under what circumstances the most labor-saving and effective soul guidance device is used. Ho Yu, Hao and K-Tao nodded, indicating that they had learned. But several regular team members secretly rolled their eyes. It seems that you are the one who likes to use advanced soul tools the most. In the competition with Shrek Academy, who took the 8th level groundbreaking cannon as soon as they came up? However, everyone dared to say this secretly in their hearts, otherwise they would be assigned another 5,000-word review after returning. Jiang Ming suddenly lost his vision, and his forward momentum came to an abrupt halt. He protected his eyes with his left hand, and while urging his soul power to quickly retreat, he waved the sky-shattering axe in front of him, creating a shadow of an axe to protect him itself. Compared with him, Ma Rulong seemed very calm and unhurried. The flash cannon in his hand disappeared, and he still stood still. No one even saw clearly how he did it. Dozens of small light bombs were fired. It flew out from behind him like lightning. These small light bombs did not fly directly to the opponent, but flew in all directions at the same time. Immediately afterwards, violent roars exploded in all directions of the competition stage at the same time. Despite the small size of the light bomb, the explosion was extremely loud. Amidst the series of explosions, Jiang Ming was obviously panicked. The sky-shattering axe in his hand was swung more rapidly, and he even used the 4th soul skill, erupting dozens of terrifying huge axe shadows. The soul guide on Ma Rulong has changed again. A golden barrel about 1 meter long and only about 3 centimeters in diameter appears on his shoulder. The next moment, a small blood-red light beam shot out. When he controlled the soul guide, he felt as smooth as flowing water. There was no pause from beginning to end. Almost as soon as the loud light bullet was released, the golden barrel appeared on his shoulder. Suddenly, there was a roar and explosion all around. The moment after Jiang Ming completed his 4th soul skill, the bloody light came to him. After cultivating to the Soul Emperor level, his perception is very sharp. Although his vision and hearing were greatly affected, when the bloody light beam emitted, Jiang Ming still felt like the hairs on his body were going up. Sense of crisis. Almost subconsciously, he held his sky-shattering axe in front of him, just blocking the bloody light. There was no violent roar. Under the direct rays of the blood light, a small hole quickly appeared on the surface of the sky-shattering axe. Even though Jiang Ming had taken advantage of the situation to dodge, the blood light still penetrated his left shoulder. A small blackened hole was left. What is even more terrifying is that after the red light penetrated the bodies of sky-shattering axe and Jiang Ming, it hit the protective shield jointly used by 108 soul masters, and almost penetrated it. Period. You know, after Jiang Ming's torture, the strength of this protective shield has been improved. Wherever the red light passed, the air gave off a burnt smell. If I'm not wrong, Jiang Ming is fighting to the death. Jiang Ming looked at the situation on the competition stage and said in a deep voice. In fact, this is already considered a desperate struggle. Until now, Ma Rulong has had an absolute advantage. In contrast, Jiang Ming's fighting rhythm was led astray. Everyone looked towards the competition stage. Sure enough, Jiang Ming used the 6th soul skill. The huge axe spun rapidly in the air, ear-piercing explosions sounded one after another, and thick black light rushed out from the sky-shattering axe almost crazily, causing its size to continue to increase. The intense black light is like a black hole, swallowing up all the surrounding light. Even if the audience in the audience looks at it from a distance, they unconsciously tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Ma Rulong's face also became solemn. He did not try to dodge, and there was an extremely strong suction force from the sky-shattering axe. Although this suction force was not enough to pull him over, it was the existence of this suction force that allowed Jiang Ming to forcibly lock his position without seeing him. An indescribable terrifying force suddenly burst out. The ground under Ma Rulong's feet suddenly cracked, and a strange black circular symbol took shape under his feet. Suddenly, strong black flames spurted out from the ground, and at this moment, the pitch-black sky-shattering axe, which had doubled in size, fell from the sky with a dazzling black tail flame. Dark Demon's Henshin, the 6th soul skill of Henshin axe. This was Jiang Ming's strongest blow. Even though he was severely injured and his vision and hearing were greatly affected, he still hit his opponent with this blow. Whether it is in grasping the timing or judging the situation on the field, he is worthy of being a Soul Emperor level powerhouse. A layer of dazzling golden light suddenly emerged from Ma Rulong's body, covering his body. No matter how blazing the extremely powerful fire of hell is, it cannot penetrate even a little bit. The sky-shattering axe that fell from the sky erupted on the golden mask with an unparalleled violent roar, as if the entire competition stage was about to be shaken down. A thin crack actually appeared on the top of the golden shield. Invincible shield. There was a hint of admiration on Ma Rulong's face. The 3 seconds of the invincible shield were short, but it was enough for him to withstand the power of this blow. The soul guide on his body changed again, and at least more than 50 metal barrels of different sizes appeared on his body. And no one could see how he released these soul tools, as if they suddenly grew from his body. Jiang Ming did not give up. While throwing the strongest blow, he rushed forward quickly. With a lock of the sky-shattering axe, he could naturally lock it completely through his connection with the martial spirit. Opponent's position. However, it can be seen that when he rushed forward, his left arm hung softly by his side, obviously losing its function. The strange thing is that even now, not a drop of blood has flowed out from the previous puncture wound. At the end of 3 seconds, the sky-shaking axe returned to Jiang Ming's hand. At this time, he was less than 10 meters away from Ma Rulong. He took a step forward, the sky-shaking axe was raised, and several soul rings on his body shone. Period. Jiang Ming believed that as long as he got close to Ma Rulong, he would be able to dominate the outcome of this game. Jiang Ming himself couldn't see it, but the audience could see it clearly. Just before the two sides were about to come into contact, all the metal barrels on Ma Rulong's body burst into brilliant light. However, these metal barrels also erupted in sequence. The first one to explode was a red barrel, the size of a bowl, in the middle of his chest. A red ball of light silently greeted Jiang Ming rushed away from the body. Surprisingly, Jiang Ming was not aware of the arrival of the red ball of light, as if his perception was completely blinded. Then, the red ball of light pressed lightly against his chest. Until this moment, Jiang Ming still didn't notice it. But in the next moment, his whole body seemed to be frozen in the air, and what greeted him was the concentrated shooting of countless rays of light. Tisk, 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 it's so miserable. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ming sympathized with Jiang Ming. If the level of these soul tools on Ma Rulong were higher, what Jiang Ming would face would be the end of 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Dozens of soul-guiding rays up to level 6 were concentrated and fired, and Jiang Ming's body was thrown away. Although the soul power in his body protected himself, his body did not stop until it hit the protective barrier in the distance. Come down. With only a slight struggle, he slowly slid down the barrier and fell under the stage. Did you see that? This is the senior soul engineer? The market value of the soul guide on this guy's body will definitely not be less than 3 million gold soul coins. That piece alone consumes the invincible shield is not cheap, but he is a soul master himself, so it is easy to make another one. But you guys, think about it, what should you do if you encounter this situation in battle? Jiang Ming said, looking at everyone in Shrek Academy again. A capable soul master, when fighting, just say, burn money. If nothing else, just this kind of invincible shield, Ma Rulong can definitely get more than 10 pieces, each piece takes 3 seconds. What is the concept? More than 30 seconds of invincibility. During this period, if you pair it with a high damage soul tool, your opponent will be doomed. Everyone in Shrek Academy took a deep breath, thinking of the horror involved. Jiang Ming looked at their reactions and was quite satisfied. Of course, he hid something. Even if Ma Rulong can do something like an invincible shield, it is very expensive. It is impossible to make more than 10 pieces. But this does not prevent Jiang Ming from exaggerating appropriately to scare these foolish fools. The game was over quickly. Jiang Ming couldn't defeat Ma Rulong, let alone others from Douluo Academy. One by one they went up, and then they came down one by one, without even the slightest will to fight. Okay, the game is over. After you go back, write a review and think of a way to deal with the Soul Master's fighting style. There is no limit to the number of words. Think about it carefully. Tomorrow, you will fight them. Hearing this, Dai Hang frowned. You're not going to play? Jiang Ming smiled and said, me? What am I going to do? I've already beaten you, so I'll go up to you guys. It's easy to relax. Could it be that I continue to spar with Jiang Douluo? Besides, I have other plans. With that said, Jiang Ming looked at Ho Yuheo in the reserve team. Yuheo, you will play in my place tomorrow, ho. Yuheo was stunned for a moment, then waved his hand quickly. He is a great soul master, and in a team battle between a group of soul kings, soul emperors, and even soul saints, he is to go up if you are told. Xiaotao, I said it in advance, if Yuheo is injured a little during the team battle, it will be easier for you when I get back. End of this chapter. Chapter 299. Can you do it? Walking into the spacious lobby of Star Emperor Hotel, everyone was about to go upstairs, but they were blocked by two people. Huh? These are two men, both with ordinary looks, but with strange figures. One has a particularly thick right arm, while the other has a thin body and a huge head, like a big-headed doll. Jiang Ming glanced at the two people blocking the road and narrowed his eyes slightly. This Star Emperor Hotel is really a title. Douluo came before and wanted to mess with him, but now two people came out to block the way. Do you really think he doesn't dare to kill? Jiang Ming said in a deep voice, both of you, please give way. The man with the thick arm said, they can leave, we are here to find you. The man spoke. The sound was loud, and although he was obviously trying his best to suppress it, he still exuded a terrifying and intimidating aura. Of course, this is relative. To several people in the reserve team, the aura on this guy was terrifying. But for Jiang Ming, it's not enough. Looking for me? Just talk about it. I'll give you a minute. If you can't tell me, you have to lie down and go out today, Jiang Ming said coldly. At the same time, Jiang Ming's mental power directly covered the surrounding space, forming a relatively closed area. Don't be nervous, we are from the Numenon sect, the man with the thick arm said quickly. They saw with their own eyes the referee between Guo Jiang Ming and title Douluo Ziwei on the competition stage. They are strong to others, but they cannot beat Jiang Ming. Hearing this, Jiang Ming's eyes narrowed. Numenon sect. It seems that they are here for him and Ho Yuheo. After all, among everyone present, he and Ho Yuheo were the only ones with original martial spirits. You guys go up first, Yuheo and I will have a chat with him, Jiang Ming said softly. I'll accompany you, Zhang. Lexun stood beside Jiang Ming. Jiang Ming nodded. We don't mean any harm, we just want to talk to you. The big-headed man led the man with a thick right arm towards the rest area on one side of the hall. There are several sofas there for customers to take a rest. Everyone else went up. Among all the people present, Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun were the most powerful. If they can't solve it, it won't help if others stay. Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexun took Ho Yuheo to the rest area. Only those two strange people were there at this time. There were many guests coming and going in the hotel, but none of them came here to rest. Tell me, what is going on? Jiang Ming said. To be honest, Jiang Ming really doesn't know much about the Numenon sect. When his cultivation was stagnant at level 69, he still thought about breaking through the bottleneck through the Numenon sect, but later he found out that it was a problem with the spirit of the Book of Spirits. We have been observing you for a while, especially the battle between you and Jiang Douluo. That kind of energy and blood power is definitely not something ordinary soul masters can possess. To be able to erupt such a powerful force of energy and blood, you must have a top-notch beast martial spirit, but you are obviously not a beast martial spirit. Moreover, the power of your ki and blood is not an explosion of blood vessels throughout the body, but an extension of the inside of the body. If we guessed correctly, your martial spirit should be your heart, right? A glimmer of expectation flashed in the big-headed man's eyes. They actually couldn't tell for sure, but Jiang Ming's fighting performance was so similar, especially the kind of power Jiang Ming showed during the pure physical confrontation with Jiang Douluo was obvious. So what if it is? So what if it's not? Jiang Ming did not admit it directly, but raised his brows slightly and looked at the two of them calmly. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the big-headed man's eyes. In his opinion, if Jiang Ming did not deny it, then he admitted it. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lang Yan, and this is my brother Yu Tao. The big-headed man did not answer directly, but introduced himself. Then, he looked at Jiang Ming and smiled slightly. If you are really the heart martial spirit, then we are here to bring you back to the sect. Jiang Ming was stunned. Return. Lang Yan nodded and said, it is the return. The Numenon sect is the home of us soul masters who have the Numenon martial spirit. Since you use your heart as your martial soul, then you are a member of the Numenon sect. Now that we have discovered you, we naturally want to take you home. At this time, Lang Yu was extremely excited. You know, there are many Numenon martial spirits in the Numenon sect, but they are basically hands, feet and the like. The heart-type main body martial soul is among the best among all the main body martial souls. Moreover, the strength Jiang Ming is showing now is already extremely terrifying. 700,000-year soul rings. Even if there may be some moisture in it, it is a fact that Jiang Ming and Peerless Douluo fought back and forth. With such tyrannical strength under the age of 20, Jiang Ming's potential can be imagined. Even, Lang Yu can almost conclude. If Jiang Ming returns to the Numenon sect with them, the position of the young sect master will definitely be his. Even though their main body sect now has a scheduled young sect leader, compared with Jiang Ming, it is really not good enough. Not going, Jiang Ming refused decisively. Return to ontology? He just met people from the Numenon sect today. He has never even been in contact with the Numenon sect before, so he's returning? Back to Wool. Do I know you? Besides, he still has a bunch of things to deal with after the game. Go to Mingdu to obtain information about soul guides, upgrade your soul guide level, and cultivate your soul power. At the same time, you need to do something in Mingdu to delay the Sun Moon Empire's big move. Period. I am too busy to handle all these things one after another. Should I return? In fact, for Jiang Ming, it is really not that important whether he returns to the Numenon sect or not. After all, he has completed the second awakening of the Golden Heart through the Kirin Bianju. Hearing Jiang Ming's decisive refusal, Lang Yu became anxious. Our Numenon sect is the one who is most familiar with the Numenon martial spirit, and can best guide you to become a genius. With your talent, within 10 years, we are guaranteed to shock you mainland soul master world. Although the Numenon sect is not born often, once it is born, it will definitely be good for you to come back with us. Second awakening, come back to Numenon sect with us, we can help you complete your second awakening. With your talent, you are at least a gold level second awakening. Only then will you truly realize the power of your own martial spirit. Lang Yu said a lot, but the expression on Jiang Ming's face did not change at all, and his eyes even became a little weird. The Numenon sect is the force that is most familiar with the Numenon martial spirit. That's right, but the genius you mentioned is that I should be considered a genius of the generation now, right? As for shocking the mainland soul master world, I think it shouldn't be difficult after the competition. Finally, when you mentioned the second awakening of the main body martial soul, who told you that I didn't have a second awakening? Jiang Ming answered the questions one by one according to Lang Ya's questions. What? Your heart martial soul has awakened for the second time, Lang. Yu and Yu Tao were shocked and couldn't believe it. It is extremely difficult for the owner of the original martial spirit to complete the second awakening of the original martial spirit without the help of the original sect. At least, the two of them have never seen any soul master with the original martial soul complete the second awakening before entering the original sect. What level is your second awakening? Bronze? No, with your talent, it can't be bronze, at least it's silver, Lang. Ya's eyes were filled with surprise. Bronze? Silver? Probably neither, I remember it's gold, Jiang Ming said casually, picked up a piece of fruit on the table in the rest area and ate it. Gold second awakening. Lang Yu and Yu Tao couldn't sit still for a moment. They stood up from the sofa in the rest area and looked at Jiang Ming with burning eyes. The look in his eyes is like that of a person who has been hungry for many days and is eager for it when he sees a delicious big steak. Impossible. You have never practiced the secret method of our Numenon sect. How can you achieve the second golden awakening by yourself, Lang? Ya's eyes were full of desire and doubt. Period. It is extremely difficult for the original martial soul to awaken for the second time. Generally speaking, the original martial spirit soul master does not have the secret method of the original sect, so the possibility of being able to awaken for the second time is very low. Even if a second awakening is possible, it will only be at the lowest level of black iron at most. But Jiang Ming turned out to be the highest golden second awakening. This was a huge shock to Lang Yu and Yu Tao. Is there anything impossible? Have you ever died? Between life and death, many things are possible, Jiang Ming glanced at Lang Yu. Indeed, before he entered the ice and fire eyes, there was no sign of the second awakening of his true martial soul. But after entering the eye of ice and fire, his body was bombarded by those violent forces, and his heart was crushed several times. The feeling of death suddenly stimulated the potential of his golden heart. Out? Of course, That would be far from the second awakening of gold. After all, he does not have the secret method of Numenon sect. But later, wrong, that is, after Qi Rong Tong Xianju merged with his golden heart, the second awakening level of this martial spirit has gone up immediately. Wrong is a fairy grass. It is still the kind of fairy grass that is specially designed to enhance the power of Qi and blood. It is still a fairy grass that has been cultivated for 100,000 years. With a combination of life and death crisis and heaven-defying fairy grass, it seems reasonable that the second awakening of the golden heart is at the gold level. After finishing speaking, Jiang Ming felt his arms tighten slightly. Looking sideways, he found that Zhang Lexun was holding his arm tightly. So you have experienced so much before. Zhang Lexun's beautiful eyes were full of distress. With Jiang Ming's current strength, Zhang Lexun naturally heard from Jiang Ming. But every time, Jiang Ming ignored those dangerous plots and said how much he had gained and how awesome he had become. But in fact, great people, unless they are gifted by God, must be tempered through various hardships. Sister Lexun, what are you doing? It's all over, Jiang Ming smiled, stretched out his arms to hold Zhang Lexun in his arms, pressed his chin against Zhang Lexun's hair, and felt looking at Sister Lexun's soft body. I felt peaceful in my heart. Ho Yu Heo, shouldn't I be sitting here? After going through a long period of psychological ups and downs, Lang Yi and Yu Tao looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. That is, bring Jiang Mingjian back at all costs and welcome back the Numenon sect. Heart martial spirit, the second awakening of the gold level, reached the 7th ring soul saint at the age of 20, with combat power comparable to title Douluo. After bringing this naughty thing back, the sect will have full hope for the future. I will risk my life to take it back. Jiang Ming, I think you still have to think about it. After all, our Numenon sect, Lang Ya decided to try again to let Jiang Ming find his way back and escape from Shrek's wrong place. Such talents are what their Numenon sect needs. Shut up, Jiang Ming said coldly. Jiang Ming, listen to me first. Our Numenon sect is true. After hearing Lang Ya's words, Ho Yu Heo couldn't help but mourn a moment of silence. If you dare to disturb Instructor Jiang and Senior Sister when they are being affectionate, what will be the consequences? I told you to shut up, can't you hear me? Jiang Ming with a deep shout, a terrifying aura instantly enveloped Lang Ya. Lang Ya felt as if he was being targeted by a terrifying beast. With that palpitating feeling, his brain frantically called the police, but his whole body was suppressed by the terrifying aura and he could not move at all. Not only that, he is a soul master who is good at mental attacks, and he actually felt an even more powerful mental power rushing toward him to suppress him. It was a king-like and domineering aura, wrapped in terrifying mental power. The sense of oppression it brings is too terrifying. He is Contra. Yu Tao on the side saw Lang Ya being suppressed and reached out to take Lang Ya out. But Jiang Ming stood up directly, took one step forward, and stopped Yu Tao. Yu Tao had a bad temper and directly reached out to confront Jiang Ming. Boom. A gas explosion sounded, and a terrifying aura swept through the whole body. Yu Tao felt severe pain in his right hand, and his heart was extremely shocked. His martial soul is his right hand, and his original martial soul has also undergone a second awakening, and is extremely powerful. But now, he is suppressed in strength by Jiang Ming. Is this the second awakening of the gold level? Exclamation mark. Yu Tao was shocked, but the movements in his hands did not stop. His right hand shot out again like lightning, and his right arm suddenly grew in size, with a total of 8 soul rings appearing on his arm instantly. What is shocking is that among his 8 soul rings, the first 4 are actually purple 1,000-year soul rings, and starting from the 5th one, they turn black. 4 purple and 4 black. Not only does it have extremely strong oppressive power, it also far exceeds the normal soul ring ratio of ordinary soul masters. In terms of the ratio of soul rings, the first 2 soul rings of Jiang Ming's golden heart were suppressed. 8 rings? So what? Jiang Ming snorted coldly. No soul ring appeared on his body, but extremely surging energy and blood burst out from his heart. The second awakening skill of the Heart of Gold, Golden Combat Body. Kiran Yon Chrysanthemum Soul Bone Skill, the power of Vajra. Instead of using soul ring skills, Jiang Ming only used the Golden Heart second awakening skill and soul bone skill to overwhelm Yu Tao in terms of momentum. Yu Tao tried his best, and his strength was so strong that veins popped out of his thick arms. But Jiang Ming remained motionless, and his expression didn't even change at all. With this little strength? Can you do it? End of this chapter. Chapter 300 Who let him join Shrek? Yu Tao suppressed the blush on his face, the veins on his right hand kept popping up, and the muscles bulged high, as if they were about to explode. It can be seen that he tried his best and used his greatest strength. But it's of no use. Jiang Ming used his absolute advantage to tell Yu Tao what absolute strength means. Yu Tao is also a fool. Faced with Jiang Ming's powerful power, he still wants to use all his power-increasing soul skills. Yu Tao, Lang Ya immediately stopped Yu Tao's behavior. Jiang Ming could not only suppress him with strong mental power, but also suppress Yu Tao in terms of strength. With this kind of strength, even if Yu Tao used all his strength, it would be absolutely useless. Brother, Yu Tao was very unconvinced. Lang Ya glared at Yu Tao, and Yu Tao put away the soul ring angrily. Jiang Ming glanced at Lang Ya and let go of the hand that controlled Yu Tao. You should be glad that you listened to your big brother, otherwise you would definitely have to lie down and go out today. The other party is two 8-ring contras, one is spiritual, and the other is the main body. As for martial arts, it should be related to the brain. The other one is obvious, the right hand of the original martial spirit. If these two people join forces, there is no problem in fighting a weaker title Douluo. After all, the advantages of the original martial spirit are there, and its combat effectiveness cannot be underestimated. But in front of Jiang Ming and Zhang Lexuan, it's not enough. As long as Jiang Ming wanted to, he could even kill these two people on the spot. You two, don't put in more effort or have any evil thoughts. You can't beat me, Yu Hao, let's go. Jiang Ming hugged Zhang Lexuan. He took Ho Yu Hao and went upstairs, ignoring the two contra-level experts. After Jiang Ming and the others went upstairs, the terrifying mental suppression that Lang Ya had been facing from Jiang Ming finally dissipated. Lang Ya felt weak all over and fell down on the sofa in the rest area. This kid's true soul is his heart. Why does he have such strong mental power? Lang Ya's eyes were filled with horror. He was not surprised that Jiang Ming, who possessed the heart martial spirit, was able to suppress Yu Tao. After all, the levels of the original martial spirit were arranged according to their importance in the body. The heart martial soul can improve the blood and body much better than the right hand. But what's going on with Jiang Ming's mental power? Exclamation mark. Even if the heart martial spirit undergoes a second awakening, or is still a golden second awakening, it is impossible for him to have the terrifying mental power that can suppress him. Lang Ya was extremely puzzled. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. This possibility made him feel extremely incredible, but if it were true, it would be outrageous. Yu Tao, let's go back to the sect quickly and tell the sect master about Jiang Ming's situation. The excitement in Lang Ya's eyes was almost uncontrollable, and the fatigue on his face that had been suppressed by Jiang Ming for several minutes with Junlin Xiangsha disappeared a little. If it is really what he thinks, then their Numenon sect must bring Jiang Ming over no matter what the cost. Wait, you can't leave now, before Lang Ya and Yu Tao set out, they were blocked by a slovenly figure. Yu Tao looked at the sloppy old man in front of him, with a flash of anger in his eyes. He was suppressed by the little guy Jiang Ming just now, and now there is another old guy. Why, he looks easy to bully, right? Exclamation mark. Young and old don't take him seriously? Exclamation mark. Without a word, 8 more soul rings flickered on Yu Tao's body, and his right arm swelled up, bursting out with a terrifying aura. The old man in front of me is slovenly and looks like he has no strength. He dares to block the way in front of the powerful 8-ring soul Douluo. He is simply asking for death. He slapped his palm directly, trying to teach this sloppy old man a lesson. Facing Yu Tao's palm, Mr. Zhuan acted as if he had never seen it. When Yu Tao slapped his palm in front of him, no one saw clearly how he moved. Yu Tao's hand had stopped, and he stood there blankly, his eyes filled with tears. It's the color of fear. A chicken drumstick was stuffed into his mouth. The bone in the drumstick was right at his throat. Even with a little more force, it could have pierced his throat. Moreover, this chicken leg broke through his steel teeth directly. At this time, his lips were concave, and all his teeth were shattered by a chicken leg. Lang Ya didn't even have time to rescue him, and Mr. Zhuan took action too quickly. If Yu Tao's movements were bigger, maybe his slap could hit Mr. Zhuan, then the chicken bones would definitely nail him here. Therefore, he didn't even dare to move, he just stood there blankly. Lang Ya's eyes were filled with fear. You are the Teode of Poseidon Pavilion, Mr. Zhuan glanced at him coldly. Go away, tell the old monster, I can still eat, drink, poop, and sleep they are trying to rob me, Shrek. Do you really think that I, Shrek, have no one? Thank you, senior, for showing mercy. Lang Ya immediately became respectful, and quickly slapped Yu Tao on the back with one hand, and Yu Tao spat out a mouthful of broken bits, teeth and drumsticks. The two turned around and left, leaving the Star Emperor Hotel in the blink of an eye. It wasn't until they left Xingluo City that the two of them felt that the strong sense of crisis was slightly relieved. I didn't expect that Teoti from Poseidon Pavilion would actually come to Xingluo City in person. Lang Ya's face was a little ugly, and Yu Tao was even more unlucky. All his teeth were broken by a chicken drumstick, and now he can't even speak in an awkward manner. Period. I guess he will never want to eat chicken legs again. Hurry back to the sect, even. After leaving Star Luo City, he felt unsafe. Star Luo City is the capital of the Star Luo Empire, and the Numenon sect is located within the Xianhan Empire. The two of them would have to travel a long way back if they wanted to go back. However, from this trip to Xingluo City, they gained quite a lot. Not only did I see the auction of a rare treasure like a 100,000-year-old embryo, I also found Jiang Ming, the heart of the original martial soul, the second awakening of gold. A 7-ring soul saint who is less than 20 years old. Has combat power comparable to title Douluo. As long as this news is brought back, the two of them will be the great contributors to the entire Numenon sect. As long as Jiang Ming joins the Numenon sect, their Numenon sect will truly reach its peak in the next 300 years. But looking at Jiang Ming's attitude, it's not easy to convince him. At this time, their sect leader needed to take action. There is definitely nothing they can do. After all, they can't beat Jiang Ming even if they are tied together. Alice, why haven't we discovered such a good seedling like Jiang Ming before? Lang Ya sighed as he hurried on. Yes, how could such a good martial spirit join Shrek? Who let him enter Shrek? Our Numenon sect is obviously the one who has the best research on the Numenon martial spirit, not a son of man. In the distant Qingxia city, Nai Heng sneezed 3 times in a row. Who is scolding him? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.